I told an abortion joke recently, and a woman approached me. She was like, hey, that's very insensitive. I've had an abortion. You shouldn't tell jokes like that. I was like, whoa, hey, sorry. I just told a joke. I think what you did was much worse.
My parents were born the same year, next door to one another in the lower ninth. They grew up knowing each other since birth, and they started dating when they were like 14, okay? And it ruined me, destroyed me. Their relationship turned me into a little romance bitch, you know? Just weeping all the time. Like a fatter version of Cupid, just firing hot dog darts that would just deflect off of every woman I fell in love with every 48 hours. You understand? You think being ghosted is bad? Try not getting a response to handwritten poetry over and over again.
When I was 16, I went to this program called Job Corps. I thought it was like some type of summer camp, and it wasn't. It was like jail. And it was. I know it was like jail, because every kid there with me was like, this is better than jail. So, you know, didn't make me feel safe. One kid got kicked out for selling drugs, right? He got kicked out. And they was like, who snitched, huh? Probably that one kid they called Pastor. Yeah, that guy that doesn't cuss and has never masturbated before. Yeah, he's a snitch. What kind of 16-year-old don't masturbate? I'm like, first off, I've never masturbated before because it's against the Bible, all right? And it's gay, you know? Then I turned 17, tried it out, and I was like, oh snap, I'm gay. Like, I did not know. I didn't know I was gay, you know? I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I just need to clarify, I don't even want after the show. Was that a joke or was that a joke? You know, I'm not. I did have a couple of gay roommates, not at the same time. I wasn't like living in a gay house, but I had a gay roommate. When I was living in Orlando, Florida, and when I first moved to LA, I had a gay roommate, and we shared a room. It's expensive, and I'll tell some guys that, and they're like, you shared a room with a gay dude? I can't share in a room with no gay dude. And I'm like, why? You don't trust yourself? I'm like, what do you think's gonna happen? You know, like, it's not COVID. He's not gonna cough and get it on me. That's not how it works. He's gotta be on me, you know? So, but I had no issues with him. That's not true. I hated him because he kept stealing my money. I would leave money on my bed. I would leave, come back. I'm like, where's my money? He's like, my money gone too. And I'm like, we're the only ones here, you know? Like, you know? He kept trying to convince me I was also gay, you know? He's like, come on, man, everybody's a little gay. And I was like, not everybody, you know? It's not a 23andMe and I get my test results back. Oh, snap. Nigeria, they gay. That's crazy. That's great. I didn't even realize. Yeah, I mean, my oldest brother's gay and I'm vegan, so we get mixed up a lot for some reason. I don't know why. I told my mom I was a vegan. She goes, you too? I was like, that is not how it works. I just told you I don't eat meat. I'm the least gay in the family, you know?
I was talking about the show Cops, and then I watched the show Cops a lot. Or I should say, I watched the show Cops a lot. They took it off the air, do you know that? They canceled Cops. Do you remember why? Black Lives Matter. Yeah, weird response, I thought. Like, oh, you're just gonna murder random black people? Well, then we're not gonna film it anymore. How about that? I don't know if that's the right answer. No more witnesses, left to your own devices. I don't know, wait, cops, don't leave. Cops.
Daniel Day-Lewis was also in a movie called My Left Foot, for which he pretended to have cerebral palsy for 6 months of shooting and actually broke 2 ribs from being hunched over for so long. He also lived off the land in the wilderness by himself to get ready for 6 months to get ready for Last of the Mohicans. You can literally get this guy to do anything if you put him in a movie. I feel like a movie producer could take advantage of him. Like, Daniel, I have a movie idea.
Will you befriend a Hollywood movie producer that needs your kidney?
I speak from experience. I've lived with a stranger twice. The most recent time was before I moved in with my now wife. My roommate and I, our third roommate, suddenly moved out. So we had to find a new one quickly, and we went on this thing called Craigslist. And if you don't know what Craigslist is, a guy named Craig made a list of perverts that you can live with.
And somebody told me this. They were like, hey, when people say bless your heart, they can mean it in a good way or a bad way. And I was like, what? Like, how you do a bad bless? And they're like, no, trust me, sometimes that's not what they mean. So now, anytime somebody tells me, bless your heart, just to be safe, I reply with, bless your heart. Yeah, I wish you would bless my heart. Bless it again, go ahead.
I moved here, I went to this expensive lady gynecologist, and she confirmed that I had HPV. I'm like, okay. And she did this very invasive exam, which, like, after the exam, if I was, like, dating men or married to a man, she would have just said, don't have sex for a week. But she knows that I'm married to a woman, and I guess she panicked, because what she said was nothing in the vagina. Don't put anything in the vagina for a week. I don't know what you people do. Just don't put anything in the vagina for a week. I was like, what about my autographed picture of Kate McKinnon? That's where I keep it, lady.
I also, from time to time, I can look like a failed older gay writer. I love that. The failed writer look, and for me, that's aspirational because I've never tried. And there's something romantic to me about being a like one of these over-the-hill writers who's like, I used to be important. I wrote novels and screenplays, and it's not me who grew more conservative. It's the rest of the country who got too liberal. My ideas are normal. My right-wing gay ideas, why aren't they tolerated? I was rudely thrown out of a Vanity Fair party because I refused to use people's pronouns. Why should a man of letters be burdened with pronouns?
You know what I'm talking about? The organic peanut butter? It's got like an inch of oil on the top of it. Looks like a science project on the grocery shelves. You know, well, Greg, that's how peanut butter naturally settles. Well, then cover it up. Nobody wants to see that. Yeah? Greg, your peanut butter has preservatives in it. That's why it doesn't do that. Yeah, that's exactly why it doesn't do that. Yeah? Maybe we're trying to preserve people's appetites, right? Like, Greg, you just take a knife and you stir the jar and the oil goes away. Oh, now I'm supposed to help you make the peanut butter? Why don't you just hand me a bag of peanuts and a hammer next time? I'll smash them up myself. Me eater, you maker.
In Reykjavik, Iceland, downtown Reykjavik, Iceland, there is a portrait studio that will dress you like a Viking. And I said to my husband, a man, always a fun reveal. Can we go? Can we go? And he said, we already have an appointment because we are in love. And we went. And they put me in furs, and I had a bow and arrow and a shield and a spear, and I felt fierce, I felt dangerous, I felt sexy, and then I saw the photos. Not gonna lie to you, I look like a tough old bird.
But I'm tired of horoscope prejudice. I am tired of it. And one thing you can do is you can I wrote down an evil historical figure for all of the other 11 star signs. So then when they give me guff, I can be like, oh, and you're a Capricorn? Those are good. Kim Jong-un is a Capricorn. So that's a good one. Good for you. Way better than me. What's your horoscope, sir? Gemini. Right on. Let me see what we got here. Gemini. Ever heard of Jeffrey Dahmer? Watch out for this guy.
I feel like intermittent fasting means something different in the Midwest. I feel like that's when you guys black out by 5 and forget to eat dinner. You just wake up the next morning like, I feel good. I wrapped my car around a pole last night, but I feel fit. Lean.
I'm not kink shaming anybody, but I'm just glad I'm not in a bondage just because I don't have the money for that equipment. I'd have to use what's in the house. I'd be like, oh, sorry, we couldn't afford a whip, so I gotta go with this old Ethernet cable.
Now, I don't want to be controversial, but I actually think that sports are a treacherous place for little girls. You know, like, I played volleyball against OJ's daughter growing up. Chill, I'm still alive. No, I did. I played volleyball against OJ's daughter growing up after he got out of jail the first time. For murder. It was crazy. He came to like all the games for 2 years after. And I'll tell you what, it was wild being 10 years old and seeing him on the sidelines. Because sometimes after I would score, I'd just look over at him and be like, wow, we're both killers.
One thing that's funny about small towns, have you ever noticed that a bad tattoo in a small town very different than a bad tattoo in a big city? Like a bad tattoo in Minneapolis is like a barista who's like, oh, this is the chemical structure of dopamine. It's a symbol for my lifelong struggle with depression. And then a bad tattoo in farm country is like, these are the last words my brother said on the jet ski. Like, is that a rock?
I'll just get this out of the way. I am aware of my accent as well. I don't need you guys just staring at me, being like, where's it come from? Because that happens every show I do. The first 5 minutes, they won't let me be a person with thoughts. It's just a guessing game. They're like, is it Texas? No. Mississippi? I'm like, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. I just tell them, Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee. Every time, like, oh, you like a redneck? I'm like, absolutely not. It's highly offensive what you just said. Then they're like, you like a hillbilly? I relate.
Like those people who tell you horrible facts to try and cheer you up, as if that makes sense. You know? As in, like, you go, oh my God, look at all the flights are canceled. My whole holiday's fucking ruined. I can't go. I can't make it. And they go, well, people are being murdered in Afghanistan, so. And you go, oh, now I am sad about 2 things. Thank you. I've never understood how that's supposed to make you feel better. But what fucking reaction do those people want from me? Oh, fuck, my holiday's ruined. Well, people are being murdered in Afghanistan. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Is that what you want, you sociopath? I mean, the worst of it was, I originally grew up, at least initially, in South Africa, so I didn't have this when I was a kid. But when I moved here, I discovered that all of you were being shamed into finishing your food using hypothetical African children. It's quite a creepy thing to discover, to be honest. I also don't know why they have to be African every time.
Could you imagine if Trump killed Osama bin Laden? Could you imagine he'd be on TV? Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. I did it. I killed him. I'm the one that did the killing. I do the killing. I do the best killing. Everyone knows. I do the best killing. Yeah. It's official. I killed, I'm going to get this right, Oslamul Buljabals. I killed him.
He's dead. Dead as a doornail. Dead as the New York Times. I found him. I'm the one who found him. I found him myself. Melania is so proud. Look proud, Melania. So proud. Melania is so proud, Melania. I found him. He was living. This is true. 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 True. Cheru. Chim cheru. He was living in a city called Agrabah. Ooh, yes. He had a parrot for a best friend. A talking parrot, very smart, not dumb, very smart. And he had changed his name to Jafar, okay? I know this because I saw a documentary called Aladdin. It's the Aladdin, I saw it. I'm gonna say this, if there's any other bad hombres out there, it's gonna be a whole new world. Believe me, because you ain't never had a friend like me.
Am I the only one who thought the words to La Bamba were ba-da-da-da, La Bamba? Talk about being rocked to your very foundation. I was at a bar, I was watching a football game. Turns out the other half of the bar is karaoke. Somebody decides to sing La Bamba. We all make decisions in life. I glance up at the screen to do a lyric check, more for Soy Capitan than anything, but I notice where I expect to see ba-da-da-da, which is what I've been singing my entire life, I see a Spanish phrase, para bailar. I immediately say, people, they've got the wrong words up here. We all know it's ba-da-da-da. But I was mistaken. It is, in fact, para bailar, which means, Spanish speakers, to dance. Yes, in order to dance. That's what I discovered. You know what ba-da-da-da means? Same thing. Much easier to pronounce.
And we've had this discussion a few times where he has said to me, we should try sexting because, we got married before sexting. Really? And I've always said, no. I mean, oh my God. I've sexted with coworkers, but never him.
He said, sir, I'm gonna have to pat you down. I said, all right, do what you gotta do. This is what he said to me. He's like, sir, I just want you to understand. I'm gonna be using the back of my hand, sir. Do you understand me, sir? I said, yeah, why you keep repeating it? That's weird. You still gonna rub across my dick? This is getting strange now, bro. Do what you gotta do. Fuck, man. Like, if you was walking down the street, right? And I touch your dick, you're like, yo, what the fuck? And I'd be like, nah, I did this. I did this, player. This is gay, this is TSA. Gay, TSA. Keeping America safe, one cock at a time. That's one cock. That's where they keep it in the cock.
Nah, ladies, you need a short man. Because a short dude will do anything to stay in your life. Yeah, he's gonna be on his toes. For multiple reasons.
Wow, that's all I could say. Not that we weren't getting fucked before. All our previous presidents, Democrats, Republicans, just a nice, big fucking, from everybody, but not like this. This is not being done with finesse. When I get fucked, I like to be told I'm doing well, I look good. Here's a couple of appetizers, and then I'll put out. But what the fuck is this? I would respect Trump more. I would respect Trump more if he came out as the Joker. Like, I mean it. I mean this. Because then I would understand him. Like, if he had on, like, white powdered makeup and slit his lips. And slit his lips, you know, and the little orange tuft, and he was like, isn't Betsy DeVos wonderful? Because that's what we're living through. Do you understand that? So I get into sports. I'm one of those idiots, right? Any other idiots into sports? But I take it to, like I'm so into my teams that when they lose, I take it so personally and I turn on them. You know what I mean? I fucking turn on them, you know? It's like they like if, you know, I'm a New York Giant fan, and if I see the quarterback being sacked, which happens regularly, you know, I fucking go, how can you get sacked when I never had a real home? Or baseball, you know, I'm a big Yankee fan, and like, you fucking hit into a double play the day I'm fucking diagnosed as pre-diabetic? Fuck you. Fuck you.
I brought my son to a comedy festival in Nebraska. It was Johnny Carson's hometown, and I was always such a huge fan of Johnny Carson. I wanted to show my son some history, right? They have a museum there and everything. So we went there, and we had a great time. And on before the first show, we were in the green room. It was me, a couple friends, my son, and then 2 comedians walked in that I had never met, so they didn't know me, and they certainly didn't know my son. And so they thought he was a comedian, and they were like, how old are you? And he goes, I'm 18. They go, oh, you think you're going to go out there and wow the adult crowd with your 18-year-old humor? Yeah? Is that right? Is that what you're going to do? Sure. Uh-huh. Going to tell them about how you live with your parents? And somebody whispered to me, they go, are you going to help your son? And I was like, nah, I sharpen this stick. I know how it pokes. So the guy was just giving it to my son, and he's finally done, and my kid goes, yeah, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate the advice. Do you mind if I say something I like about your act? And the guy goes, go for it. He goes, I really like how you smile at the end of your jokes to let people know they're finished, since the punchlines don't do the trick. Everybody slowly looked at me, and I was just like, Daddy raised you right! So thrilled. But that wasn't even my favorite. At the end of the week, there was a former Miss Nebraska there. Just a lovely woman. She was like the town celebrity, so nice. And she invited us all to her home to have a buffet at the end of the week. And so we got there. It was my friend Joe, my friend Phil, my son, and myself, and we got there late. And there were no plates left. And Phil is from Canada. And I only tell you that to let you know that he doesn't care about others. So we walked in, and there were no plates left at the buffet. And there were 3 plates on the kitchen wall. And Phil goes, can I use one of these? And she goes, no, you may not. And he goes, why not? And she started crying. And through tears, she told us this story about how her mom had left Europe with just 12 plates and the clothes on her back. And then she met the husband, and they had 4 kids, and they all got 3 plates. And all 4 of those kids had 3 children of their own, so they were all going to get 1 plate. And Phil goes, is that it? And she goes, yes, it is. And he goes, well, I'm hungry. I'm going to get food. And he turned, but he had a backpack on. And it knocked a plate off of the wall, and it shattered. And the only thing you could hear in the kitchen was the clock ticking and this woman sobbing. And my son goes, God damn it, Phil, now she's going to have to kill one of her kids. I mean, come on. This lady went from crying to laughing, and she goes, oh, I like you. And my son goes, enough to let me pick which kid? This dude's like a superhero who doesn't know how to use his powers yet. I'm flying. Is that a wall? Smash.
What can I say, man? I'm 47. I'm a 47-year-old straight white guy. 47-year-old cisgendered straight white guy. You can't put pride behind any of my identities. It'll offend people, you know? And I'm fine with that because I'm actually a pretty liberal guy. I know I have like a Trumpy head, but I'm not really, I'm not how I represent. I don't even know how I would describe my politics. Aggressively moderate. That's how I would describe my politics. And listen, I grew up with a lot of white guys. They're not happy, man. You know? They're like, bro, it's a fucking tough time to be a straight white guy. No, not an easy time to be a straight white guy. Well, I just want to put it on the record that it is not a tough time to be a straight white guy. I just want to get that on the record. Get that on the record. Not a tough time to be a straight white guy. But I would like to add, it is not as good as it was. And I don't think that's controversial. You would notice a difference. A lot more accountability, a lot less movies geared towards me. I should be a game show host already if this fucking industry was how it used to be. Now I'm in a fucking basement on a Tuesday. But I'm fine with it, man. You know, I'm totally fine with it. In fact, I'll acknowledge my privilege. I know that acknowledging white privilege gives a lot of white guys the ick these days, but I'm fine with it. Huh? I am a straight white guy and I acknowledge my privilege. In fact, I'll go even further. I'm not just a straight white guy. I am the worst type of straight white guy. A good-looking straight white guy. I have not suffered. I'm sure I walked on this stage. There's some diversity in the crowd. You saw me, fucking 47-year-old gray-haired white guy. You were like, look at this asshole. He hasn't suffered a day in his life. And you are correct. I have a house in the Hamptons. You know how I got it? I inherited it. And we're from Queens. That's how easy it is to be a white person. We're not even fancy people. I got a fucking house in the Hamptons. Good-looking straight white guy. Best thing to be, man. It's not controversial. This isn't offending anybody. This is a historical fucking accuracy. Tall, good-looking straight white guy. Are you kidding me? Tall is a privilege. Unless you're on a plane, tall is a privilege. You know? You know, nobody wants to talk about all the other privileges. You know, I'll tell you what makes me laugh the most is I love when I say, oh, you know, it's not a tough time to be a straight white guy. And people always cheer, and women always cheer at that. And I'm fine with that, you know. And I know about sexism and the patriarchy. I know about all that shit. But I do love sometimes when women think that they are somehow devoid of their own discriminations, their own little blind spots of discrimination. Because I know that for a fact, women love to discriminate against who? Anybody? Short men. Thank you. Short men. You know how I know? Because they don't fucking hide it. They can't fucking say it enough. It's literally on their Tinder profiles. Under 6 feet, not apply. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who do you think you are discriminating against our short kings? That's heightism. That's the next round of canceling. They're coming for you, you heightest bitches. You know who you are. You know who you are. They're coming for you next. But personally, I don't care because I'm 6'3". Tall, good-looking, straight white guy. Best thing to be, man. And I acknowledge that privilege. I acknowledge it. You know, in fact, I'll go even further. I'm not just a tall, good-looking, straight white guy. I went gray and got even better looking. Jesus Christ, the privilege. The fucking privilege. Just when I thought I was getting old, they put a fucking Z in front of daddy. They made me a fucking zaddy.
You know, I'm a big Dr. Phil guy. Dr. Phil, just such a, you know, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but the way he'll just chop you down and then throw to commercial. Brilliant comedic timing. Just, you know, hey, you are, hey, I'll fucking, hey, shut your fucking mouth, you little twat. We'll be right back. And just every time, hilarious. I don't know what the episode was about, where that context was headed, but hey, Nathan, look at me right now. Look at me. I don't like your attitude. I don't like your energy, okay? You're 16. I don't know how you got out of bed. Okay, you're dressed like a goddamn WNBA ref, okay? You're on my stage right now. I don't like the way that your eyes are looking at my... I want to fucking hit you, dog, but I'm not gonna, because you got secrets, okay, Nathan? And we got to get to rock top to figure out why you're at rock bottom, because your heart's being driven into the ground. It's a depressive submarine, and you need help, okay? Give me one reason, Nathan, why you're not a loser, and I'll give you 10 reasons why everyone in your family wishes you were dead. We'll be right back. We'll see if we get Nathan to step back from that ledge, my friend. Third Eye Blind style. His teasers are unbelievable, though. Phil does not want you to change that channel. He'll do anything in his power. On today's show, you got to stick around. My next guest has a UTI, but a PhD. Please say hello to Stephanie. Come on back. She's gonna bleed on a beanbag. My next guest has Down syndrome, but an upbeat attitude. Please say hello to Anthony. He's gonna come up here and do a Sudoku backwards. Dr. Pimple Popper. Another good one that makes you feel good. Again, we have these down days, these down weeks. Life gets fucking tricky, man. People don't talk about it enough, that just how much certain shows can just give you that mood boost that you're looking for. Could really turn the entire year around. Dr. Pimple Popper is a show where you're like, man, I needed this. I was having a weird off week. I missed my best bud's birthday. I was late on a cable payment. Then you turn on Pimple Popper and you're like, fucking, at least I'm not that guy. You know what I'm saying? At least I'm not walking into her office like, hey, I got a foot on my shoulder. You got any cream for the shoulder foot, Dr. Pimple Popper? It's like, Jesus, Grover, how'd you escape Sesame Street? Got out of your contract? But you feel bad. You try to have some compassion. She does. That's what drew me into the show. Dr. Pimple Popper has an exuberant amount of empathy, and that's what really drew me in, right? She never wants to assume anything is more than what it is. Somebody will walk in, no joke, with like 2 4-pound nutsacks, spooning on the side of their chin, and she'll look right at him and go, so, what brings you in here today? I bet it's not the fact that you're teabagging your own fucking face, is it? There's got to be a mole somewhere we can trim down. Get those ears to line up. Planet Earth was my go-to COVID show. We all had that show during the pandemic that just helped us escape. And I travel all the time, so once that was sucked out of my routine, Planet Earth was this, saving grace of like, dude, look at all these beautiful places the country provides that I might not ever get to see live in the flesh again. And David Attenborough, to me, has the best pipes in the biz. This guy narrates the shit out of these amazing views. But even his commentary was getting too raw for my taste because the chaos that was happening outdoors was bleeding into his narration. He was not immune from what was happening. It was like, Tasmania is a world apart. And just like any other sanctuary this side of Australia, winter means a struggle for survival. As the snow wolf fights for food, the platypus finds shelter in a nearby cave, which provides the perfect place for him to kill himself in. Fuck, why would he do that, Dave? Because, Adam, COVID-19 is running rampant! Monkeypox is just around the bend. Debt is at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time low. And who knows if a vaccine will be here soon enough to save us? I myself am not vaccinated. I didn't get Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson. I went to Costco and got the Kirkland brand vaccine. I'm fine. I'm fine. If you did get the Johnson & Johnson, may God have mercy on your soul. That is a roll of the dice that nobody should. It's never a good sign days after you get injected with anything and the government comes out and they're like, you didn't take all of it, right? We still got some bubbles to work out, baby. If you don't want to go bungee jumping, hear the guy behind you at the edge of the cliff go, whoa, 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 don't go yet, it's not ready! Some people are just like, I'm going to smoke through it, man. I'm going to smoke through COVID. Smoke all the weed. Yeah, I know. You get signs. I like being a comedian smoking pot. People don't chastise you for that behavior. There are jobs where you get in trouble. Sha'Carri Richardson, the Olympic marathon runner, got kicked out of the Summer Games for smoking weed. They told her it's a performance-enhancing drug. You can't smoke pot, Sha'Carri. It's a performance-enhancing drug. No weed for you, Sha'Carri. It's a performance enhancer. I was like, okay, Olympic Committee, who's never done drugs before? Do you not know how weed works? I've smoked a lot of pot in my day. I've never been so high that anyone in my life has ever been like, dude, Adam, slow down. Emotionally or physically. It's always like, hey man, you haven't blinked in an hour and a half. Should we take you to the hospital? You drove to 7-Eleven, got a Slurpee, forgot that you drove and walked home. I think it's time to hit the reset button, man. Price is Right. Probably my favorite game show of all time. To talk about daytime TV, yeah. Would love to host it, given the chance. People always ask comedians, what game show would you host? Price is Right. PIR, any day of the week. R.I.P. by the way to Bob Barker. What a legend, dude. What a just gangster. The GOAT. I'll be honest, I thought he died 15 years ago, but that's he was just living as a dead guy for like 20 years. But getting that old too, it's like fuck. That's why when you look at Harrison Ford's 81 and he's still doing Indiana Jones movies, which has got to be pissing Joe Biden off. Joe's 80. Joe's 80, and he's just like, I'd love to see you fight a flight of stairs at the mall, you cocksucker. God bless him, Joe. God, I think things took a turn when that 60-minute interview aired. They were like, Mr. President, wow, how's your focus? And he was like, never a good sign when you start nervously laughing before you respond to anything. He's like, my Focus, hey, I'll drive a Ford Focus. Is that what you want? I'll drive it right now. You want to go to Jumanji? I know the way. I know the leader. We'll take a right. We'll go left. We'll go up, down, A, B, select, start. Hey, it's your world. I'm just, hey, chicken or beef, fart or queef. Hey, I'll eat a spoon. I'll eat soup with a fork, but does that make me gay? It's like, Joe, that's not the question. Stay on track, baby. Every time he talks, I'm just like, come on, baby, sound it out. We got this. I'm on the other end of the TV, so supportive, right? When he's like, sometimes I'm just like, yeah, and I'll blow into the tube, hoping he'll go, thanks, Adam, and just, take that boost into the next story. He shouldn't have been on that bike. I don't know why JoJo was on that bike. You're 80, baby. No one expects anything of you aerobically when you hit 80, right? I don't know who in Joe's camp was like, Mr. President, the American people don't want to hear about your views on healthcare. They want to see if you can ride a 15-speed Huffy through a dusty terrain. And Joe, God bless him, was like, no problem, I got it. Why you want it? Why you want it? Just fucking parkoured into the bushes in broad daylight and bled from the eardrums. He went full America's Funniest Home Videos. Why you want it? I was like, Joe, this footage should not exist unless you're trying to win $25,000 from Alfonso Ribeiro. Gotta Control, Alt, delete this shit, man. Jill is standing by him, and I love that. She's like, whether he falls upstairs or down bikes, I'm right there with him. And she's, doing what a first lady does. But at some point, as every first lady has to do, it's a thankless job. You got to step up with your own campaign slogan, your own motto that really unifies the country. Every first lady's done it. Michelle Obama famously went hard in the paint with, they go low, we go high. And everybody was like, let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about, MB. Nice shoulders, by the way, right? And then Melania Trump fired right back with, be best. And everybody was like, yeah! Wait, what? The fuck did you say? Be best, be better, try your best. I feel like we're missing some words, sweetheart. For sure Trump was standing in the wings staring her down like, look, you get 2 syllables a week and then back in the box, bitch. You've already said too much. Excuse me. Somebody grab a cookie by the pussy and give it to Barron. You know what to do. You see a pussy, you grab a pussy. Excuse me. If you see a cookie, grab a pussy cookie. It's a chocolate chip pussy cookie. Excuse me, oatmeal raisin, gluten-free pussy cookie. Cookie pussy. You can grab a pussy cookie. Grab a cookie pussy. Oh my God, so funny when he said that. Some things are so bonkers. Like when I heard him go, you can grab him by the pussy, I just uncontrollably I was like, oh my God! Like no part of his mouth was like, no, wait, don't. He was just like, do what you gotta do, mouth. I trust you. Hey man, abhorrent, derogatory, misogynistic, however you took that, that's how you took that. How I took it when Trump was like, you can grab him by the pussy, was, hey, has this guy ever hooked up with a woman before? For real, because his whole defense was, it's a locker room talk, baby, okay? Excuse me, you don't get it, okay? Because you're a tiny cock loser and you don't play sports, okay? But the real fellas, excuse me, we play sports. And we go to the locker room, the room with lockers, where we put our shoes, excuse me, and our gloves that we use to grab cookie pussies, excuse me. And you don't get it because you're a tiny cock loser, but we go to the room with lockers after sports and we talk about pussies and cookies. That's one version of how he sounds, for sure. That's how I hear it. I don't know how you hear it, but I heard that and I was like, yo, Don, I played all the sports, baby. I was in all the locker rooms. I never heard any guy go up to another guy and be like, yo, Cameron, you got a crush on Michelle? Here's what you do. You listen, don't even make eye contact. As soon as you see her, you grab that shit, dude. You grab a fistful. You grab it, you twist it, you bop it. You've seen the commercials, dog. You're quarterback now, Cameron. People, I don't know. Everyone's just trying their best. Lizzo was on top of the world, man. That fucking one weird move. Who knew that was, you know someone till you know them, truly. Lizzo, I was so pumped. She was just like, man, you could still have a fat ass and get on a trampoline. I forget what she said, but just the whole body positivity movement that she was pushing, I was a real big fan of. I thought it was awesome, because again, having weight issues growing up, I was like, this is really, people are too hard on themselves. I hate that. She truly was sticking up for people to be like, dude, just fucking don't be so hard on yourself. It sucks. Life is short. And I dug that, And I was pretty indifferent about her tunes. Catchy as all hell for sure. But, her videos would pop up in my IG feed and she was like, you want to see me get in a hot tub? And I was like, I got a couple hours to kill for sure, yeah. But then she just took a turn, man. I don't know if you guys know exactly what happened. My wife and I, we looked it up. We're like, what did Lizzo actually do? And so I pulled up the article, took a little screenshot just to make sure I didn't misquote exactly what went down. So it said, it's claimed that Lizzo began inviting cast members to take turns touching the nude performers, catching dildos launched from the performers' vaginas, and eating bananas protruding from the performers' vaginas during a visit to a strip club in Amsterdam. Yeah. I don't know if I should keep reading. You do know it is illegal to jack off in the showroom, right? That should be a rule of thumb in most public settings. I mean, I don't know what that was, but it didn't sound good. I mean... Yeah, I mean, every young... Isn't it so funny? Still, even at like 41, the guys don't have cool cum noises. My buddy's kid is addicted to porn, and he's like, dude, he's just addicted. I just can't get him off. I was like, how do you know he's addicted? He's like, because I hear him. I was like, that sucks. That noise, as you just showed us, sir, it's so... Dude, it is every guy in their head when they're coming for the first time. They're like, yeah, yeah, yeah! Ooh, yeah, I'm coming. It's like this firework festival and parades. No, every dude when it comes in sounds like you, bro. Just like going through a haunted mansion on a razor scooter. I mean, thank you for setting up that joke. I was not going to do that. Porn is so extensive too. God, I'm just like, butts, boobs, what do you got? Some people are like, I need like 15 storylines. I need plot. Stepmom fucks stepdad until stepson comes home early from Iraq. It's like, dude, that's too much. Yeah, man, Lizzo. Not cool. Somebody had to know though. It's always somebody from the past that comes out of the woodworks when these things make national news. Get on any camera, any station, they're like, yeah, I knew. I knew. I went to elementary school with Lizzo, and I know she was always pretty cool, but you could tell by the way she played kickball. I always played kickball with Lizzo. Every time I rolled the ball to her, she was just licking her lips like, I don't know if she thought it was because she thought it was a meatball or something. I just knew there was a look in her eyes like someday this bitch is gonna feed strangers pussy bananas. I could tell it. I could tell it right then and there. I could tell it. Strip club though, man. That's strippers in general. My wife was so cool about my bachelor party. She's like, do whatever you want. I really don't care. She's the fucking greatest. She was just like, she is so supportive of this world and job, and it's so crazy. This is her birthday weekend that we're doing the special on. She's like, fuck yeah, I'm all about it, right? And the bachelor party was cool. We went to AZ, got an Airbnb, had a pool, video game truck, a steel drum guy for some reason. My dwarf buddy was there for diversity purposes and pictures. Had booze, weed, basketball hoop, and my best friend was like, dude, we gotta get a stripper. And I was like, yeah, I think that part of my life is actually behind me. And then he threw me this emotional curveball. Oh, come on! And I was like, well, I didn't look at it from that angle. Let's do it. Yeah, that's a great point. Come on as a significant argument.
It's terrible being an intelligent woman trapped in a Scottish accent and living in America. I didn't know this was my voice till I moved to England, right? In my head, I talk like Stephen Fry. And then moved down south and started going into shops and people just looked at me like a dog was barking at them. So I've lived there for 10 years and it's largely great. The shops are open for ages. But one of the hardest things is every day for the last decade, what my English friends love to do to me is repeat what I'm saying back at me in a bad Scottish accent. And they always have a look in their eyes like, she is gonna love when I do this. Every day. I've got one friend that does it all the time. Her name's Hayley. She's always like, Fern, this is my impression of you. Hello, I'm Fern Brady! Thanks, Hayley. I feel so comfortable. This is my impression of you. Please don't tell everybody about the time I gave everyone at uni chlamydia. Sorry, still not getting that Cockney accent, you okay. I never really thought much about being Scottish. Then I moved to England and I became Scottish Fern, and then you realise that you're meant to live up to this cartoon version of Scottishness where you're aggressive, a drunk, allergic to salad, right? Yous all know the drill. It's hard for me to live up to this, right? Because I'm quite quiet off stage. Salad, can't get enough of it. I was considered almost quite middle class growing up here. Scottish middle class, not English middle class, right? Scottish middle class is where you've been on a plane once and mum makes you eat fruit regularly. Don't like drinking either. This is quite a weird thing to say as a Scottish person and a professional comedian. I don't like alcohol. And not because I'm a recovering alkie or anything. I just don't need drink to make me blunt and offensive in social situations. Guys, that is a gift I have naturally. Here's another thing. Be jealous immediately. Never needed alcohol to make me a slut. I seem to accept early on in life I enjoy pumping sea monsters. Why bother with the health risks of alcohol? Big time stoner. Who needs memories? Turns out me for this job. Oh man, I love to smoke joints, but I've had to quit it for the sake of my job because my memory was getting so bad I had to Google the phrase double bike because I no longer knew the word for tandem. I've been smoking heavily for like a year and I was like, all that stuff about memories is just government conspiracy theories. And then I went to say the name of I've been going out with the same person for 8 years, so I know his name, right? His name's Connor. I went to say his name and I thought, is this cunt even called Connor? Who knows? Just act confident. See, when I was growing up, whenever I saw Scottish comedy on telly, it seemed to rely on slagging off Scotland, and it was a kind of shtick that was like, oh, aren't we all just fat, illiterate bastards eating chips out of a bin? That's what it was, right? I don't like slagging off Scotland. I'm not comfortable with it, apart from one crucial thing, and that is the world of Scottish amateur pornography. Which I made the terrible mistake of watching. This is a real category of porn. I'm not making it up for the show. Don't watch it. But a lot of you are drinking. You easy. He's cheersing. He's seen it. Scottish porn's the most depressing porn I've ever seen. Comes a close second to Russian porn, and at least in that they're skinny, but it's in that bleak, we did this for a piece of bread kind of way. I've watched literally every Scottish porn on the internet for the purposes of this show. Some of the clips, you're like, how can I even tell these people are Scottish? There's not much dialogue. Let me tell you, I knew. With a depressing inevitability, I knew my own people. Because it was just pale, hairy white bellies smashing against each other in close up like water balloons filled with yoghurt. Every few seconds, a wee voice off camera would go, oh, aye. Or memorably, tug on my pubes, Rona! I clicked on this Pornhub clip. It said Scottish girl fucked in London. When I put it on, literally just footage of me paying £1,000 a month to live in a basement. And I watched like amateur stuff rather than slickly shot professional stuff because it's more ethical. That's what a hipster am. It's more ethical. What they lack in muscle tone or symmetrical facial features, they make up for with a large degree of enthusiasm. You know what I mean? I can see who watches it here. I've had to stop watching it and go back to the professional stuff. I'll tell you why. Firstly, can't control the soundtracks in people's homemade sex tapes. I had to turn off someone's amateur porno because they were playing the song Everybody's Changing by Keane in the background. Oh, which will come first, climax or me killing myself? And here's another thing. I don't judge any of you if you want to make a sex tape, but for the love of God, would you lock up the pets beforehand? You know the number of times I've just sadly closed my laptop during a porno? Because there's been a couple pumping away in the foreground, really happy, really oblivious to just the sight of their proud cat sauntering in the background. Meow! This is my time to shine! I put one on the other day. It had a couple were just dry humping American college amateurs, and in the background there was just a sad little Yorkshire Terrier. Dogs are pure innocence and goodness, just looking at them like, please take me a walk. I watch lesbian porn, mostly because straight porn is largely made for straight men, so it'll have these blowjob scenes that go on for 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. Well, why don't I just watch someone file a tax return? Men in the audience, do you hear how many more lady laughs are coming after that bit? I have like a list of little tasks that I need to get done round the house, and the one that never gets done, and I feel bad about it every day, I always think about it, is whenever I put a porn on, I'm at the beginning of a wank. It's another fantastic day as a self-employed lady. I think it'd take you seconds to put some blue tack or a bit of tape over the camera of your laptop, and you never do it. And one day someone's going to hack into my laptop and steal footage of me wanking. That's a thing, yeah? Then it's career over or the start of a glorious new career. This is what stops me doing it, I think. Don't flatter yourself. Realistically, who is going to want to watch footage of a 33-year-old woman in full winter pyjamas? Sheets pulled up to my chin because I'm a Catholic. Don't want Jesus to see. Or my dead grandparents, dirty voyeurs. Triple chins, just... completely dead-eyed. Who needs facial expressions, man? Facial expressions are for when you're with other people. There's a market for that, though. There's a market for dead-eyed Scottish women in porn. I know it. Whenever I get asked to describe my comedy, I always say it's accessible, observational stuff, suitable for the whole family, right? Then you start reading descriptions of yourself over the years. Mines are always consistent. They're always blunt, brutal, forthright. I don't read reviews, but I saw one by accident recently. It opened with, Fern Brady scares me. That was a nice review. Who's this scary woman they're talking about? I'm a lovable, nice girl. And I'd always wondered why people thought I was aloof. And then I was doing a show in Berlin, and a woman came up to me at the end, and she said, just so you know, your entire set is a description of a woman with Asperger's. You should look into it. One guy just laughed there like, oh, thank God she realises. It was the 10th person that had said it to me, right? One of them was me into the mirror every day. Looked into it, started getting diagnosed. I'll be honest, guys, it's not a huge surprise. I've always felt like an alien trapped in a beautiful woman's body. the rest of the show isn't a poignant unpacking of the diagnosis and how I came to terms with it, and then we all have a little cry. No. I'll just tell you where it affects me, right? I thought it'd be cracking to get to a point in comedy where people recognise you for your comedy and say they like your stuff. Then it started happening, and I was like, oh, I forgot I don't have any social skills off stage. A guy came up to me in the airport. He was like, hey, I've seen you on YouTube. I really like your stuff. In my head, when this happens, I'm always like, thank you so much. The way I responded to this guy, however, was by silently holding out both my hands and holding both his hands and just smiling in his face dementedly, like Kate Middleton when she meets a heroin addict at the opening of a community centre. Don't let that put you off chatting to me after. Just know I've been coached in how to talk to you by my autism therapist, Jemima.
I tried to impress a girl. I shaved my area. But I forgot to shave my belly. So now I just look like a dog that's had surgery. But it's not a good look. My waist looks like the property line between a rich family and a poor family's house. And my ass is just the woods across the street. Don't go in the woods. Nobody go in the woods. Maybe pop a finger in the woods. My car broke down. The mechanic called me, and I live in Brooklyn now. My car broke down. The mechanic called me, and he said, your radiator's shot. What do you want to do? I was like, I probably want to get a second opinion from someone who knows how to pronounce radiator. That's what I was thinking I might do. I don't know. Did you check the spork plugs? What about the transmission? He said, he's a professional. If I went to the doctor and he was like, oh, we got to get you checked out for colon cancer, I would find a different doctor. Something doesn't smell right. I grew up with an older brother. I learned how to fight by fighting with my older brother. The problem with that is that you learn fighting skills that aren't necessarily applicable in the real world. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be in a bar fight and just jump kick a guy in the back and then lock myself in the bathroom till my mom comes home from work. Like, what just happened? I don't know. That grown man threw a remote control at my nuts. And then he climbed a tree and refused to come down. He's the greatest fighter I've ever seen. He threatened to lick my face. Did anyone have to fight their older brother? Who had to fight an older brother? You did. You had two. What was three? What was your strategy?
I just learned how to take a punch.
You learned how to take a punch. You sorry sack of shit. You just. You know this is going on an album. This is going on a famous comedy album. This is going on, and you just learned how to take a punch. Stand up for yourself, sir. No, that's fine. We'll edit that part out. It will make you look good. Well, I'm gonna have it edited so when you say I learned how to take a punch, it's gonna go, I learned how to fuck some shit up. I asked that in St. Louis. I told that joke one time, and I asked that, and this guy with a big smile on his face, he told me, "Oh, I would put antifreeze in his juice." That's not a fighting technique, man. That's attempted murder. My dad's crazy. He got sick of us fighting so much, and one day my dad said, "Oh, you two like to fight so much. How about you fight for real?" And fighting for real, according to my dad, was making us put on winter gloves and box in the backyard while he sat in a lawn chair and watched. Just clearly for his own amusement. My father is the Michael Vick of children. Who wouldn't pay to see two shirtless little boys with tears streaming down their faces as they beat the shit out of each other with Transformers mittens? My dad would just yell. He would just yell questions at me that had no answers. And I was bad. I got in trouble for smoking weed in 8th grade. And I came home from school and my dad got in my face and he goes, "I made it through the Vietnam War without smoking pot and you couldn't make it through middle school." What are you supposed to say to that? Yeah, sorry you were the only nerd in Vietnam. I must have missed that character in Apocalypse Now. Why don't you live a little bit, Paul? I would have done heroin in Vietnam. You know how I know that? Because I've done heroin in Cleveland. I've been sober a long time now, though. I don't do drugs or drink anymore. And one thing I've missed out on a lot of developments in marijuana technology. That's what I've missed out on. Like all my friends in New York, they don't smoke weed anymore. They all have weed vape pens. Everyone's got a vape pen for weed, or they eat edibles. And now that marijuana is becoming legal or semi-legal everywhere, the edibles are crazy. They come with factory packaging and they've got brand names and ingredients on the back, and they're little gummy bears and lollipops and cakes. And back when I was smoking weed, if you wanted an edible, you had one choice, right? You remember you had to you had to find a hippie chick named like Tree Whistle. And she would sell you a brownie, and it would taste like dirt, and either one of two things would happen, right? Either A, absolutely nothing, or B, you would be uncomfortably high for 3 days. Those were the only, it was just either a complete dud or you were in the boat tunnel from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I had a weed brownie one time. I woke up 3 days later, I had a yellow belt in Taekwondo. And now they tell you everything that's in it, like, oh, this has got 2.4 milligrams of THC. They never told you what was in a weed brownie. Like, sometimes after you ate it, they'd be like, oh, there was angel dust in that one. You might be up for a while. Whose phone is ringing on my album? Oh, yours. Yeah, go ahead, take the call. Oh. I was confused by that. Am I just hearing things? No, okay. What fucking joke was I telling? No, I know it wasn't you. You get the shit kicked out of you by your brothers. You would never have the courage to leave your phone on. He's turning his phone on. Look at him. Guy's fucking standing up for himself for once in his life. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Look, he put his foot on the stage. Okay, you've gone too far now. No, you're all right. You're all right. What's that? You're getting fucking carried away here now, man. My grandfather lived with us growing up. Something was wrong with him. He would salute. He would do a full military salute whenever he saw a cat. Anytime a cat entered the room, he would stand up and salute the cat. And then he would look around angrily at everyone else who wasn't saluting the cat. And I asked my mom, I go, hey, how come Grandpa Gordon salutes cats? And she looked at me like that was a crazy question and goes, because he was in the Navy. I feel like you answered the wrong half of that question. It wasn't the salute portion that I was concerned about. And he was saluting them. So not only did he think he was in the Navy with cats, he thought they outranked him. Just like, look, Grandpa, I know that he's an admiral, but if he doesn't stop scratching the couch, I'm gonna have to squirt him with water. I don't care how long he's served.
We almost made it, didn't we, LA? Like, we almost got back to normal, right? We were so close. It's like a masked audience. Like, what are you talking about? Nothing is normal. We were this close. We were almost had everyone pretending to believe in science. We were so close to getting it back. And our city is forever changed, right? Everything's worse and weirder. We've got a homeless problem no one's allowed to talk about. We got so many tents in this town, the whole city looks like an REI showroom. Like, it is a nightmare out there. And the weirdest thing to come out of this pandemic is that LA finally has the outdoor eating it should have always had. Did it take an epidemic for us to be where we belong? We're supposed to be outside. Our weather is what we're known for. It's why people flock here. It's why our city has the highest concentration of delusional lunatics. Thank you for coming out, by the way. And we finally got outside, and everyone's acting like it's elegant to be eating outside. This isn't Paris. Like, this is weird outdoor eating. There's nothing elegant about it. Like, oh my God, you guys, we're outside. You are eating behind a cement police barricade. Like, in the gutter, where the garbage goes next to a corpse. Like, and it's normal for us. We're like, we made it. I'm eating outdoors. I feel so good. Little gem lettuces. But it's not, it's like on every menu. It's not normal for the waiter, right? Like, it's still really dystopian for the waiter, right? Like, we all finally got our restaurants back a couple months ago, right? You couldn't wait to go out. You're sitting there outside, mask off, tits out. Like, oh, let freedom ring. This is the way it should have been. Your waiter's in his own personal hell. If he comes up, you got your mask off. He's dressed like a welder. I never come in. You're like, do you want me to pull up to the next window? What is that? I'm gonna try with some appetizers. The guy's just breathing into his own personal hurt locker. And you're like, we're so excited to be here. Thank you so much. And it's interesting because everything about our city is different, but what didn't change is the required banter between waiter and customer. Right? Like, it's a pandemic. The waiter's like, welcome, so happy to have you. So have you dined with us before? No. But I have eaten at a restaurant. Like, I get the run of show. Can we hurry this up before there's another lockdown? Like, I understand how this works. Well, we do things a little differently here. No, you don't. You don't. Who in this room has ever been, like, floored by the information the waiter gave you subsequently? Like, who's ever been driving home just, wow, like, wow, that was different. I'm so glad there was a disclaimer. Well, waiter's ever been like, we do things differently. Tilt your head back, open up your goddamn throat. Like, when has it ever been that different? To say that things have gotten harder in the City of Angels. I've never called it the City of Angels until just now. To say that things have got harder, I think, is an understatement. And to me, they've gotten harder, and it's not even necessarily just the pandemic. Like, things overall have gotten harder. Like, you can't just go out to eat anymore. Remember? Like, if you're hungry, you're like, we will remedy that with food nearby. You cannot do that now. Everything is closed. There's no workforce. People don't want to. Everything is small. Everything has limited seating. And I don't blame the pandemic. I blame the fact that we love a hipster aesthetic. We love small batch. Remember, like, oh, Cheesecake Factory. Ugh. We want everything tiny. I want 1 scoop of lavender ice cream made every week for only 6 people. I want every restaurant run by 2 sisters from Brooklyn making 1 spoonful of honey. Tiny. Like, we're in Koreatown right now. If you want to go to, like, a cool Instagram hipster place after this for dinner, you can't. It's closed. Nothing is open. You can go to Burbank and there's, like, a Chili's, but that's about it. Everything's cool. Go knock on any vegan cool hipster restaurant Instagram spot at, like, 7 o'clock. Just like, are you guys open? I'm sorry, we're closed. We ran out of intention. So I've got to wrap this up because we're about to bring out some very funny comics, and I wanted to shed a little bit of light on why I wanted to do this show. You guys probably all work in show business. If not, what are you doing in this city? Go back to Ohio while you can. Get some land. Have a normal family. This business is really difficult, and I wanted to do a show where the comics chosen were chosen simply because they're funny. It's not a corporate mandate. There's no checklist. There's no expectation because I created it out of nothing, because trends come and go, but funny is forever. And all the comics on this show are people that I know, people that I've seen hustling, people that deserve a shot, and nobody gave me a shot. I had to claw it out from the mouth of Hollywood, and so I wanted to just give some comics a break who I see working hard, who are funny, and tonight's gonna be so fun.
Obviously, a lot of you know I'm from Staten Island, New York, right? Have you somebody from Staten Island? I love Staten Island. I'm proud to be from Staten Island, but growing up on Staten Island, and I didn't really fit in with the Staten Islanders. So it was like something a little, I never really felt like one of them. Because my parents are from Brooklyn. They didn't really have a lot of friends there. So, like, I was just figuring out on my own, like, what the fuck's going on in this place? Like, it was, and everything was, like, I was always a little bit different. My mom was always on me for my grammar. She's always correcting my fucking grammar. Like, it's Michael and I, Eric. I'm like, all right, Michael and I, Mom. Then I go to Mike's house. His mom's like, what's wrong? You don't want no more Ronies? I'm like, oh, my God, your mom's fucking stupid. Oh, my God, that was a double negative. She must be so embarrassed. Oh, my God. And like people on Staten Island don't leave Staten Island. So like, whenever they leave Staten, they're just looking for Staten Island again. I've noticed that. They go to fucking the pyramids of Giza. They're like, where the fuck you guys got good bagels or what? It's like, this isn't. You're coming here to get away from the bagels, Joey. This is not, you go to a fucking rainforest to hang out with some tribe that hasn't seen civilization. Like, yeah, their pizza's probably trash though. It's like, I didn't go here for pizza. How's the bacon, egg, and cheese in LA, bro? I'm like, I didn't go there for the bacon, egg, and cheese. I'll stick to fucking Forest Avenue if I want a bacon, egg, and cheese, okay? Or Victory Boulevard. They're actually better on Victory Boulevard. So growing up there, everything you see on TV about Staten Island is 100% accurate. I wish I could be like, that's not really us, but I'm like, fuck, that's kind of us. Okay. And everyone on Staten Island is cruising at a fucking 12. You know what I mean? Even the Jews on Staten Island are like, what the fuck you looking at, douchebag, eh? I'm like, okay, it's, Easy, Isaac, it's the Sabbath, okay? Can we just be friends?
So growing up there, if you're not like really fucking, like you don't really feel like one of them. Like I don't have a stereotypical Italian upbringing. My parents aren't off the boat immigrants. When you come to my house, my parents aren't there like, hey, que cosa, I don't have that whole... That's not me. My uncle wasn't making fucking shoes in the basement. I didn't have that shit, you know what I mean? I was very American. I loved PB&J, you know, stuff like this. And like I also didn't feel like the Italian Americans that I knew, because they all wanted to be on fucking The Sopranos. They're like, hey, fucking douchebag. Like I never had my uncles didn't know a guy, you know what I mean? Like I didn't have an Aunt Donna addicted to cigarettes. Every Italian family has an Aunt Donna. She's probably here somewhere. She was born 65, never younger, never older. Super tan, addicted to leopard. Everything is just, her fucking car is leopard. Her house is leopard. And she's always at Christmas scaring a baby. Always in his face. Oh, he's gonna be a heartbreaker, this one. You're so handsome. He's so handsome. What's wrong? He looks scared. Why are you scared? It's like, Jesus Christ, Donna, I'm fucking scared, okay? Can you put your head back on and put your tongue back in your mouth, please? So growing up there, I was always like, okay, those are the Italians. I guess I'm not Italian enough for that. You know, I have a super Italian last name, right? Genetically, I am technically from Italy, long enough ago. Like I was always like, okay, I'm white. Those are the Italians. I had Puerto Rican friends, black friends. Those are the Italians. I'm white. Cool. Everyone knows their place, right? Didn't realize just how culturally Italian I was, being from Staten Island, until I moved to California and I met actual white people. From places like Utah and whatever the fuck Wyoming is. It was the first time in my life I saw a group of people and I was like, am I white? And look, it's a decent question. I'm not trying to get street cred, okay? I know that I was very privileged, I had a great life. I'm just saying, whatever you could say about white people doesn't make sense to Italian people. That's all I'm saying, you know? There's just something a little bit different, that's all I'm saying. Growing up, I used to worship all black comedians. I used to want to be like all the black comedians, okay? They'd make me laugh, they'd make fun of white people, but I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. For example, every black comedian in the 90s would be like, yeah, man, white people don't hit their kids. I'd be like, My mom's hitting me right now, so I don't... Like, white kids get punished, right? They have timeouts and shit like this, right? I've seen reruns of Seventh Heaven. They get things taken away from them, right? No computer for a week, Scott. That's what happens in like a traditional white family, right? So I had this friend from Colorado. We're talking one day. He's also another comedian living in Los Angeles. We're talking about our childhood one day. And he was like, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me your mom never took away your PlayStation? That's fucking awesome. You're so lucky. Give me one of those. Just, So I'm like, yeah. I'm real lucky, Scott. I'm real lucky. My mother never took away my PlayStation, but you want to know what she did take away? My fucking kneecap, Scott. That's what my mom took away, okay? My mother took away my ability to chase the ice cream man. That's what my mom took away. I'd rather not play Crash Bandicoot for a week. That seems like a pretty good deal. Instead of missing out on making core childhood memories. Guys, wait up! Hold on! She wasn't gonna give me $1 anyway, so what the fuck? My mother has hit me with bats, chairs, spoons, my siblings, anything she got her hands on. There was always something new, like a wrestling match. She'd pull out something. Like, we don't have a pool table. Where the fuck did you get a pool stick from? Didn't give a fuck. Italians hit their kids. There was no secret about it. My father threatened me in public. He's like, you don't give a fuck what these people think? Not a care in the world. And for some reason, what's weird too is like the more your mom would fuck you up, you'd still be more afraid of your dad for some reason. Like, where is the logic in that? Right? Like, your mom would commit legal child abuse on you. But you were more afraid of what this guy's gonna do, right? Your dad's threats were always in the future. Wait till your father comes home. Want me to tell your father? Wait till your father hears about this. My dad's biggest threat was, don't make me get up. Get the fuck up. Get up. What's gonna happen if you get up? Was there a magic trick? Get up. You gonna threaten me with exercise? You fat fuck, get up. I should have known too. It was always like a threat, never like actually came to fruition. I was 19. I should have been like, I don't think this guy's gonna do shit. Just a little bit different, that's all I'm saying, you know? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I should get an N-word pass. I'm just saying it's a little bit different. Just a little bit off. There's a gray area, okay? It was news to me. I went living in Los Angeles, okay? I was in church. This very progressive couple had like a 4 or 5-year-old son in church. This kid stomps his feet on the pew, looking at everyone in the church. He's just like, da, da, da. So me being me, I'm like, oh, this kid's about to get fucked up. Shit. Hey, wake up. This kid's about to get punted to the stained glass. This is gonna be fucking incredible. But that's when I learned about agreements and discussions. This was news to me. I'm waiting for his dad to fucking punt this kid. But how did Doug handle the situation? We're in California, so he's very, he's like, excuse me, buddy? Sequoia? Sequoia! Excuse me? Thank you for making eye contact. Thank you. That was really good. I don't want to say that I'm disappointed because that's a negative word, okay? I will say that I'm surprised because I thought we had an agreement that we weren't going to be screaming during the mass. Do you remember that, buddy? Do you remember that? What's that? Go fuck myself? Okay, all right. No, it's fine. He can live his truth. This is his journey. I'll let him express himself freely. So I'm seeing this. I'm having like flashbacks to a war I was never in. I'm ready for. All of a sudden, I'm like back in Vietnam with a fucking rifle. Ready for fucking war. Because if that was me, not even that long ago. In a Catholic Italian household, you can't mess around in church. That's where your parents have to pretend they're good people, okay? Right? Like they got, like we're just threatening your life in the parking lot. So if I was ever like talking too loud or bothering my sister, all my mom had to do was give my dad the signal in the middle of church, right? She'd be acting all holy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. 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 Kill him. Fucking kill him. Take him outside. Kill him. Kill him right now. Jesus Christ said, I am the Lord. My dad will receive the signal. He's like, he's hearing fucking Guns N' Roses. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. He would then grab my ear so fucking hard, almost ripping it out of my skull. And then he would whisper into a child's ear the most threatening, fucked up shit you've ever heard in your life, right in front of God. Didn't give a shit, by the way. Not a care. I'm like, I can't have meat on Friday, but this shit's no problem. Listen to me. If you don't stop talking, I swear to Christ, I am gonna crucify you next to Jesus on that fucking cross. Do you understand me? He looks a little lonely up there, doesn't he? Look at me. You think I want to be here? I'm only here because your mother drags me here, okay? I'm already going to hell. I'll fucking kill you. Shut the fuck up. Sing the fucking song. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Just a little bit different. That's all I'm saying. Just a little bit different. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't think I should get my own history month. I'm just saying, it's a little bit different, okay? I guess I should have known, though. There were signs along the way, you know? Like, I love the show Full House. Remember the show Full House? I used to love watching Full House with my brothers, but I realized, like, the Tanner family doesn't really act like the D'Alessandro family. You know? In one episode in particular, Stephanie Tanner had a problem at school, okay? Her friend Charles was being hit by his father, okay? You remember this, right? And she's like, wait a minute, I thought you said you get hit by a door. He was like, yeah, a door named Dad. The music got serious. I was like, what happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. What did I miss? What did I miss? The episode got real serious. Stephanie told Uncle Jesse. Uncle Jesse, like, he hits him. We gotta do something about this. Fuck yeah. Uncle Jesse calls the police. I'm not making this up. You go watch it, okay? Uncle Jesse calls the police. The police take Charles away to a foster home. And he's like, at the end of this episode, he's like, Stephanie, you did the right thing. Because of you, Charles's dad can't hurt him tonight. You did the right thing. Then he breaks character, looks at the camera, speaking directly to the audience at home, and he's like, if you or anyone you know is being hurt by their parents, please call this number. I remember watching that with my brothers, like, are we supposed to call this number? Are we supposed to? My brother Brian, like, no, that's different. I'm like, how the fuck is that different? He said, I called one day. I was like, is Uncle Jesse there? Can I speak to Uncle Jesse?
And then we'll have woke airlines. A little different, a little softer. You walk down the tunnel, right? There's just a person standing there. You're not quite sure You're looking for a clue one way or the other. You don't want to be rude, you don't want to make a mistake, but can't see a breast, not sure, like. And they're just like, hi, my name is. My pronouns are nosotros, vosotros. Welcome to Woke Airlines. If you can have your N95 mask over all of your orifices. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth, asshole, please. There's some future variants that could happen any moment, anytime. Please stand 100 feet apart. We need half of the line outside the airport, please. Before we board, this plane will be taking off only after everyone has watched this 15-hour video from the CDC. We take it very seriously. Also, there are no sections on this flight. Okay, we don't want to elevate anyone over anyone else. You're all equal. Okay? There's no seats on this flight. We don't want anyone to feel they have a better seat than someone else. This is an equitable flying experience. Nobody's elevated or above anyone else. So can you guys just figure out a way to get on the plane yourselves? We do have a few seats for pets. If you want to seat your pet, we will seat a pet. And when you do find a place on the plane that you agree amongst yourself is good for both of you, please everyone sit Indian style to honor that culture. I'm sorry, did I just say Indian style? I'm sorry. I'm on notice. I am so sorry. If there's any BIPOC people out there, I apologize, please. I meant native. If there's any, please sit native style. I apologize, that was privilege that came through. That was my privilege. I am listening now, I'm an ally, I apologize. Please accept my resignation from this airplane. I am receding to give somebody else an opportunity who's of purer spirit. As I told you, there's no sections on this flight. All your flights cost the same. They were all the same amount, okay? No price was above any other price. We've taken all the money from all your plane tickets, pooled it up, and redistributed it to social services. So this is actually our last flight. We're going out of business, but please hashtag you were here and how good you felt about it. Making a difference. We have 86 bathrooms on this flight. One for whatever your preferred pronoun is. We're constantly building new bathrooms every year to accommodate the ever-expanding list of pronouns that come into existence. We have he, him, she, her, vosotros, nosotros, they, them, their, those, he, ha, Zuby, newbie. If we have not built your preferred pronoun bathroom yet, we do have these temporary, non-binary diapers. You can go in until that bathroom is constructed. Our entertainer for this flight will just be checking in on AOC's Instagram live feed. And we only have one rule for this flight, and I'm sorry, it applies to you, sir. There are no straight white men allowed on this flight. Beat it. You might want to go down to the next terminal to Nazi Airlines. All right, listen. Underneath everything, all right, we get it.
Always flying from here to there, and I always end up sort of in the last position when flying. You know, you get to the airport, and they say, you show them your ID, they say, it's too bad, sir, you're in zone 5. I said, well, at least I'm not in the twilight zone. I tell a joke, you? Thank you very much. Finally, got a chance to go to one of those 007 banks. You've seen these 007 banks? It's pretty interesting. I went in there, I said, I would like a bond, a savings bond. Pretty good. Finally got a chance to hear the music of Keith Urban.
I thought to myself, gee, this guy might want to change his name to Keith Rural, if you know what I mean. But boy, there's a lot of women in music these days, don't you think? A lot of women in music. I love it. I think it's great. Listen, believe me. I think it's terrific. I heard this story because I'm in the industry. I get some of these inside stories, kind of cool. I heard this. I couldn't believe it was true. This young musician, she was, I guess, just starting out, and she was in the studio, and she was singing her song, and she couldn't get a sense of the tempo. You know, she couldn't get a sense of whether it should be too fast or too slow. She didn't know what was going on. So she was young. She said to the producer or the engineer, whoever it was, in the behind the board, you know, and she said, can you help me here with the pace of this? Is it too fast? Is it too slow? And the engineer, he doesn't know, right? He's just pushing buttons, right? So he goes to the producer who's sitting next to him, or manager, we don't know. And he says, what should I tell her here? You know, what should we say? And he goes, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Tell her to play the song swiftly. Yeah. And then, of course, Lady Gaga's out there doing her thing. How many Lady Gaga fans do we have here tonight? I'll count myself. I think what she's doing is important and cool. And I love Lady Gaga. But what's next? Lord Goo Goo? Hey, and whatever happened to U2? Whatever happened to U2? Where did they go? They used to come out with an album every year. Suddenly they disappeared. Does anybody know where they came up with the name U2? Does anybody know the history of where the name U2 came from? Does anybody know where the name U2 came? Does anybody over here know what's that? Do you know where the name U2, where the name of the band U2 came from? Do you know where the name of the band U2 came from? The name of the band the name of the band U2, this is true, came from the Untalented Two. And it was in reference to the drummer, what's his name, Larry Clayton, some bullshit, and the bass player. And those guys are, Edge does all the drums and the bass, and Bono does the drums, and so, the Untalented Two. Boy, what about these records? Speaking of music, these records that come out, you know, these records come out that when they come out, they're not received well, or they kind of go under the radar, they kind of are lost, they're forgotten, and then turns out 20, 30, 40 years later, they're massive classic music, you know, they're genre defining, they're important music, but when they come out, they kind of don't get recognized the way they should, you know, like the first Velvet Underground. Everyone knows that story, right? You've come out with it. No one buys it, but yet here we are. It's the #1 record of all time. Or, you know, it's huge. Like, for the big one, the big example is Pet Sounds. A lot of people don't know this. Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys we can all agree, is just a classic record, correct? It's a classic album. At the time, was not well received. It came out, it was not a big hit. It was, you know, kind of considered a little weird by their audience. And I love Pet Sounds. Can I get an applause for that? I mean, I love Pet Sounds. It's a classic. I love Pet Sounds, I really do. But what I hate are pet peeves. Don't they drive you nuts? Just the hangnails or other examples of pet peeves. We got to do something about the English language, by the way, don't you think? I mean, it's like, it is always getting us in trouble. I have one example of that. I know this is cold. This is like flu season, right? What do you call it when you got a sore throat and your stuffy nose? What is that? No, it's a cold. I called my friend. I go, hey, Larry, you want to meet for dinner? He goes, nah, I got a cold. I can't come out. I can't go out. I go, okay. But here's the thing. When we're feeling good, when we're feeling healthy, we don't say we've got a hot. Look it up. We don't do it. We don't do it. Say, how many people here have a New Year's resolution from this coming, or I don't know, when this, or think it's almost New Year's, I could do it this way. How many people are going to have a New Year's resolution this year? Anybody? I got one, by the way. What is yours, bud? What's yours? What's your, doesn't matter, just say anything. What is your New Year's resolution going to be?
To get a new job.
Get a new job, okay. What's your job now? Fifth grade teacher. I should be a sixth grade teacher. I don't know. There you go. No, I got a New Year's resolution, and it's kind of a little controversial. You ready for it? Come here. No more bullshit. No more bullshit. No more. Bullshit. No more. Bullshit. I said no more. Bullshit. No more bullshit. I went into a restaurant to get a cheeseburger the other day. I said, "Can I get a cheeseburger?" This guy behind the counter goes, "Oh, well, we only have veggie burgers, man. With Brussels sprouts and this and that, and turkey, not turkey, fuck." Start again. Right. Okay. Start again. No more bullshit. Well, we got the veggie burger with Brussels sprouts. Not Brussels sprouts. Fuck. Seitan tofu. A tofu burger with vegan cheese and tofu this and that. My wife comes home with these no salt chips. Fuck you. No more bullshit. And everybody with their head meds. Oh, I'm so sad. I can't get up in the morning. I'm happy now. Anybody on head meds here? I'm so sorry for you. Everything is so hard. I'm tired of your bullshit. I'll have no more of it. My wife is on these head meds. I can't get out of bed. I love my wife, though. I really do. It's, I call her the nag, though. She doesn't like that. I know the girls here are sort of like, "Oh, he's married." I'll tell you, usually I'm wearing this here. When I'm on the road, this comes off. Oh, yeah. Guys are like, "Yep."
I just moved. People hate moving. I didn't find it stressful. I really enjoyed it. A couple of guys came around. Big guys, proper blokes, big units, moving men, movers. These guys could really move. I swear to God, they took a shine to me. They liked me. They respected me. They kept calling me Chief. I said, "How are you, Chief?" I said, "Me, Chief? I'm a very low status person. Boo! I'm a nasty, nasty cockroach. I'm a Finook. I'm a Hollywood Finocchio." These are big guys. They were carrying big stuff down the stairs. The fridge, the couch, a box full of 1,400 Bratz dolls. I was helping out, carrying my smaller items, the pedestal fan, my receipts. 3 at a time, bend at your knees. These guys came over, they started squeezing my arms. "Look at the muscles on you!" I said, "Stop it," I was giggling. I didn't grow up with brothers. I've got them now. You might not want to mess with us that much. They loaded everything into the back of the moving van. I didn't know much about this moving van. Forgive me, but I never looked into them. I didn't know much about these moving vans at the time. So I gave these guys my new address. And I don't have a car, I don't have wheels, so I said, I'll meet you there. I'll get an Uber. The guy says, an Uber? Yeah, I suppose you could get an Uber. Or you could always ride up front in the van with us. Pick up my jaw from the ground, yes please. Riding up front with my guys, where do I sign? These moving vans, they got a seat between the fellas, this is a stupid fucking crowd. There's a seat between the guys. Are you listening? It's for emergencies. There's a little seat. It's a whisper. It's for a guy. It's for a guy like me. I was crammed in there. I was squished in there. Ooh, they were sweating. I liked it. I still haven't washed my shoulders. I've been licking the build-up of salty brine. We stopped at a servo. I said, I'll grab us all some pesetos. They only had Passiones. The guys didn't care. One of the guys said, a soft drink's a soft drink. How do you reach that level of acceptance and zen? We're driving along, we're hooning down Cleveland. We're setting records on Cleveland. These guys started cracking jokes. Really rude, highly offensive, totally inappropriate, blokey, boardy stuff. You know what I mean? The kind of stuff where I thought, oh, whoa, you're not allowed to say that anymore. I couldn't help myself. I was screaming with laughter. I said, if this is toxic masculinity, poison me to death. I'll die now. Take me now. Take me now, Anubis. Take me now, Anubis, you jackal-headed bastard. You slobbering lord of the netherworld, I am ready. The new place isn't really working out. It's my fault. I ate a crosket on my bed. Who knew the humble crosket could generate so much debris? I've eaten a muffin on my bed. That was fine. A muffin, that's a soft crumb. That's a soft crumb. That increases the value of the mattress. A crosket, that's a hard crumb. That is a shard. That's 1,000 daggers. I am lying in a savoury Chernobyl. You think you found the last bit of crosket? There's always more crosket. We will never reach crosket zero. You will never sleep again. Nobody told me this stuff. No one sat me down and said, listen, never eat a crosket on your bed. I didn't get an education. The system failed me. All I got was vague advice. Be yourself. I'm a wretch. Never give up. Please. Follow your dreams. They're illegal. I wish someone told me not to see the seal show at the Taronga Zoo. You wasted your time with this? Anyone seen the seal? There's big signs for it everywhere. Seal show this way. It's in a custom-built arena. 1,000 seats, 3 shows a day. I gotta tell you, it's nothing special. This seal show, the seals do a few good tricks. A lot of the stuff I could do, seriously. I could. The seals, they stink. They smell like wet clothes. The seal show is very informative. I would say, too informative. They say these seals don't have external ear flaps, and that's why it looks like they do not have ears. Yeah, that's great. How about you save that for the pamphlet? Don't put that in the fucking show. You built an arena for factoids? And then it gets really depressing really fast. Oh, by the way, all the seals are dying. We've got to save the seals. They're suffocating. They keep mistaking plastic bags for jellyfish. To be fair, we've all made that mistake. Oh my God, there's 5 loose jellyfish in the pantry. I was in the park, I saw this guy walking his dog. He made the jellyfish eat its shit. I hate the seal show. I've been banned from the seal show. I've been banned. I kept going back, trying to sabotage the seals, shining my laser pointer into their eyes. Only 2 people have ever been banned from the seal show. Me and a woman called Francesca Martinez. And that was me as well. Wearing an elaborate disguise, doing a pretty iffy Portuguese accent. I want to be seeing him. I want to be seeing the seal. I lived in England for a spell last year. What a country. I love the royal family. I adore the royals. You know, I'm actually in line. Not for the throne, but they said next time there's a royal baby, I can eat the placenta. Imagine the protein in a royal placenta. Gobble it up, eat it up, play for the Raiders. Get strong. Get really strong. That guy's strong.
You know who don't got their shit together though? People who smoke. I don't think so, yo. They always asking somebody for a lighter. And I'll be confused like, nigga, don't you do this every single day? You knew the steps way before you was gonna get here. How you managed to come unprepared? Like if I wasn't here, how was you gonna find fire? How? Why are you using me? How was you gonna find it? That's my question. What you gonna do if I'm not here? All right then. And they look at you. They just like, it's like they scan the room just to see who look like they got a you, yo. They never say anything. It's like their mute button is on. You got a light. They never say, you got a light. Why are you doing that? I don't know if you heard me or not. All right. Even if you don't smoke, you still tap your pockets. Like, you got a light? Hold on, let me see if I got a light. You want me to hold on? I could have sworn. You always could have sworn something. Hold on, I could have sworn. No, I could have sworn this. I'm butt-ass nigga right now. Why am I tapping my... And tell me, how did you get into my apartment? I don't know, Get the fuck out. You don't live here. I live in 3B. 3B, no. Jeff lives in 3B. You don't live there. Crazy. And no one like recently, like I had dreadlocks, right? I had dreadlocks, which is the beautiful thing, right? But I just cut them, all right? And it's beautiful, right? It's black, all right? Strong, all right? But it's a responsibility. Because when you have dreadlocks, for some reason, everybody thinks you know how to roll a blunt. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It's like my hair doesn't show that I have that skill. Why do you think I'm the master at that? And they just come to you, you got a lot. Oh, all right, let's go back. Yo, rollers. Rollers. First of all, we are in urgent care. I cannot roll this for you, Dr. Hennessy. Where's my COVID-19 results? Why are you telling me to do this while I wait? Why? Why? Hard. Which... no one talks about how hard it is to roll a blunt. That is very difficult to do. No one talks about that. Look at all the people who know how to roll. Wow. How dare you not know how to roll a blunt? Shame on you and your family. Dishonor. It's like, what am I, Mulan? It's not that deep, bro. It's really not that deep. It's not that shame on you. I got a trauma. I got to climb up a tree. This is crazy. Where Mushu at when you need him? This is wild. This is crazy. Disney movie vibes. Like during the pandemic, like I had like a lot of time on my hands, and I literally took the time out to learn how to roll a blunt. Literally did. I was watching tutorials, right? And in this specific one, like Wiz Khalifa was like the master class instructor. This dude is horrible, yo. He's a horrible teacher. Because he's teaching you how to roll a blunt in a jacuzzi. I'm like, I can't focus right now. Too much bubbles everywhere. And why is it baby oil in the background? What's happening within this video right now? What's going on? Yeah, Wiz Khalifa used baby oil? That's crazy. He's a grown man. I guess so. I mean, if need be, but guess. Right? Yo, he's teaching you how to roll a blunt, right? He's like, all you gotta do is just bubbles just popping over the blunt. All you gotta do is just put the weed in the middle and just tuck it. That's all he was saying. Just tuck the weed and you should be good. Like, all right, Wiz Khalifa. Right? Following week, right? I just so happened to be on like an edible, right? And it had some weed, like, you know, just like hanging around, right? So I decided, I'm like, all right, cool. Let me try to do what Wiz Khalifa did, right? Did exactly the same thing, but I didn't have a jacuzzi, so I was trying to roll a blunt in my tub. Yo. Literally, like, so I'm trying, right? No bubbles, just straight water. Straight water. Now you can tell me to take a bath, like, man, this is clear. This is like too clear. Ain't no bubbles or nothing. Right, so I'm trying to roll the blunt, right? Literally, all of the weed was just falling down. Everything, just as soon as I put it in, everything was just falling down. Like, I looked like a ripped tea bag. It was so much fucking residue everywhere. I don't know if Ajax gonna get this out. This is crazy. Then I had Yogi T quotes. I'm like, Yogi T quotes? One of the quotes said, be whole and never give anyone half of your Reese's peanut butter cup. I said, oh my God. Thank you so much, Yogi. Crazy. That's why I feel like, I don't know, that's why I feel like rolling the blunt should be in the Olympics, yo. Because it's very competitive. We're very competitive. Every place think, you know, their weed is better than their weed, right? People think they can roll better than the next person. All right, and then they say like marijuana is like recreation, right? All right, so let it be a sport. Let it be a sport. It's very competitive. That should be dope in the Olympics, right? Have probably like an announcer and everything like that, right? Like as he crushes the weed, a little bit about him, he was a finalist in the neighborhood. He was the only one who knew how to roll a blunt in the stairwell while his mom was at work. I ain't just be on the field like this. Wow, amazing to see. I'm just saying. By any chance you happen to have it lighter, it's like, oh, this. Wow. He been rolling for like 5 minutes. He ain't checked the check. Wow, that is crazy to see. I think he gonna get bronze on that one. That is wow. We are just competitive, man. Nothing wrong with like a little competition. I think it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like I love, like I'm a big sports guy. Like I love basketball, yo. I love like watching like the documentaries of basketball. Like my favorite documentary is Kobe Bryant Muse. That's like one of my favorite documentaries on Showtime, right? And I wanted to be a basketball player. I really did, but basketball too competitive, yo, sometimes. It's too competitive, yo. Because like for some reason, like when people find out you know how to play basketball, they automatically think they better than you. Automatically think they better than you. Right? They don't even have to see you play, they just think they better than you. Like, word, you play basketball, word? Okay, that's what's up. You be on your ball. Okay, I'll bust your ass. You don't play basketball. Get the fuck out of here. This nigga's garbage, yo. This nigga's garbage. I'll bust your ass. I give you 30. They always want to give you 30 points. I give you 30. Like, why? With 10 rebounds and 10 assists. Like, this is one-on-one. Where you gonna get the 10 assists from? I'll bust your ass. Like, miss, why are you yelling at me right now? We're on the CVS. Why are you yelling? There's a self-checkout lane opening now. Why are you yelling at me? Why? What's all this energy? Why? Be competitive, man. No matter what it is, too. We just compete. Like I remember, like I took my girl to like a paint and sip, right? I don't know if you ever been to a paint and sip, right? I took my girl to a paint and sip, right? And if you don't know what it is, basically it's like a class like this, right? Then you have like an instructor, like a Bob Ross dude. That's what I call him, right? Right, Bob Ross dude. And you know, you're painting on a canvas and you're drinking as well. But some people go to the paint and sip, they don't even paint. They think it's open bar. All they do is just come and drink. They just, this tastes good. Like you're drinking paint right now. Why are you putting your paintbrush and everything? Nah, this is a paintberry and vodka. That's not it. Right? So I'm painting, right? I'm happy about my painting, right? So I paint like a mountain, right? Sun, a little water, right? So I'm happy about my painting. So, you know, I asked, you know, Bob Ross, dude, instructor. I'm like, yo, you know, what you think about my painting? He's like, that's your painting? I'm like, okay, oh, that's your painting right there? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay. He started looking at it. He's like, okay. I'll bust your ass in paint and sip. This shit is garbage. And your mountain look like a TV stand. This shit, I'd throw it away if I was you. Miss, are you with him? Yeah, this shit is trash. Matter of fact, both y'all paintings is trash. This shit is garbage. I give you 30 different colors. I said 30 different colors. I don't even know 30 different colors. Ah, that's crazy. I know blue and yellow make green. Where we gonna get the other 27 colors from? Different math. Right? Y'all remember like when you come to school, like the crayon box, right? Like a 64 pack? You alright. But if you come through like a 124 crayon box, you a legend. You really a legend right now. And you start feeling yourself. You start asking the teacher if she need anything. Yo, you good up there? Not good? Is the class good? I'm saying I got colors back here just to make sure. Have no pride. I'm just saying me as a chalkboard monitor, I just felt the need to ask if anyone needs anything. I got colors back here. All right. Feel yourself. Oh no, we competitive, man. That's why I love the Bronx. Like I'm from the Bronx. Right? There we go. Like our thing is, like look, somebody shouted out Queens. That's how you know Queens get no love. Brooklyn, Harlem, no one said anything. Queens just felt, yo, Queens. No one said, everybody had pride, like, nah, we good, I know. No one said anything. Only thing that guys like coming to America, yo, Eddie Murphy came to our block. Like, all right. 50, like, all right, Queens, all right. Thank you so much for coming, Queens. He was gonna make the album. Queens is gonna make the album. Making the album? I gotta give my credit. Yo, that's me saying Queens on the album. Look at us. That's me. Everybody else just. What part of Queens, real quick? What part of Queens? What part of Queens?
Southside.
All right. Look, you heard the mumbling. So, just mumbling. See, I let it. Mumbling. We don't really fuck with Southside. Well, thank. Well, I rock with you. Thank you for coming out, bro. Oh, okay. All right. But I'm from the Bronx, man, and I'm like, every place got their own little thing. Like, our thing is, if you see something, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. No one knows nothing. No one sees it. Keep it to yourself. Right? I'm telling you, like, I was in the park, right? And I see this lady burping this baby, right? Like, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, she was burping this baby dumb hard. But it was like one of those babies with, like, no sense of humor, so he's staring at me. His hat was falling off, but he just kept staring at me. Right? Burping the baby so much, the baby throws up on her, on her mother's shoulder. I'm like, ooh, shit is disgusting. So I wanted to let the mom know, like, miss, I want to let you know that your baby just threw up on your shoulder. But I felt like the baby was looking at me like, you about to snitch on me? And he just fixed his hat. Mind your fucking business before I throw up on you. And by any chance you happen to have a lighter, because this onesie got no pockets. I said the Lion King onesie. It's got no pockets. Got no pockets.
My wife and I don't want to have kids. We don't want to ruin our dog's life. So we want to... Yes. Dogs over people, yeah? All right. Fantastic. You got a dog? You went pretty nuts. 2? Right on. What kind of dogs? Dalmatian, Golden Retriever. Beautiful. Nice. What do I have? Thanks for throwing it back. You're clearly not a grandmother. I had a 100-pound Mastiff that we had to put down during... I know I loved her, but she lost all my money in crypto. So I was like... No, she was sick. Putting a dog down's the worst. I don't know if anybody's had to do it. It's the worst thing in the world. Devastating. One of my buddies tried to make me feel better. He goes, at least it's not like a family member died. I was like, dude, there are so many humans in my family I would have rather put down than that dog. Yeah. I can think of 2 aunts and a dad I'd push in front of a bus for 1 more hour. 1 more game of fetch. We got a new one, though. We got a beautiful little yellow lab pit beagle mix, some train wreck of a big dumb ears. I love her. I love her so much. Sometimes I think I love her more than I love my wife. And I know my wife loves the dog way more than she loves me. Like, it's... Like, sex with my wife has just become foreplay for petting the dog now. You dog owners know what I mean. The minute we're done, I'm like, bring me that dog, get her over here. Put her on my sweaty belly. I'm just dabbing sweat with her big ears. Just... Remember those old movies? They'd light a cigarette and look cool after sex? I'm just petting a puppy with a shaky hand, like, bring us a Gatorade, my electrolytes are low. I could pinpoint the moment that I realized I loved the dog a little bit more. My dog sleeps in between my wife and I, on her back, head level, sprawled out, comfortable, and she snores like a dying old alcoholic man. Like, it's like zombie sleep apnea. I've never heard noises like this. She's like, whoa, eyes are open, like paws are going. I love it. I can't get enough. I'm laying on my pillow like, I gotta get this dog a TikTok. This is amazing. And then my wife rolled over and made one little noise. She was just like, and I'm just staring at her furious. Like, if she doesn't shut the hell up, I'm gonna ball up every dirty sock, cram it in her mouth. It's gonna wake the dog up. I like put my beats on the dog, playing tranquil music. Like, you guys have those like obnoxiously named overpriced doggy daycare places around here? Those dumb names. Do you guys have any? Yell them out. What's the names of the places? Dogtopia. I was in Boulder, Colorado. They had one called Bonjour. And it's like... I bring my dog to a place, $50 to bring her to hang out for the day. And then they text me like to guilt me into buying add-ons for her. They send me a picture of her, she's all sad. The other dogs are in the back like fucking and drinking and smoking cigarettes. My dog... Dog's doing a keg stand. They text me, for $15, you could get your dog a compassionate CBD paw rub. I'm like, can you just make sure she doesn't eat shit? That's like really all we want. She doesn't need 12 minutes in the heated pool with a snuffle pad. Just please keep her out of traffic. That's all we want. We get pictures of her with like a unicorn horn sucking on a glow stick. I'm like, you give her ecstasy? Like, what is this? Is Burning Paw today at Park Avenue? I know my neighbors by their dogs' names. Like, I don't know my neighbors. You guys know what I mean? I'm like, oh, there's Maggie and the asshole that walks her. I hate that guy. He never says anything good. She's a good pup. And I got a great wife. 10 years married to my wife. She's a nurse practitioner. Fought the good fight for all of us. Yep. Amazing woman. Boy, I'll tell you, everyone was so great to the nurses during the pandemic, man. You guys were awesome. We were in New York, and everybody was standing on their stoops, banging pots and pans, calling her a hero. We appreciated it. I booed her every night when she got home. I just wanted to keep her honest. You know what I mean? Like, you guys build her up. I got to keep her sharp. For us, you know? I don't need her peacocking around the kitchen all tits forward, you know? I got to make sure she's tight. She'd come home after a long shift. She'd be like, we saved 31 people today. And I'm like, I read 4,000 died. So I don't know, babe. Like, you may want to keep those scrubs handy, Pumpkin. I don't hear no bell, Mick. I didn't say that. I sprayed her in the face with Lysol and hid under the kitchen table like a giant baby. Lighting matches, trying to land them in her Crocs. Make noise if you're a nurse. Where are you? Nurses in here? Yeah? Anybody? Oh, yeah? Fantastic. Is this your guy? What do you do, sir? Don't ruin my fucking special. I'm just gonna insert a thing, so. I drive a truck. Okay, truck driver. We got that? Oh. I wish every day was a special. You just make shit up. So she's a little smarter than you. Yeah. I hear you, bro. I'm picking up what you're putting down. My wife's getting smarter and smarter right in front of me, and I'm not. She's a cancer surgeon's nurse practitioner. Yeah. And I sit at home and watch cartoons and listen to the Grateful Dead. Yeah, it's important, but I'm not keeping up with the conversations. Like, she tells me shit about work, and I'm like, can you call someone you work with? Like, she tells me stories like she thought I was there handing her a scalpel all day. I'm like, remember when I wasn't there the whole time? Like, I just throw things I heard on commercials back at her to keep up. I'm like, how was your day? She's like, oh, we had to palpate the sutures on a Whipple, and I'm like, that sounds moderate to severe right there. I think that's. That is textbook plaque psoriasis if I have ever heard. They should ask their doctor or pharmacist if AstraZeneca can help. They might lower their copay. I'm a hypochondriac. I have everything. I die of 10 things a day. Everything her patients have, I have. Like, I hear the word and I'm like, yeah, I'll die from that, totally. I had pancreatitis the other day. She said the word, and I'm like, yeah, I'll die, totally, that'll kill me. I just started holding my back. Like I just was in the middle of her story. I'm like, oh yeah, shit, it's no joke, that pancreatitis. She goes, that's not even where your pancreas is. And I'm like, oh, it's radiating, okay? It's clearly advanced and it's probably in the lymphatic region now, so you should give me some Advil. And I feel bad for her. I'm not easy. It's a great part of a relationship when you can show each other your messed up shit. You know what I mean? You guys, I hope you're in a relationship because he's had your knee pretty locked down for... Are you at that point, say you're watching TV and you got some weird thing on your foot, can you like dangle it in her face and be like, is that cancer, babe? Is that... Can you feel this lump? That's true love. I show my wife everything. Everything. And I couldn't show her things during the pandemic because she was like in the COVID, like full beekeeper, like the whole 9 yards, you know? So we had to, she was in one bedroom, I was in the other, and I couldn't show her things. She's saving lives, and I'm an out-of-work comic at home with crippling anxiety and Google. Bad combination. My Google searches before the pandemic were unbelievable. I was like, can I smoke Molly, Google? Then the pandemic starts. I'm like, one hand is warmer than the other, Google. What variant is this? Do I rub elderberry on it, or is it too late? I didn't know what to do. I don't know if you guys remember, but early on in the pandemic, they said, like, exercise, keep your lungs healthy in it, and you won't get COVID. Remember that crap? That fake news was brought to us by Big Peloton, I think. I bought an exercise bike the minute I heard that. I put it in the house against the wall, and I pedaled it like it was Wizard of Oz, like I was stealing purses in the 1940s. I'm just like... I rode it so hard, I gave myself a hemorrhoid. That's how I started the pandemic. Young guys in here, do you even know what a hemorrhoid is? Oh. Kiddos, listen, it's the worst. It's like a purple Advil grows out of your asshole, and it feels like 90,000 bees are stinging you all at once right on your ass. And I was like, oh, this is it. This is how I die. My ass is gonna eat me from the bottom up, and I can't even go to the hospital. It's COVID. Just panicking, pacing, Googling. I couldn't show my wife. Normally I would have shown her. I just would have woken her up from a nap and been like, babe, is this for... Just grandfather clocking her. Bing, bong. Bing, bong. Hit snooze. You're like, is that normal? So I text her and I go, I think my asshole's trying to kill me. And she goes, send me a video of it. She goes, send me a video of it. I never even sent her a picture of, like, now I gotta send her an asshole movie? Like, I gotta... Why'd she skip over pictures? It took me 9 takes. I have like 8, I have like director's cut, DVD, like commentary, Blu-ray. I put the phone on the toilet seat and like entered the room like, oh, I didn't see you there. Like, just like presenting, like it was like Animal Planet. Moving stuff out of the way. One video was just all ceiling. I don't even know how I wasn't in it. I was like, how the hell? Just all cheek and hair. I was putting like sepia tones in the dog ears on Instagram. And finally got a good one. I was like, mwah! I'm sending this to a film festival. I sent it to her, and the minute I hit send, I'm like, I can never leave this woman. This is it. She's got a video of my asshole at its worst. I mean, like, that's a vow. That's the ring we should give each other when we get married. It's a picture of our assholes at its worst. I guarantee the divorce rate will drop if we do that.
So you guys are Reno 911 fans? Sweet Terry. Sweet Terry. Yeah. So one of my favorite things that happened, again, true story. So this is pre-COVID. I'm at my local sports bar, day drinking and watching sports, which is what I love, watching all my teams lose. So I'm sitting there day drinking, and it was to the point where, and you know what I'm talking about, day drinking or night drinking, when you're at the bar and you have that inner monologue where you're like, oh, I should not be in public. It's that horrible feeling where it's like, okay, gotta go home. So I live 2 blocks from this bar, key detail. So I'm like, I'm gonna walk home. When I say walk, that's a very loose term. I call it newborn baby drunk walking. You know what I'm talking about. Have you seen a newborn baby take their first steps and they're so happy they're not falling down? It's a look of pure joy. And that's what I looked like. And I'll show you. Here's me walking home from the bar, fucking shit-faced. Here I go. So I made it a block and then wipe out. Yeah, so I fall down onto a lawn and I was like, oh shit, I better take a nap. Yeah, it's nap time, I'm not stupid. So hours go by, I get woken up by police, flashlights on my face, and they were like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, I'll go sleep. And they're like, yeah, you can't do that. That's not your lawn, that's not your house. And I was like, I'm really drunk. And they were like, yeah, we weren't even gonna ask that. We didn't think you were camping alone with no equipment. So a panic attack as I'm drunk in public. So I pull my license out and I go, hey, that's me. I go, I live right there. I was trying to walk home. I was at the bar watching my teams lose. I got sad. So I did a run shots. So, yeah. And the cop's like, okay, are you okay to walk now? I'm like, no. So he's like, oh my God. So him and the other cop help me up, and they walk me to my home. And they walk me into my home, and they put me into my bed. Yeah, it's a true story. And I was sitting there and I was like, what the fuck is going on? So they're walking out of my bedroom. I didn't know what to do, so I go, thank you, officer. And the cop turns to me and just goes, sweet dreams, Terry. Terry from Reno 911, America's sweetheart on roller skates. But it made me laugh visualizing them rolling up on that scene, being like, yep, found the guy, he's right here. Yeah, he's passed out. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. It's fucking Terry. From Reno 911. No hand jobs or roller skates. He's just in the spirit world. Let's get him home. And they did. So you guys like Grandma's Boy? Sweet Grandma's Boy, the best fans on the planet. The best. Shit's weak. So one of my favorite things, people always go, hey, I love Grandma's Boy. Why wasn't it in the movie theaters? And I'm like, it was. For like a half hour, and then theaters were like, nope, ain't. But it was in the theaters long enough for this to happen. My mother calls me up. She goes, Nicholas, we have a situation. And I go, what, are we out of mayonnaise? She goes, no, that would be an emergency. She goes, no, Grandma went to go see Grandma's Boy in the theater. And I was like, who told her to do that? And she goes, nobody. Grandma was having breakfast, reading the paper, and there was a big ad for a movie called Grandma's Boy, co-starring Nick Swardson, co-written by Nick Swardson.
Sit on my face. Adios, turd nuggets.
It's fucking rage. So, love you. So I go, okay, what happened? She goes, well, her nurse brought her to the theater in her wheelchair. And I was like, then what happened? She goes, then Grandma walked out of the movie. Yeah, so I cured her. Yeah, you're welcome, Grandma. So my grandma was horrified, obviously. So I didn't want to call her and upset her, so I called her nurse. And she answers the phone, she's like, hello? I'm like, what's up, pussy lips? No, I'm kidding, I didn't say that. I go, hey, what's up, it's Nick. And she just goes, ugh. And I go, I heard what happened. At what point did my grandma realize this movie was not her life story? Like, what was the breaking point? Do you remember? And she goes, yeah. When the guy started jerking off to the doll, and he goes, I can't stop coming, it feels so good. And then you said, I can't believe you came on my mom. My grandma was like, nope. That is not my life. That's not my life. Yes. But such is life. It's so bad, man. So, one of my other favorite movies that I was a writer on was a movie called Malibu's Most Wanted. Malibu, Malibu. If you don't know it, it's about a white rapper named B-Rad, starring Jamie Kennedy, one of my best friends. Great actor, comedian. If you don't know who Jamie is, he was in all the original Scream movies. So I used to live with Jamie. I moved in with him. We wrote the script together. We made the movie, and I moved out. So one of my favorite things I like to do, going back to my immaturity, is I love scaring people. I love scaring the shit out of my friends. You know when you get a good scare out of somebody and you're like, fucking yes. So I'm having dinner with Jamie way long after Malibu. And in my head, I'm having dinner with Jamie and I go, you know what? Jamie was in the Scream movies. Maybe he wants to live them. So I leave the dinner, double back to his home that I used to live in again, park in the alley. I go through my car. Somebody had given me a gag gift. It was a baseball hat with a long-haired wig sewn into it. And I'm like, that's gonna come in handy. So I take my shirt off so he doesn't recognize it, put on the hat with the wig, hop the fence, break into his home, go into his kitchen, and I get the biggest knife that I can find. And I go into his living room, and I just stand in the dark, right in the corner of his living room. And in my head, I'm like, this might be too far. But he walks in the front door, I'm like, nope, game on, here we go. So I don't move, I just stand there. And he walks in like any of us would, tired from the day, throws his keys down, turns on the light, sees me. It's the most scared I've ever seen a human in my life. He made a sound from the depths of Mordor. He sees me and just does this. No! No! Oh! Oh! Now I'm scared. I drop the knife and take my hat off. I'm like, it's me, Nick! And he goes, what is wrong with you? Why would you do that? I'm like, did I scare you?
I've been trying to be a better person lately. Like the other day, I gave up my seat on the bus for an elderly woman, but then she crashed the bus and got me fired. Let's see. The other day, I showed one of my friends how to smoke weed out of an apple, and he actually got mad at me for ruining his computer. I'm gonna kill that guy tonight. No, I mean like with jokes. I'm not gonna like follow him home. I don't know why I'm not the only one that had that thought. See, my son went out for a pack of candy cigarettes and never came back. That's kind of how this is gonna be. I finally got my first hand job. I'm a sign language interpreter. I start on Monday. Did get jerked off for the first time though. I bet the worst part about being a NASCAR driver is just knowing if you'd driven straight the whole time, you'd be 500 miles away from Daytona, Florida. Everybody hates Florida. That's cool. It's a shitty place. I feel bad for kids today in school not learning how to read or write in cursive because they're going to have no idea what people's face tattoos say. Just Googling, what was this guy's forehead tattoo? Did you guys know that being colorblind is the easiest way to get your ass kicked during karate class? The other day, my grandpa was like, kids today are too soft. And I was like, why are you touching their skin? I asked my vegan friend if he was going to finally marry his girlfriend, and he was like, why buy the almonds when you get the milk for free? That joke is called Vegan Fuckboy. Let's see. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a day. Teach a fish to eat a man, and SeaWorld is closed for a day. I just found out the other day that my cousin died 5 years ago falling off a Ferris wheel, and nobody ever told me. I don't know which one of us is more out of the loop. Let's see, like a couple years ago, me and my wife were hanging out with my sister-in-law who was pregnant at the time, and my wife was feeling her belly, and she was like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be a soccer player." And I was like, "What is it, rolling around in there faking an injury?" All right. I rear-ended a guy a couple months ago who had truck nuts on his car, and he got really mad at me when I asked him to honk his horn to see if it was in a higher pitch now. I want to create a line of truck nuts specifically for older cars. And you'll know that they're for older cars because the nuts will be dragging on the ground. All right. It's fucking stupid. It's fine. Let's see. I actually feel bad for Joe Biden. Like, if I had to learn who Mitch McConnell is every single day... Sounds like my own personal nightmare. RFK Jr. is running for president. Like, that guy is really tempting fate. If the CIA gets one more Kennedy, they get a free sandwich. That one is true. Got into a fender bender the other morning. I crashed my car into a Guitar Center. I held my name. That guy rules. I held my neighbor jump his car this morning. There was about 5 of us, and we beat the shit out of it. All right, let's fucking do this. I'm writing a movie called Mamma Mia. It's about mothers that go missing in action during war. When I was a kid, my dad caught me smoking a brisket. I can't even tell the joke. When I was a kid, my dad caught me smoking a brisket. So then he made me smoke a whole pack of briskets. And now I own a successful barbecue restaurant. Thanks, Dad. All right. I love mowing my yard. I love mowing my yard. Makes my house look so fucking huge, bro. I bet when Oscar Mayer is like, my baloney has a first name, vegans are like, yeah, man, that's what we're fucking saying. Trying to get more political in my life. Please sign my White House petition to rename non-binary bathrooms to Elton John's. I want to open up a gay bar with glory holes in the bathrooms called Anonymous Tips. Autism. Let's go. That's all right. Let's see. The other day I found out that you're a douchebag if you bring an acoustic guitar to a party, especially a search party. Let's find Melissa. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. I was at Home Depot the other day and I saw this shit called waterproof glue, and I was like, fuck, they got the seahorses too? All right. I had to piss like a racehorse earlier today, which is not easy, walking up to a urinal with a small man strapped to your back. Let's see. Did you guys know that Chick-fil-A is actually open on Sundays if you have a brick? See, Shake Shack is a great name for a burger restaurant, but a horrible name for a daycare. Ironically, if you hit a Sonic employee with your car, a bunch of coins go flying. It's a video game joke. Here's a rap joke. I don't call it a diabetic coma, I call it a Suge Knight. All right, you guys are cool. See, I only go to Taco Bell when I'm drunk. It's the only way I can stand working there at this point.
This will bring us all together, by the way, as a group. It's about 9/11. Every article since the attack, when it's been about the monuments or the building they're building or how things weren't going to be on time, they did something in every article that drove me crazy. 3 paragraphs in, they would recap what happened on 9/11. So you'd be 3 paragraphs into an article, and it would say in 2001, Al-Qaeda operatives flew planes into the buildings, killing. And I was always reading that going, well, who is that for? Like, who was reading that article? They must have been terribly confused for 3 paragraphs. Why are they building a monument in New York for what? Like, what editor walked in and was like, Stephen, I love your work. You know that, right? I love everything you do. You know that, right? I love your work. That's why you're here. That's why you work here. I love everything we do together. What's that? Yeah, I'll get the door. This one too? Sure. Yep. Just for the people not enjoying the show? What would he keep up there? Stephen, I read your article. Here's what I'm thinking, though. 3 paragraphs in, we just do a little recap of what happened on 9/11, just to jog people's memory about that day. Daniel, I don't think we need that. Like, I think most people remember 9/11. Stephen, I don't want to pull rank here. But I am the editor, and we are going with the recap. Daniel, you know we were both up for that job. And if I hadn't had that health scare that kept me out of the office for 6 long months, maybe I'd be the one calling the shots on this whole 9/11 story. Stephen, you need to let that go. I'm sorry, I'm the editor. And we are going with the recap. Daniel, this is bullshit! Stephen!
You will not speak to me that way! I want you to gather your things and take the rest of the day off.
And he did. He wandered around for a while. He didn't want to go home. He was too upset. Stopped into his local pub. Can I get a scotch on the rocks? They gave it to him straight. He didn't say anything. Crazy Russell was at the bar, but he always is. They got into a pretty heated argument about why ghosts wear clothing. Like, does it go with you when you die, or are there stores in heaven? Are you stuck wearing the clothes you die in for eternity? Like, what if you're driving a car and you spill pizza on your shirt? Do you have to walk around for eternity going, fuck, I know? What if you come across an 1800 soldier? Can you say, hey, do you want to swap? These are khakis. That's a history joke, I know. They never solved it. There was some kids at the back watching the Blue Jay game. Jays were up 6-2. Kids were yelling bunt. Finished his scotch, warmed his stomach as he headed out into the autumn night. He'd forgotten his coat at work. He finally made it home and his wife was waiting for him on the stairs. She was so upset. Where have you been? I got into a fight at work. Was it about the editor job? No, not this time. This time it was about 9/11. And she was like, 9/0 what? All right. So now I'd like to do for you what I did at my high school variety show. Thank you. This is what I did at my high school variety show. Thank you very much. It's been so long. It's just... okay. So embarrassing. Okay, you can do it. It's gotta... okay. What? Yeah. Really? I wasn't in the show. I walked into a convenience store. Kind of convenience store you walk into and you're like, I should not be in this convenience store. It is a terrifying convenience store. But I will, I'm Canadian, so I'll buy some gum and then I will go. So I walked up to the cash. There was a woman there. She needed her scratch tickets. And as she was backing up her vehicle, I stepped to the side. And that's when I saw it.
there was a rack of fancy hats. There was an entire rack from top to bottom of fancy hats. The chocolate bars weren't stocked. There was 1 or 2 magazines on the magazine rack, but there it was, an entire rack of fancy hats. What was its purpose? Why was it there? Was it something like, hey Cheryl, how were sales tonight? Well, they weren't that great, Brian. They weren't that great at all. I'm almost afraid to ask. Did we happen to sell any of our fancy hats? No, Brian. We didn't sell any of our fancy hats. God damn it! Brian, maybe it's time that we give up on trying to sell the fancy hats. Cheryl, what's the #1 rule I've told you about selling fancy hats? You said it's consistency, Brian. You said it's consistency. That's right. Maybe one night someone walks in here. They are not in need of a fancy hat. But they see our rack, and 6 months down the road, in the middle of the night, when they're all of a sudden in dire need of a fancy hat, they will remember Brian's convenience. They will remember my rack of immaculate fancy hats. Just then, a face they haven't seen in years burst into the store. Hey, I know, I'm not supposed to be here. What the hell are you doing here? Please, Brian, hear me out. It's your daughter, my wife. She's dying. She's not gonna make it through the night. I've dressed her up in her finest. But all I need is one of your fancy hats. How dare you? After all you've done to this family, you think I'm gonna sell you one of my fancy hats? I do not think so, sir. I do not think so. I do not think so, sir. I do not think so. I do not think so, sir. I do not think so. What are you gonna do, Brian?
Please, Brian. Just one hand.
I need some air. I need some air. Oh, Brian, what are these fancy hats doing to you, Brian? What are they doing to you? An old abandoned factory.
Shh. Shut the fuck up.
need to go back. I need to go back! I've decided. No, I will not sell you one of my fancy hats. I knew that'd be your answer, Brian. I knew it all along. If you're not gonna sell me one of your fancy hats, I'm gonna have to take it. No, Cheryl! What? It didn't have to be this way, Brian. It didn't have to be this way. I think I'm gonna make it. Ah, 2 guns. Jill, take my hand. I'm so cold, Sheriff. I'm so cold. I want to apologize to you for my business decision to sell the fancy hats. No! What have you done? What have you done? So,
it's either that or they just had like a box of hats in the back. It's one of those 2 things.
I'm 47 years old, and I've been blessed with a healthy, happy relationship for sneaking up on 18 years, which is amazing and wonderful. And also, P.S., it's not fucking Disneyland. Like, we're 2 people living together. Any 2 people maintaining a close relationship, you're gonna like scream at each other at some point about who left the lid off the Tupperware. That's how people work. So I mean, whether it's your mom and dad or your roommate or your sibling or your spouse, getting 10 years under your belt is astonishing. Now, a good friend of mine has not been so lucky. He got married around the same time, and his relationship ended recently. So he's doing his best, but he's at this weird middle-aged place where he has to start dating again. And it's tricky because when we were young, finding the loves of our lives, they didn't call it dating, they called it courting. We didn't have the internet, let alone smartphones and all that, so you had to actually just imagine. You had to take your body to another place where other people had brought their bodies so that the bodies could assess one another, which is inconvenient, certainly, but it has its advantages, one of which is you can use all 5 senses when you're actually in the physical proximity of the people you're considering. So maybe they look and sound great, but they don't smell so friendly. Your phone can't tell you that. But he's being told that he needs to use modern technology. When we were young, you would just basically go to a barn raising or a hog killing. At a barn raising, that's hard work. So you just wait and see who's the last person standing, and you marry that son of a bitch. And at a hog killing, it doesn't take long for the ground to be covered in gore and effluvia, and everybody ends up slipping into somebody's arms, and that becomes your spouse. It was a much simpler time. Now they're telling him he's got to use these social dating apps. Now, I'm from Los Angeles, so I'm going to lay a little 411 on you. Apps is short for applications. That's just the beginning. What I'm going to throw down here, you can trust, is totally super 100 fire emoji. My shit is tight AF. But you know the apps I'm talking about: Tinder for straight couples, Grindr for gay men. There's a new one called Attractor, which is for lonely farmers. I can only imagine. And he's trying it. And I have good friends that found romance. So it's not to say it can't be done. But my friend, who's old-fashioned, he's said that it feels cheap. He feels like he's shopping for shoes. And he needs to go places to meet people. So he's been looking for things to go to, among which he found in downtown LA a workshop called Bake Amazing Cookies. And I say, let me stop you right there, Richard. Of course you should go to Bake Amazing Cookies. That's the trick. It's gonna work out way better if they find you, because if you're out there on the make, you're trying too hard. It's never going to work out. But if they find you, and the way to get them to find you is to trick yourself into forgetting you want them to find you. And the way to do that is to engage in something that you love so passionately that you forget. You're like, oh, fuck, the whole field of melons. What's that? Oh, yes, hi, I am single. Now, I have to be conclusive proof of this theory. I'm going to use this chair because I'm married so fucking far up. Okay, let's see. Remember where this hand is. That's how far up I'm married. And I still can't wrap my head around it, so let me set the scene for you just a little bit. Let me take you all the way back to the year 2000, when my wife Megan and I met doing a play in Los Angeles. Megan had just finished the first 2 seasons of the Will and Grace television program. You're goddamn right about that. Now, in the year 2000, television was created by companies called networks, and they would make packages of episodes they called seasons. Trust me, look it up. Each season generally consisted of 24 episodes. So she had finished the first 48 episodes of Will and Grace, or the equivalent of 8 seasons of Aziz's show. Right? It's a crazily different, quantifiable time. So across these first 2 seasons, Will and Grace they'd gone through the quickening of the Highlander, where like they had become the stag and run across the beach with Sean Connery, and the world was like, holy shit, you are the greatest. And they had become the celebrated comedy legends we know them to be. Megan, in fact, was about to win her first Emmy a few months after we met. I was living beneath my friend's house in a dirt and stone space in exchange for turning it into a space that could be inhabited by a civilized human who you could then get to pay rent. The entire space was dirt with foundation walls. I could urinate flamboyantly and freely. Like I'd put on music to pee too. I had all my moves. And the next morning you could not discern that it had taken place. That was the only good thing about living there. So Megan and I were at very different places when it comes to personal hygiene, if nothing else, when we met. But my secret was I was also working for this theater company. They had bought a warehouse and were building a theater into this warehouse. So I was working for them as a carpenter. And the day that Megan and I met, the first day of rehearsal, I had been there working for 8 hours, swinging a hammer. So when we first encountered each other, I was covered in a patina of sweat and sawdust and satisfaction. I was wearing a tool belt. And so I can't, this is my best speculative guess. I can only imagine that whatever glow was coming off of my ursine features, because I had just built a stage, had to somehow sway her. And so combining that knowledge and trying to justify it with the experience of seeing myself in a mirror, it's just really hard to reconcile. And so I said to my friend, of course you should go to fucking Bake Amazing Cookies, because guess who's not coming to Bake Amazing Cookies? Married people. It's gonna be single people, either out for fun, baking freaks, but probably people looking for romance. You're gonna be in some cool room that's going to be warm and thickly redolent of baking cookies. Even if you strike out and don't find romance, the worst case scenario is you'll have tricked yourself into baking delicious cookies. Again, it's all looking away from the fucking phone and looking into life and where nature is in life. That's look inside yourself, see what you can nourish and cause to fully bush. And maybe it's fruit, maybe it's vegetable, maybe it's weavable, maybe it's smokable. Whatever it is, someone might want to consume it. Or you just eat cookies. But if you do something that you're passionate about, chances are, even if you're not looking for a spouse, you know how that is. When you see somebody doing something they love and that's their thing, that's when they're the most charismatic. And you could just be watching a plumber nimbly replace the wax ring beneath your toilet, and there's just something, if he loves it, you'll find yourself thinking, that guy's all right. I don't know what it is, but I like him.
My daughters live with me out there, 22 and 19. Now, that's how old the girls are now. We were together during the lockdown. Me and the two girls in a 2-bedroom apartment for the whole lockdown. Yeah, I wanted to get COVID. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my daughters, but you can only be called a boomer so many times in your own house, which is a little bit annoying. You know, they think they're so funny too. You know what boomer means, Dad? I'm like, yeah, I do. It means guy who pays all the frickin' bills. They're tough, those two daughters that live with me. We did a lot of research during COVID. That's what we did. We didn't do research. We watched all the internet during COVID. Is what we did. We were online every day. We watched all the internet, all of it. A screen came up one day. Bing! You've watched all of the internet. Now go watch Tiger King. What it said. So, and notice we didn't. I said we didn't do research. I didn't say. I hate people that say I did research. Last night I did a lot of research on COVID. I'm like, really? Did you, Clyde? During your break at Burger King, did you sip in a little research? We live in a society where people read half a website, maybe 2 TikTok videos, and think they did research. You have 4 minutes of information, like, I got it all figured out. I know exactly what's happening. I can answer all the questions. Those are internet experts. You know who hates internet experts? Real experts. No doctor likes WebMD. It's made every doctor appointment 3 times longer than it should be. You know, because somebody gets a cold, they stay up all night online doing research. They print a bunch of documents. They bring them with them to the doctor the next day. They walk in the door. I don't feel good. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. And then the doctor has to talk him through this. Like, I can't believe I got to do this again. All right, look, I know you don't feel well. There's a lot of bloating and swelling and discomfort. I understand that. But I promise you, sir, there's nothing wrong with your fallopian tubes right now. Men don't have fallopian tubes. That's the joke there, sir. Got it? Okay. Just looked at me for a second like... My daughters used to travel with me when they were little. I had them for the summer, so I'd bring them with me on trips. I'd bring them on a cruise ship for a while, every once in a while. We're on a cruise ship one time, and they're 10 and 8, and we had dinner at 6. We go back to the cabin. I have a show at 11, and I tell the girls, I go, hey, go to the little kid area. Have fun. Knock yourself out. Do whatever you want to do. Have a good time. I'm going to take a nap, set my phone. Do me a favor. Come back. Make sure I'm up in time for the show. They go, okay, Dad. We run off. So I fall asleep, and I wake up to my oldest daughter shaking me in a panic. She's, Dad. I'm like, what? She goes, what time is your show? I go, it's at 11 o'clock. What time is it? She goes, it's 11:05. I go, no! I go, you had one job! So I get up, I'm free. I put on my shirt inside out, 2 different shoes. I'm running down the hallway, hyperventilating, bouncing off of walls. I'm freaking out, I'm checking, I'm running. And after a while, I can hear my oldest daughter yell after me and go, hey, Dad! We're kidding. We set all the clocks in the room ahead an hour. But I come back. I walk all the way down the hallway. It's not funny. That is not funny. It's not, you ever yell at your kids when you're half asleep? And your eyes go 2 different directions. You spit flying. You don't even care. It's not funny. That is not funny. I was mad at them 2 days. I didn't talk to them for 2 days. On the ship. After the second day, I'm having lunch. My oldest daughter looks at me and goes, hey, Dad, it was a little bit funny, right? A little bit. A little bit funny. Right? And I cracked. I go, yes, fine. It was just a little bit funny. And she goes, oh, good, because we taped you on her phone, or you're hilarious. Look. You fell down twice. They're 22, 19. They're that's Generation Z. That's Z. They're the anxiety generation. These kids are freaked out about everything. Very on the edge, like they're walking on glass. Everything. You know why? It's the phones. So this is the first generation of kids that have grown up and spent their entire lives with a cell phone. They've had it their whole lives. They've been wired in since they were toddlers. They've had something. They've been connected. It's partially our fault. So parents spend a lot of time with your kid going, go play on your phone. Go play on your phone. Go play on your phone. And they become older. You're like, why are you always on your phone? Why? It's tough, man. These kids are connected constantly. That's a lot. It's 24-hour peer pressure. Think about that pressure for a kid to go through. When I was a kid, you went to school. If you got beat up on the last day of school, you just went home and shook it off for the summer. Now you gotta relive that beating every night on TikTok. You can't shake it. Like, this sucks. This is the worst ever. I can't. And if the video goes viral, you're screwed. You can't even move and reinvent yourself. Those days are gone. Some kid could screw up in Iowa, right, and move to Taiwan. 4 months later, being at Burger King, some kid he's never seen before. Hey, look, it's Booger Butt. Kids think this is the worst ever, man. I think we've lost control of a lot of our technology, man. We've lost complete control of the social media, all of it that's come out. You know what I mean? It's insane. I used to think the internet ruined us. I think we've ruined the internet. I do. It's an amazing tool. Think about it. When I was a kid, when I was 7, I didn't know anything about a kid from China who was 7. I don't know anything about. Now you can actually talk to a kid from China online. It's an amazing tool. Technology. It's smart. It is. It's an amazing thing that we have. And what do we do with it? We block people, cancel people, bully people, judge people, fight. People argue online on social media platforms, make fun of each other. They'll argue about stuff. If there's nothing to argue about, they'll make up stuff. There's phrases they've just made up in the last few years I've never heard. I never heard love bombing when I was a kid growing up, or gaslighting, or crop dusting. I heard that last one. Mansplaining. I never heard mansplaining when I was. My youngest daughter looked at me a few weeks ago. She goes, "Hey, Dad, what's mansplaining?" So I look it up in the dictionary. I didn't want to, it's in Webster's dictionary. And it says mansplaining is when a man explains something in a derogatory or down-talking fashion. Like we're being mean, talking down. So I tell my daughter that, right? And I tell her that. She looks at me, okay, did you just mansplaining to me? And I'm like, no, you fucking teenager, no. Every time a man explains something, it's not mansplaining. It's not gender specific. Sometimes things just need to be explained. Sometimes you just need to know the information. And be careful throwing around the mansplaining card, ladies. You say that too much until you're stop mansplaining. Maybe one day your man will stop splaining in a situation where maybe he shouldn't. Like, let's say, here's a hypothetical situation. Let's say two people are camping and there's a fire. There's a man and a woman, and the fire starts to go out. And the man goes, wow, the fire is going out. Maybe we should freshen it up. And she goes, okay, and goes back to the car and comes back with a huge can of gasoline and goes to pour it directly on the fire. And the man very politely goes, I don't think it's a good idea to pour gasoline on an open fire. Right, and she goes, don't mansplain fire to me. I think I know how this is going to get. So he doesn't. He does nothing. He runs away. He runs away. But now she's made her point. She pours the gasoline, and now someone is mansplaining skin grafts to her in a hospital somewhere. Lost control of the words. This is why the AI technology scares me so much. It really freaks me out, all the AI stuff. Not because I think it's going to take over the world. I think it's because we're going to lose control of it. You know what I mean? It's already here. We already use it. It's on all kinds of games. Now it's fun. Let's say you play chess, you play video games. Now right now it's like, let's play a game. It's a lot of fun. But eventually that's going to turn into, would you like to play a game? And it's here. If you have a bank account or if you have loan docs or something like that, a lot of times you go into your accounts financially online, you have to answer a bunch of questions to prove your identity. In the past, these are questions that you've always provided, like your mother's maiden name, the city you were born in, stuff like that. But now AI digs into your past, and they find questions with answers that you don't even remember. I mean, there's stuff, they dig so deep I can feel it in my colon. I mean, I don't know. It's things like, what is your brother's, sister's, teacher's, pet's, cat's name? I go, I don't know that. What was your 7th grade teacher wearing during the science fair in 1977 in your first wet dream? When did that? I can't answer all those questions. Also, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it's the age, the booze, or all the drugs I did when I was younger, but I have forgotten some stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I have forgotten. I've forgotten some names, some places, 1993. You know, I don't want to be online trying to access my loan docs and getting questions like wrong. And the FBI kicks in my door like, are you trying to steal an identity in here? And I'm like, no, I'm an idiot, stupid. Here's the hardest thing or the most difficult thing about AI technology, I think, is it's brilliant. It has an answer all the time. It's got an answer for everything. The problem is sometimes a question has no answer. In order to answer a question properly, you need to think. In order to think, you need empathy and understanding. Some questions have a human nature to them, and there's not an answer to it. Like, let's take your first breakup. Remember when you're a teen? That's a devastating moment. Your very first heartbreak. It hurts. Everybody remembers that first one. It's brutal. There's nothing, the only thing worse than that, all you think during that time is just, I want to die. I want to die. I wish I could die. And that pain hurts. The only pain worse than that is when you have a child, they go through that pain. Because you can't take it away. And you can't give them a speech. You can't go, there's a lot of birds in the sea and fish in the sky. None of that works. But your child is suffering and in pain, and they're looking at you going, I just want to die. And you just got to go, I know. I'm sorry. It's going to happen again, probably. You go to AI technology with that question, I want to die, and the computer is like, there are several ways to kill yourself right now.
Now I'd like to talk about race. I'm a straight white, and I'm coming out of the closet straight white. I don't know if we have a closet. We have more of a wine cellar. But sometimes, admittedly, I only see things from my straight white perspective. For example, I went to Aruba before the dark times without my significant partner, which is what Twitter makes me call my girlfriend now. And I needed somebody to rub sunblock on me. And I know what you're thinking, that's a straight white problem. But if you're a straight white, without your intimate partner, who do you ask? Another straight white? The answer is no, because we don't help each other. Do you ask the straight white's wife? Now you gotta fight the straight white. We're a jealous group. Can't ask a kid. I think Epstein ruined that for all of us. I asked my friend who's an African-American woman, I'm like, will you please rub sunblock on me? She goes, sunblock, Michael, is racist. I go, how so? She goes, it's a product, Michael, that's dedicated to keeping you white. I couldn't wrap my straight white brown. I couldn't. I couldn't wrap my straight white brain around it. And then she goes, and you could tell the level of racism by the SPF. SPF 5 is a little bit racist. SPF 40 is Nazi strength. She goes, give me one reason I should rub this sunblock on you, Michael. One reason. I go, melanoma? That was her name, Melanoma Jenkins. But I am against discrimination in all of its forms, okay? I was on the beach in Aruba, same joke. And there's these children building a sandcastle, so I examined it very carefully because I'm a thoughtful person. And then I kicked it over with tears in their eyes. They were like, sir, why? And I was like, because you do not have any wheelchair accessible entrances. This is a castle of discrimination, you little pieces of trash. And I told that joke to an audience full of people in wheelchairs, and they actually gave it a standing ovation. So you guys have a lot of work to do. But to be honest, guys, with what's going on today, I just kind of do whatever fits my own narrative. Like I have a white friend who goes, standardized testing is racist. And I actually agree with that because I do not do well on my SATs. So I go, yeah, I agree. He goes, it doesn't apply to you, Mike, because you're a straight white. I go, it does apply to me. If the test is racist and I'm not a racist, I'm not going to do well on it. I go, what did you get on the SATs? He goes, 1580. I missed one question. I go, good job, Hitler. Now I'd like to talk about God. I am Catholic. Anybody? Well, for the rest of you guys who are going to hell, when you're Catholic, what you do is you go to church, you light a candle, and you say a prayer. But I'm a very competitive Catholic, so before I light my candle, I blow everybody else's candle out. So I don't want God getting confused between the nonsense prayers and the ones that are very important. I think even if you're an atheist, you have to admire Jesus as a historical figure. You know, I think he was great, and I don't think he deserved his death, you know? All he did was, cure leprosy, wash people's feet, and just like multiply loaves of bread and turn water into wine. I mean, the guy was a walking after party. basically. And he did not deserve his death, you know? And you know who else didn't deserve their deaths? The guys who were crucified next to Jesus. They were criminals. They were horse thieves. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you guys that stealing a horse is the right thing to do. It's not. But it's not crucifixion wrong. Even for Roman times, that's a bit harsh. That's why in the Bible, there's so many letters to the Romans. People were writing in, "Dear Romans, how about you stop crucifying people for class 3 misdemeanors?" You ever hear of community service, Romans? Or house arrest? Now the story goes, there's a bitter horse thief and a contrite horse thief, and we're all supposed to be like the contrite horse thief and ask for forgiveness. But I actually understand the bitter horse thief. The bitter horse thief had a lot to be bitter about because he's being crucified with Jesus, who has a huge following, even at that time, you know? So Jesus got all the headlines, and Jesus got all the merch. Let's face it. I've never been wearing a cross and had someone come up to me and go, "Which guy was that? Was that the horse thief?" Now, miss, have you been to Israel? Not yet. Well, I went over there before the dark times. Did I learn Hebrew? No, I didn't. But I looked at it a lot. And the language of Hebrew just looks like somebody is repeatedly trying to draw a footstool over and over again. It just looked like footstool, half a footstool, one leg of a footstool, footstool flipped over, footstool flipped over, footstool, one leg of a footstool, flipped over footstool, half a footstool, one leg of a footstool, 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 half a footstool. I just wish you guys a happy Easter. In Hebrew, I just wish you guys a happy Easter. I think Jesus had a bad lawyer. Because it was after his trial, you know, and he's waiting for the verdict, and his lawyer comes back and goes, "I have some good news and I have some bad news. Which would you like first?" And Jesus goes, "I'm about the good news, so give me the good news." And the lawyer goes, "They've decided on crucifixion." And Jesus goes, "That's the good news? What's the bad news?" The lawyer goes, "The bad news is the Romans have a union, and the union has a contract with the state to perform the crucifixion. But they do not have a contract with the state to carry the cross to the crucifixion site." Jesus goes, "Why are you telling me this?" The lawyer goes, "They want to pay you a non-union wage to carry the cross, you know?" Jesus goes to the lawyer, he goes, "Who are these people that are doing this to me?" And the lawyer goes, "They're the Romans, but later they will become Italians. And if it matters, in the future, they're going to be way into you. They're really super into your birthday. And they're going to put nativity scenes with your whole family on their front lawn. And if anybody messes with them, they'll flip out and it'll make the newspaper." And Jesus goes, "Italians, huh? Well, how about this? Everybody in their ethnicity, all the men in their ethnicity have hair on their back for the rest of eternity. All their women have mustaches. All their kids live with their parents until they're 40. And when they do move out, they move next door. How's that? Is that fun? Tell them it's from the King of the Jews."
Alone time and being emotionally unavailable. And that's when she said, "Those aren't in the 5 love languages." And I was like, well, they might be top 10. We don't know. So until volume 2 comes out, I'm going to hold off on working on myself. So let's just... And once you're with someone for a long time, like, you don't go to bed at the same time every night, you know? Every now and then you go to bed way later than your partner. That happened recently where, like, she was long passed out, and I got into bed. I just leaned over. I gave her a little kiss on the forehead, right? And in her sleep, she giggled with such joy and love that I knew in that moment she was not dreaming about me. Has that ever happened to anyone? In that moment, you want to wake them up so they can open their eyes and be like, oh, you again, oh. Because I think dreams like that are worse than nightmares, you know? Because at least with a nightmare, you're scared in your sleep. You wake up, oh my God, I'm so relieved. You're having the greatest dream of all time, and you wake up, you're like, oh, my life again, son of a bitch. And our daughters are hilarious. The 16-year-old got me with a zinger the other day. She asked me, she's like, well, hey, why do you guys sleep with a fan on at night? And I told her, I'm like, look, I don't like sleeping in silence. I struggle with that, so I turn the fan on high, and I get to sleep with some white noise. And she goes, white noise? I just thought white noise was anytime you gave your opinion on something. She has no idea she wrote the best joke in my whole special. And I don't necessarily recommend planning a wedding nowadays because I don't know if you know this, wedding venues want to take every last penny that you have. So by the time you do get married, you're already ready for divorce. That's pretty much... I had no idea what the cost was. I was acting like a baller before we started pricing everything. I was like, man, we're inviting everyone we know. We're getting 2 DJs. We're going to blow this wedding out. And then I saw the prices, and I was like, well, you know, it's really about our love at the end of the day. And our love doesn't require an open bar. So let's just do BYOC, bring your own Chipotle. After we looked at our 8th venue, my wife just looked up at me. She's like, well, where do you see us getting married? I was like, the courthouse. That's, you know. This one place tried to quote us $18,000 just for a taco bar. And with a smile on her face, she looked at me and said, would you like to know what comes with the taco bar? I said, unless you say a compass and a treasure map, then fucking no, all right? And then we found our own caterer, right? Beautiful Middle Eastern shawarma presentation, the whole thing. And they said, oh, you could bring your own caterer in, but we charge you $7,000 to bring the caterer in. And I said, all right, well, do you have a Middle Eastern caterer on staff? And they said, word for word, no, but we do have Italian with a Mediterranean flair. So are you putting hummus on spaghetti? What does that even mean? And then I got hot. I was like, by the way, Mediterranean, I'll have you know that all Mediterranean food was actually stolen from the Middle East. And I know that to be true because my wife bitches about it all the time. And I've learned not to question her about anything. So unless your caterer can whip up some Adana kebab, some shish kebab, some tabbouleh, some kanafa, and some baklava, then arrivederci, masalam, let's go, Habibti. And we stormed out of there. You learn a lot when you're married to someone not from the same country. I found this out. Emojis mean different things in different parts of the world. Yeah. My wife happens to have a very big following, especially in the Middle East on social media. So when we posted our first photo together, all I see are a zillion comments in Arabic. I was like, cool, I don't understand that, but I hope it's nice. And then I just saw fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. And I started feeling so confident. I was like, babe, these people think we look amazing together. And she goes, no, that's just them wishing us to hell. I'm like, okay then. I guess all these devil emojis are for me? Okay, good to know, yeah. But what about all the eggplant emojis? She goes, that actually still means penis. I said, okay, good. At least culturally we can agree penis is an eggplant. That's, that feels good. Well, you know, we do get a lot of questions. They're like, hey, you guys are raised in different parts of the world. You were raised with different religions. And it is true, you know, because she is Muslim. And for most of my life, I was pseudo-Catholic, which meant I didn't go to church, but I still judged people, you know? And, yeah. Once a Catholic, always a prick. That's our catchphrase. It's at the Vatican. You can see it. It's there. It's no picnic growing up Catholic. That was very confusing. The first time they ever shoved the wafer in your mouth, stuck to the roof for about 7 weeks. And as a little kid, you're like, what is this? And some creepy adult leans over and says, that's the body of Christ. You're like, does it come in sour cream and onion? Because I can... I look at it this way. I want every possible God on my side. That's the way I look at it. I'm open. You know, you come in our house, I'll put everything up there. I'll put a cross out for Jesus, a holy Quran out for Allah, even a plate of snacks, just in case Buddha shows up with the munchies. Like, I'm ready. Even a little E.T. figurine and a $20 bill just to cover us with Scientology. You know what I mean? Just, yeah. And when we all moved into the house together, we wanted to do a little cleansing of the house. And so I said, well, hey, I'll go out and get some sage. We'll do the sage thing. She goes, we don't even have to do that. All we got to do is find a YouTube link of the Holy Quran. We'll play it on the TV while we sleep at night. And I said, that's a cool idea, but I don't know if I'm ready to be woken up by a man chanting in Arabic. I don't know. So I went out and I did the sage thing. Cool. A couple nights later, our back patio door just slammed open, middle of the night. Could have been the wind, could have been the spirit of a grandma with sciatica. I have no idea. But it was enough for me to jump out of bed scared, and I was like, hey, babe, you better fire up the YouTube. We're playing the Quran. And that's what we did. The house has been a dream ever since. It's funny to me because, like, Hollywood pretends really hard that they're progressive now, but they are not even close. Like, there's still a sitcom on television where the premise of the show is a white family and a black family are next door neighbors, and that's funny. Like, nah, it's pretty fucking normal at this point. Like, if you want a real sitcom, please bring your cameras into our house. Where you will walk in the front door, you'll see a prayer rug facing Mecca while I'm on the couch watching football screaming, Jesus Christ! And then my team scores a touchdown, I turn towards the rug, mashallah. Like, that's... You know? My team wins the game, I'm like, Allahu Akbar. You know, like, We got a full house, though. We got the cats. Never had cats before in my life. We have 4 cats. I've only ever seen one of them. The other 3, all they do is hide all day until the moment I fall asleep. Then it becomes Kitty, American Ninja Warrior, all over my body. I wake up with a tail in my nose, an ass in my eye. I have no idea. Turns out with cats, you have to get used to them knocking stuff over in the middle of the night while you wake up and have a panic attack. That's pretty much... It's unbelievable. Like, why do cats have to ramp up the moment we ramp down? You know, like you jump out of bed, you're like, oh my God, is that an earthquake? Nope, just a couple of tabbies with no goddamn respect. That's all that is. Cats are brilliant. The moment they see your eyes start to close, they're like, it's time to rave! Next thing you know, there's catnip and glow sticks flying everywhere. You hear them chanting in the living room, wet food, wet food, wet food. You get out to the living room half asleep, they're all staring at you like, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. And we have the one dog. He's got to deal with the 4 cats. All the humans. She adopted him. She rescued him when he was like 6 months old. She has no idea what he is. Turns out he's a mix of anxiety and insanity. AKA a Chihuahua mix. If you're looking for a grab bag of crazy, get a Chihuahua mix. Look, we can all agree Chihuahuas are adorable, but also their eyes are bulging out of their head 24 hours a day, raising your heart rate just a little bit. Chihuahuas look like they want to tell you a secret and they just can't do it, you know? It's like every time you look at a Chihuahua, you want to interrogate them, like, what do you know about the Illuminati? They're like, I did my research. I don't even know if Chihuahuas are dogs. I honestly think they're old white women who have been reincarnated. That's what I think. Yeah. There's a lot of similarities. You know, Chihuahuas, old white women, both have staring problems. That's a fact. Always peeking out the window, judging you. They're both always cold for no reason whatsoever. Just shivering like it's 87 degrees. I don't understand why I can't regulate right now. You ever see a little 12-pound Chihuahua run up to a 90-pound pit bull, just start barking at it like, bah, 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 and the pit bull is staring at it like, is this bitch for real? Come on, that's... So I'm just saying, the next time you see an old lady carrying her tiny little Chihuahua up to the ATM, that's not even a dog, that's her sister Dorothy. So... So that's her family. She took my last name because she loves the last name LaQuasto. She actually said, she goes, LaQuasto just sounds so strong. And then I had to tell her what LaQuasto actually means. Because someone in my family traced us all the way back to my original ancestor in Italy, Libertine Laguasta. Turns out Laguasta in Italian means the broken. And you guys know back then, a lot of times you got your last name based on physical appearance. So they got to Old Libertine and they were like, okay, woo, you got some shit going on, my friend. You're the first ever Laguasta. Wheel him away, please. Get him out of here. But that didn't stop Libertine Laguasta. No, he met a lady named Francesca Latusa. Latusa means lettuce. She was a lettuce farmer. How romantic is that shit? And they had 7 kids. That's right. Libertine the cripple met Francesca the lettuce farmer, did a little plowing of his own, and here I am. Yeah. He may have had 2 bad legs, but he had 1 good dick. And that's what it says on our family crest, actually. And I'm at a very weird age to where technically there's a lot of us out there. I don't fall into a specific generation, you know? Like, I'm not quite Gen X. I'm also not a millennial. So it's a little confusing as people ask, like, well, what generation do you really side with? I had to make up my own generation. Anyone can jump on board if you want. I'm the generation that would love to understand what an NFT is, but I'm old enough to have watched porn on VHS. That's my generation. Yeah. We're generation tracking problem. That's what we are. But I'm at the age too where it's like I'm becoming more and more health conscious, but I have friends who are still acting like they're in their mid-20s. Like, I have friends still doing drugs on the regular. But now they're trying to play it off. They're like, hey man, you know, I just do cocaine recreationally. I'm like, when you're 25, cocaine is recreational. When you're 40, it's a sinus infection at least. I mean, it's just... And they're still doing cocaine off of mirrors. I'm like, at 40, you're doing... Why would you do it off of a mirror? Why would you want disappointment staring right back at you? You know, just... And people still want to give you peer pressure when you're a grown-ass adult. I had a friend recently say, well, hey, you could do cocaine once in a while, Johnny. It's not a big deal. It's okay to take a risk. I was like, bro, don't tell me about risk. I took my whole family snow tubing without health insurance, all right? I know... So you enjoy your snow, we'll enjoy ours. All right, just leave me alone. Like, I'm fortunate. I've never had an inkling to ever do drugs, and I honestly think it's parenting. But also, like, I remember the generation that had the greatest anti-drug commercials of all time, and that was back in the '80s. Yeah, they terrified you. I don't care who you are. You've all seen the most famous anti-drug commercial ever. All right, it was the frying pan and the eggs and the brains. Any questions? It was awesome. But that hit me when I was so young. I didn't understand the message. I thought the eggs were the drugs. I was all kind of confused. But my second favorite anti-drug commercial ever, this one's so underrated, right? It starts off on just a dark screen, and you hear a guy's voice say, 1 out of every 5 people who try cocaine get addicted. And then it pans out, and there's a beautiful young blonde woman just snorting a massive line of cocaine. And then the voice kicks back in, but that's not your problem. Or is it? And that camera pans out, and that same woman who just snorted the blow is driving a children's school bus. Woo! Which is the most unrealistic commercial of all time. Because if that beautiful woman driving the school bus was hooked on cocaine, then the lady who drove my elementary school bus was made of cocaine, all right? I don't know if you guys remember school bus drivers in the 80s. But back then, I don't think you were allowed to drive a school bus unless you looked like you should never be driving a school bus. I vividly remember my kindergarten school bus driver. This lady was a beast, all right? She had like a Brian Bosworth flat top up to here. She looked like a bad guy from Lethal Weapon. Does that make sense? Like, she looked like Gary Busey. It was weird. And she had a gap tooth that would make Michael Strahan do a double take. Like, oh, fit. Like, that's how big.
There's some people in here who know me, some people who don't. Let's clarify some things. My name is Lace. That is my real name. It's not made up. It's not short for anything, right? But people don't accept that. When they meet me, their response is always, that is so unique. What's your story that goes with it? And I don't have a story. Lace is just the name you get when your parents are 17 when they have you. That's right, you two could share a name with an original American gladiator. If your mom was unsupervised after cheerleading practice. That's right, that's right. I have this little fantasy about like why my parents had me so young, and I like to imagine it wasn't just because they were good-looking, horny teenagers down in Warner Robins, Georgia, you know, getting it on in a 1975 Gremlin, a Gremlin that my dad painted with yellow house paint. I like to imagine my mom could see the future, right? She's a psychic, and she was like, listen here, David, one day we're gonna have a daughter named Lace, and she's gonna find herself broke and childless in her 30s as a has-been beauty queen bartender, pursuing her big dream of being a stand-up comedian, performing all over the country, right? In clubs and barbecue restaurants and living rooms sometimes. Performing usually for free in front of tens of people at a time. So here, honey, hold my pom-poms. Help me get out of this cheerleading uniform. We're gonna breed ourselves a winner. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. And she did. She did. My parents are great. They are still together. It's very rare. Very rare. They are together. They shouldn't be, but they are. Right? They're just together out of spite at this point. You know, I'm not gonna let anybody hate you the way that I do, and that's sweet. That's true love. That's the goal for all of us, really, isn't it? Isn't it? They're amazing. They're very supportive of me. It took them a while to be supportive, right? Because nobody wants their kid to grow up and be a stand-up comedian. Nobody wants that. First of all, not a real job, okay? Second of all, they put a lot of work into me, you know? And I know when they see me up on stage, they're like, oh, we're so glad that we sacrificed our childhoods to raise you. So you could make fun of us in front of strangers for validation. Cool. Here's the thing. They'd be way more impressed if I had grandbabies, though. That's what I do know, right? They're supportive of me, but they wish I had grandchildren. And it makes sense that they want grandchildren, you know, because they're in their late 40s. So it's about time. It's kind of late, actually. My mom likes to send me hints that she's ready for grandbaby. She sends me links to cute little baby clothes she finds online. Wouldn't it be so cute if one day you had a little baby girl and she wore this little crocheted bumblebee costume that I found on Etsy that I've already bought 3 of? And I don't appreciate that. That's too much pressure, right? So I've just been replying to her emails with links to cute little nursing homes. Just the cheap ones. I'm like, this one had a COVID outbreak. And I like to tell her, you know, I might be broke, but Costco has caskets. And I've already bought 2 of them, so, you know, I'm gonna keep her on her toes. Which is all fun and games until I remember how close in age we are, and I'm like, oh no, we'll be in the nursing home at the same time. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Here's the thing though, when you have a name like the title of a country song, you have a lot of pressure on you, all right? Because prior to comedy, I did pageants, and that's just what you have to do when your name is Lace, right? It's like it's your responsibility to go out and make it in the big city, right? To keep the family farm alive. Except we didn't have a farm, it was just a trailer, but still. You know, when you have a name like Lace, like, here's your one chance, Lace, don't let us down. Okay? And that's what I had to do. So I had to do pageants for years. I did that. And people are always like, that's so weird that you went from pageants to comedy. That's so different. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's actually very similar, okay? Right? You're on stage being vulnerable, being judged by mostly gay people. Like, it's the same. It's the same thing. But the cool part is like nowadays I still get to be on stage, but I don't have to act like I care about world peace. Thank you. Thank you. I love that, right? I also get to keep all the food I eat, and I think that's great. That's fun too. The easiest part is getting ready for the show because if I do a comedy show, I don't have to now put a piece of tape on my hoo-ha while I'm backstage. To keep it smooth like Barbie. So I don't have to do that. That saves me a step back there. That's nice. It's nice. That's something we did, by the way. It's important. It's important that we did that, you know, because they won't give you a scholarship if they can see camel toe. It is very important. That is a real thing, by the way. We did that. We would put a piece of tape on, okay? That's what we did. It was called Tootie tape. They don't sell it in the stores, okay? Not yet. I will be selling some after the show. So if anybody's interested in freshening up their lake days this summer, I gotcha. I gotcha. If you're gonna try it out though, you gotta use medical tape, all right? That's very important. It comes off much easier, all right? You don't wanna make a mistake and use duct tape. Not again, not again. Be careful, okay? It hurts, and you might end up with one less lip. And listen, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure you need all 4. I don't know why, but you need all 4 of them, folks. Gotta use medical tape, it's much easier. It's very important, very important. Speaking of pageants, I know I got some pageant people in here tonight. Who's my pageant people? Some back here, some down here. Awesome, good to see y'all. Everyone else is like, why? Why'd you do that? Listen, it got me here, okay? So I'm happy. I've been missing my pageant body lately, though. I have been. All right, did pageants a while back now at this point. They kick you out. You can't stay in them forever. They don't let you stay in. You age out, and they just call it that because they can't tell you that you're no longer allowed to compete because now you have opinions and cellulite. So that's what they call it. They say you aged out. Not in there anymore. And people are like, oh my God, you could still do pageants. And I'm like, no, I couldn't. But that's sweet. I appreciate that support, right? That's why I love my girlfriends. Because as soon as I told them that I was ready to, get my pageant body back, they're like, we're supportive of you. You can do it, right? They're like, you joined Noom. It's gonna happen, right? And I love that. I love to have supportive friends because they're like, we love that journey for you. And that's sweet. I appreciate it because that is just the modern day version of bless your heart. We know you're not gonna stop drinking alcohol or start showing up to Orange Theory Fitness, no matter how much you pay a month for it. And those are good friends. Those are good friends, okay? It sucks though because I do comedy, so I happen to have a lot of Gen Z friends by accident, and you can't tell them you want to lose weight. You can't tell them you want to lose weight because they're like, no, you gotta love your body. Love it for all that it is. And I'm like, first of all, I went through puberty in the 90s, okay? I've hated my body longer than they've been alive. So don't tell me how to love my body. It's like, call me when you get off your parents' health insurance, first of all. When you have an actual body to fix, okay? And you'll change your mind about that, right? But here's the thing. Maybe they have it right. Maybe these Gen Zers have it right. Maybe body positivity is the way to go. It's healthier for the younger generations. I appreciate that, right? It's a healthier way to go. And you know what? I've picked up a couple ideas from them. For instance, maybe I shouldn't call it cellulite. I call it cellulite. I shouldn't. Maybe I should just start calling it fingerprints. Right? Just little trophies. Just left over from all the good times I've had. Be proud of it, right? And maybe I need to stop worrying about my boobs sagging one day, right? I don't need to worry about that, Maybe boobs just get heavier. Because they're full of secrets. Left over from all the good times I've had. So maybe that's what it is. And guys, all right, I don't want to leave the fellas out of this. Gentlemen, listen, your balls. All right? They're not getting longer and more disgusting. I'm just kidding, they are. That is it's exactly what's happening, all right? First of all, why are they on the outside? Okay, if they're so important, why are they protected by your abdomen, all right? Also, they are by far the most confusing body parts between all the sexes, right? If it's hot, they're long and stuck to your thighs. If it's cold, they disappear. The only body part that plays peekaboo with itself. Very strange, very strange. When you guys sit down, where do they go? Are you sitting on them? It's just a strange body part, that's all I'm trying to say. Don't get me wrong, penises, big fan, love them, love them. Love a dick, love them. This is how you know women don't care for balls. When we buy vibrators, are their balls attached? Nope. No. Because they're weird. Right? Also, women are supposed to be the weaker sex, yet I can take you down with one flick. Boom, I'm done. One tiny flick of the finger. One little tap the back of my hand. You're fucking down. Who's weak now? All right? Thank you. You could punch my titty. I'll come back for more, right? Like, it doesn't... Can't stop me. Kick a twat. Nothing's gonna happen, all right? I can fight harder then, okay?
At the end of the weekend, everybody left. And, after we all just sat there frying out, sinking in the sand, everybody left. I was the last one to leave, and my van did the same thing. It sank into the sand. Who would have thought big old heavy van and loose sand wouldn't agree with each other? But I was the last one to go, so I'm just there by myself. Like, I'm spinning the tires, and I'm throwing debris under the tires, trying to get traction. I wish I was the guy that knew those kind of things. Just, we're just gonna leverage. You could put some weight on this opposite angle, and then the rear differential, that's actually gonna go counterclockwise unless you grab traction. I'm not that guy. I had to look up on the internet what to say for that part of the bit. The guy I was like, they're going, but they're not going. It's around, but not forward. I'm just a guy who just is sweaty holding his phone, like, Usually there's a lot of answers. I did. I looked at my phone. Had fantastic service out there. Go figure. Verizon. Hey, what are you, in the middle of nowhere? Full bars. Hey, you in an actual city where you live and conduct business? Why don't you suck our dicks? So that's... It's an odd choice for them to do that way. But I had full bar. I'm like, all right. I called AAA. I don't know. I've been paying them shits for years. I think, and I don't call them for the little things. Flat tire, do it myself. Ran out of gas, do it myself. I think I can call the big favor on them. So I'm like, all right, now AAA. And they're like, where are you located? I'm like, it's out there. Because we weren't even in the part of the national park where there were still rangers. We were just out in the mafia burial ground. So I was just like, there's not a lot of numbers out here. Unless you want to count cow skulls, I'll drop a pin and we'll see if that works. And to their credit, dropped a pin within an hour. I saw a little white AAA van just bopping along the dirt road that I came in on. Just come to bring, and I could see, because there's a van, so it's a big windshield, I could see from a distance the guy behind the wheel was just like... His window is down. The first thing he said, he just goes, I can't do anything. And I was like, I know, but now you're here. And two heads better than one. And so he was pissed, but he's obligated. So then we were just hanging out. Two of us were just leaning on his van, looking at my van. Neither one of us having any answers. And finally, after a while, he just goes, I can call Garrett. He gave me no context to who Garrett. He just said it like that's how we're gonna do it. We'll call Garrett. Does Garrett work for AAA too? Maybe Garrett has an independent towing company. Maybe Garrett has a gun and he's gonna come out and he's gonna put a bullet in my head and you guys are gonna split whatever you get for selling my van. And you can tell me that plan now like a supervillain, because you know, like, oh, you're gonna die. Let me tell you exactly how. So. But I have no choice but to be optimistic, so I'm like, oh, Garrett? Yeah. Shit, I mean, I don't know him, but that's a strong name. That's a guy who gets something done. Garrett will get it done. I don't know what it is, but he'll do it. I fuck Garrett, yeah, and this guy wasn't having my shit. He goes, he's got a 350. And I'm like, oh, man, maybe you can get like a 400? I don't know. What are we talking? I don't know. If these numbers are important, can you get more of the numbers? He's also got a Cummins. I'm like, what's that? Hope that's a go inside. He wasn't into the truck humor. He wasn't feeling it. So he shuffled off, and he called Garrett. And within 20 minutes, this Mad Maxian cloud just appeared on the horizon, just tearing at us as if born of the setting sun. This was the phoenix that was Garrett. And he was coming right at us. Now, you know national parks are very precious about them, and as they should be. They're trying to preserve that shit. But you get there, and they're not screwing around. They're like, stay on the trail. Leave no trace. Pack in what you pack out. Don't look at any of the animals in the face. They can't know you're here. Actually, we'd prefer it if you left. That should be the slogan for national parks. Welcome to your national parks. We'd prefer it if you left. You're really only harming this beautiful place. Garrett was not adhering to those rules. Garrett was a firm believer in the concept that the quickest way between 2 points was a straight line. So he was driving as the crow flies. Save for a couple swerves into the namesake shrubs. There was a couple deliberate moves where I could see Garrett was driving like somebody named Joshua had just fucked his mother. And he was taking it out on your tax-funded public land. There was a couple hard jerks of the wheel where you could tell he's like, just because your dick's in her doesn't mean I'm calling you dad. So that's what was tearing at us. And I could see it was a truck. Of course, truck. Give me a truck. I want a truck. Taller than that. Taller. Give me another one. Put it on top of that one. Tall. Now wide. Make it a dually. Thick. I want a thick truck. I want a truck with sexy hips. I want a juicy, curvy truck. I love my curvy truck. Give me a thick, tall, leggy, curvy truck with a big ass, a breedable ass. Big, wide, breedable ass. Something I can hang on to when we slow dance. Give me a big, thick, curvy, but nuts. Put nuts on it. Make sure there's nuts. Dangle some nuts. Dangle some little nuts off that fuckable ass. Thick truck, thick, curvy truck with nuts. Yeah, she'll do. She'll do. I got her parked around back. She'll tow it. Don't tell me you don't understand pronouns at that point when you got a big curvy truck with nuts that you call she and her. How can one thing be a they? Look at your truck, dude. You white trashed yourself into being progressive. You didn't even know it. And it was tall, and I get lift kits. I understand that there's some utility to having a lift kit, especially out there. You need ground clearance. But you know that some of these dudes that are getting lift kits, like they are just using altitude to hide from alimony payments. You can tell that some of those guys you're probably here now. You know what you did. You concocted your own legal loophole where you can't serve me papers if you can't reach me, dude. That's the law. That's just the law. That's the law. Just laying flat in the cab whenever baby mamas come around looking for money. Fuck, she's still out there, dude. Fuck, what money, Charisse? Look at this exhaust system. I don't have any money. That's what's coming at me. As it gets close, I can see that there's graphics on the truck. He's got graphics. And it's like a graphics, like a wrap. And it's the front of it. That's all I can see so far. It's skulls. Skulls. Yeah, skulls. I get it. Skulls. They're unicorns for dudes. Skulls. Now I can see the side. I see that the skull wrap that gives away. It didn't like fade to the next day. It was like clawed away. It was like the bald eagle came and like, you experience the justice. And then, because then the back half was just, it was all text. It was all like script, whatever font the Constitution's written in. I don't know what it's called, Patriot Sans or whatever, but that That was all over the curvy hips of the truck. And I'm reading, like right away, I'm assuming probably 2A, probably Second Amendment. That's the kind of thing you see on this truck. Never really championing the First Amendment. You never see a bumper sticker on a truck like that that's just like, sing your truth. It's never that. It's usually some sort of come and take it type situation. So I'm reading it, but as I'm reading it, I don't see anything about right to bear arms or, defend. I just see shall prevent against illegal search and seizure and personal property and all that stuff. I'm like, that's the Fourth Amendment. My man Garrett has his truck wrapped in the Fourth Amendment. And that's when I realized something very specific had happened to Garrett. You don't just cherry pick. You're not just like, I'm an American, pick one, I don't care, wrap it up, dude. Something went wrong with Garrett for him to be like Fourth Amendment. So that he got busted selling reptile eggs on the dark web. But he found a flaw in the warrant and decided that he could defend himself in court. That's the best I could come up with. He just showed up and just, said shit. Well, respectfully, Your Honor, okay, the warrant is looking for Bolivian salamanders. And if I could point you to Exhibit A, the evidentiary photographs, and you do not see any Bolivian salamander eggs here, do you? I'm not to the untrained eye, but I can tell you that these are Honduran geckos. Now that is a similar spotting for any people out there that's a similar spotting, but these are legal, and I believe the 13 to 18 of the lower the states that are stuck together. As long as I fill out the proper paperwork at the post office. Ergo, Your Honor, respectfully, this whole thing should be thrown out. Ergo. Respectfully. And you could tell she had just had enough. She's like, that's the third time this week, Garrett. No, God damn it. $75 fine. And that's what just sent him over the edge. Like, not in my America. Hell no. You do not tread on me. I will not be treadeth upon. You're treading on me. I don't want to be treaded on. Just fucking wrap the truck. Fourth Amendment. I'm not putting up with this shit no more. Fucking. You do not tread on me. Nobody tread. By the way, I do have the rattlesnake eggs from the Don't Tread on Me flag, but hit me up on my Hotmail because the feds are monitoring my Yahoo account, all right? I'm still just making up the story. I've not met Garrett yet. First impression I have of Garrett were his feet. I saw his feet because I was on the passenger side. I was eye level with the step rail. First thing I saw of Garrett was underneath. I couldn't see into the truck. I could see underneath the truck. I saw two little dangling slip-on Vans tennis shoes. That's what I saw. Just out there, just looking for the ground. Just, And I do not, for all the details, I do not remember the size of Garrett. I don't remember because all I know is that if you have to exit your vehicle like you're leaving a treehouse, you're going to look like a little fella. You're going to look tinier than you really are. But I kind of liked him right away because he had to take that leap of faith to get out of there. And he did it, even without seeing him, I could see it was a good attitude because the way he came down with a real ha-ha, here's Garrett. Like a real ginger outlook on him. I liked it. So he came around the front. And this is the first time now I'm seeing Garrett in his full form. And he had this look. You probably know this look out here. It's very much a West Coast kind of look. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like LA gangster, but then it's also like white trash kind of dude. But like suicidal tendencies meets Supercross kind of look. Like, it's the tall socks and the long shorts, but then it's a Monster Energy shirt or some sort of energy drink. But like the kind of guy that you could tell, even if he only spent one night in jail for a DUI, still like saying like, back when I was incarcerated, like they love something about the hard C and incarcerated. Oh man, when I was incarcerated, like you were there for 12 hours. And then the face is always too young for that. And I'm still scared of that look. Whatever age, I don't care, because even if you're not tough, you're still crazy. You still have like a sleeve tattoos and you do weird flips on motorcycles. I'm not gonna fight you. You know you have butterfly knives that you're clumsy with, but we'll still take them out. Fucking what, bro? What? Flurry of chrome, dude. Flurry of chrome. And then the neck up, it's always too young of a face. It's a goatee, but you could tell it's a goatee that they dream that it was bigger. You could tell they asked Jesus for it. They're like, at night, just, please. Doink. Oh, thank you. And the part that throws me off the most is that there's always a flat brim ball hat that's way too big. It always looks like a Peanuts character wearing a and then they tuck their ears into the side. Do you guys know this look I'm talking about? All right, the ear thing throws me off the most. Because the rest of it, like, all right, kind of a gnarly, desert tweaker, mountain weirdo, I get it. But then the ears and the hat thing is always like, now that's like real Rudy vibes that undermine the whole toughness of the rest of it. Because it's like kind of tough, tough. And then up here, it's just like, Coach says, once I grow into the uniform, I'm going to be a real scrapper. And that's so confusing. Either way, that's who stood before me. This was Gareth. And he didn't waste any time. He goes, that's your van? I'm like, yeah. He's like, fucking sick. And he just had chains, got right back into his truck, got in, rolled some coal, pulled me right back onto the dirt road. Yeah. And that was it. That happened that fast. And I was like, oh shit, this is great. I'm saved. What I realized then is that we had not discussed payment yet. Yeah. We didn't go over that part. Now I'm in the desert and I owe a stranger a favor. And it's not often that later in life you get to have a new kind of fear. But I was like, uh-oh, we didn't talk about money. I don't have cash, and I don't have grass. I guess what I have right now is a very open mind. But I did have credit cards. Garrett's like, he's like, $200. I was like, oh, do you take credit cards? He goes, I'll take your credit cards. I meant as payment, not as just strong arm robbery. He's like, no, I got a square for my phone to swipe. I'm like, of course you do. It's great service out here, of course. Full bars, yeah, okay. But he's like, $200. I'm like, there's no way it's gonna be $200. Just tell me what you're gonna buy when you steal my credit card information. I'll get it for you. I don't wanna reset PIN numbers. Just put together an Amazon wish list like a porn star. I owe you. Let me hook you up. That was it. It was $200. There's no discrepancies on my credit card statements, and he got me out of there. And that's the end of that story, and it should be a good end. It is a good end, in theory. The reason it's not a good end is because now I can't judge dudes like Garrett anymore. And that sucks. At 45, you want to be like, I'm set in my ways. I got things figured out. Now all of a sudden, I can't judge a book by its cover anymore. And that's a drag. That's my safe place in this world. That's where I feel comfortable, is walking around thinking I got everybody figured out, and so fuck them. That's how I feel good. Look at you. You dress like an asshole. I bet your kids don't love you. Oof, you got a girl pregnant in high school. Thank God I'm better than everybody around me. But no, now Garrett has to come along and flip the script on me, and now I gotta sit behind those trucks on the highway and think, like, instead of wanting to see him flip over and burst into flames, I'm like, you might be saving an asshole like me from dying in the middle of nowhere. Godspeed, Garrett. I don't know what to tell you. And it's weird because I think the world wants me to learn this lesson. It's a bad character trait to be judgmental like that. And I know that. I'm still that way. Garrett, that was part one of the lesson. I think part two is the fact that at 45, I don't know if it's age or if it's different medications that I'm on now because of my various ailments, I always have some pee in my pants. That's just as sure as rain's wet, I'll tell you. Not enough to go to the doctor, but enough to keep me humble, so I leave it there. I leave it there because I want to be a better person. It's like just a $50 worth at all times. I don't want it there. I shake twice, and then I strangle it a little bit, like it owes me money. Like, we're not going to do the drip again. Nah, boss man, nah. And as soon as I put it back in my pants, complete betrayal. Just a 3-lick little cat bath right in the front of my underpants. Like, meow, meow, meow. Just right there on the front. Like, yes. Cold tip, permanent cold tip. So between Garrett and that, I think the universe is trying to keep me in line, because I'll revert to that kind of way where I'm like, look at this asshole over here. Oh, I bet you got a girl knocked up in high school and then you never talked to her again. And then some part of my brain's like, you think he's got some pee in his pants right now? Like, you know what? Probably not. I don't know anything about you. You don't know anything about me. Let's just get on in this world and be okay with each other.
I got norovirus, which, yeah, those of you that have had it, if you heard everybody in here, you heard a very low bass groan, like a, because if you have had norovirus, you know it. It is the worst illness. If you don't know what it is, it's that virulent stomach illness that lasts only like 20 hours, but it docks cruise ships, right? I didn't think you could get this shit unless you came into contact with a limbo stick that hadn't been properly sanitized. But you can get this shit on dry land, and oh my God, was it bad. I mean, that's the most sick I've ever been. I learned shit from norovirus. Seriously. For instance, man has pondered for generations whether it is possible for one's own soul to exit out one's own asshole. And I'm here to tell you all, I know the answer now. And the answer is no. It can't. But it can poke its head out. And my soul got a gander around because it almost came out of me. Holy God, not a very, very technologically, very primitive illness, that one. A king killer, the kind of illness that halted the exploration of continents. It was bad. Like, I like to imagine if norovirus is a person, he's just a real straight shooter. You know what I mean? If norovirus was a guy, he's like, COVID? That's a designer illness. I mean, really, think about it. What does COVID do? You know what I mean? Long COVID, you have all these crazy symptoms, you know? You got loss of sense of smell or taste. You've got brain fog, neuropathy, the shakes, right? Fever. Every illness is different for every person. It tailors it to you. That is a nice illness. That is, COVID is the J.D. Power and Associates Illness of the Year. And that is a nice illness. But not me. Norovirus, not me. I'm a meat and potatoes type of guy. Just give me a lot of liquid out the face and butt. That's what I like. Because I fucking died. 18 hours, oh my God. Have you ever been so sick like that? That you're just sitting there, and at some point you're just like, there's nothing left. At one point, I had been shitting and barfing for so long, so aggressively, that at one point I heard my own voice. I don't remember saying it. I heard it reverberate off our bathroom tile. I just heard my voice shrill and go, "Oh, now you're just showing off." My body was out doing donuts on the 50-yard line, and it's El Camino. Check it out, bro. Oh, there's more down here. Whenever human beings get too high on themselves, norovirus is there to remind you of what you are. We believe ourselves to be too much. We're always like, oh, human beings, the most evolved species on the planet. Whenever I hear somebody say that, I want to be like, oh, really? And then hold up a Polaroid. Just a profile of them. Naked. Their ass sealed to a porcelain hole in a house. Legs up on a squatty potty. They look like a gargoyle outside of Bed Bath & Beyond. Right? Hair scraggly. In their hands, a giant steel pot. Usually reserved for slow simmering family stews. But not today. It's for the front half of you. To leak in like a yoga studio ceiling. I want to hold up a photo of that person. Oh, we're the most evolved species, are we? God's miraculous creations. We are primitive. Just watch somebody have diarrhea to tell you how primitive we are. Speaking of shitting your pants, did you know, like, right before a human being dies, it shits itself? I mean, it lets go of everything. It shits and pits itself. Because we have a lot of pride muscles. You know what I mean? Like, just muscles that are vanity muscles, that are concerned with how you appear to other people. And when you die, your body's like, fuck it, I don't have to do this anymore. Like, my job's done here. He's dead, right? I didn't realize that culture does that as well. Cultures shit their pants when they're about to die. And I have witnessed one of these proverbial pants shittings of Western culture in the form of a new television show on Netflix that is just titled, Is It Cake? That's the name of a fucking television show right now. Is it cake? That's how fucking dumb we've become as a culture. We used to have puzzle shows, $100,000 Pyramid, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune. And then we started to backslide a bit, you know? And I thought we had hit the bottom when we got to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? But little did I know the Marianas Trench of intellectualism was right there. And now we're just like, is that cake or is it not cake? You know, I gotta be honest, man, I'm gonna say that's cake. Wrong, get the fuck out of here. Ma'am, cake or not, I think it's cake too. He just said that, fall off a cliff. You, dude from Massachusetts, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's fucking cake at all. You're right, fuck yes, thank God. Here's $25,000, fix your face. Like, so fucking stupid. Most of the world is starving around us, and we're sculpting things out of food. How many different show ideas do you think Netflix went to until they arrived at that? Where they're like, cookies or concrete? Let's do it. A contestant is guessing whether or not that's a snickerdoodle or actually a chunk of I-70 that rolled into the median. Let's see if it is. Or perhaps my favorite idea would be just a game show called It's Asbestos! This sounds so fun to me. It's asbestos. It's so good. Like when the contestant gets the answer wrong, all the audience goes, that's not cake. It's asbestos! All right, thanks for being here tonight. Now, thanks for joining us on It's Asbestos. Kyle here from Branson Hills. Kyle is playing the game show. If you're not familiar with how it works, our contestants have to guess whether or not that is a cake made of the finest ingredients on the planet or 2.5 pounds of pure unabated asbestos. Now, let's check in with him. Kyle right now is willing to bet that that is a Tres Leches cake and not 26 ounces of questionable insulation from an inner city high school. Now, Kyle, I want you to take a bite of that for me now. Here he goes. Oh, no! Bees in the mouth. I'm sorry, buddy. That's not cake. It's asbestos! Oh. Mesothelioma, oh my God, are we having a blast. Call the strong arm, too much fun tonight. It's asbestos. Come on, you'd watch that fucking game show. I also got into watching this show Alone. Has anybody... You like that show? Fuck yeah. Yeah, if you don't know what Alone is, this show's fucking awesome. It's awesome. I love Alone. It's the best show. It's so fucking good. If you don't know, Alone is a show where they take like 10 survivalists and they drop them in the middle of a hopeless area. It could be the Canadian Arctic. It could be a swamp in Arkansas. It could be Newark. And they leave them there. And then they have to like survive as long as they can, building their own huts and hunting their own food and everything. It's amazing. It's basically the Great British Baking Show, but for people with outstanding warrants. Like it's for criminals, like hideaways and whatnot. It's awesome. My favorite part about this show is that they go like, in the intro, they go, alone, our contestants must live as primitive man did. And they're right. Ooh, boy, they nailed it. Yeah, it's exactly like Primitive Man. If Primitive Man were given a small porn productions allotment of camera equipment to drag through the woods with them, 10 survival items of their choosing to start with, and a satellite phone with a panic button that summons a boat filled with antibiotics and rescue workers that whisks them away to a Denny's at the first sign of trouble. But aside from that, it is the Paleolithic period out there. Just those minute little details. I love these shows. Like I've watched every season of Naked and Afraid. I've watched all of I love shows like Project Alaska and stuff like that. But I realized it's because I'm a nature cuck. Like legitimately a nature cuck. Like, cause there is nothing I love more than to sit in the corner of a room and watch as Mother Nature fucks my fellow man right in front of me. I love to watch it. I just sit there and I'm like, yeah, fuck him real good, Mother Nature. Yeah, he's got a cut on his finger he got this morning chopping wood. Yeah, I bet that's gonna get infected, isn't it? Oh, and I bet he's got a fever right now, doesn't he? Now drop a blizzard on his ass, Mommy. I love this shit. It makes me so happy. Just so good. I love all of this stuff. I just think it is so funny that people believe that it is this childlike level of delusion to believe that we can go back to primitive living. There are 7 billion of us on the planet, 330 million Americans. We cannot agree on everything or anything at all. And you think we can go back to the most primitive and difficult way of living? You're crazy. I love when people say they're paleo, because it's code. Whenever a buddy is like, yo, I went paleo, I'm like, oh, I know what you mean. You mean you don't want to eat tomatoes or listen to women. That's what you mean. That's all you mean. Like, paleo people are like, all they mean is they're just like, yeah, bro, I'm paleo now. Yeah, I'm paleo, I do it. That's the craziest. The Paleolithic period was like 2 million years long. It extended over such a long and vast time span and area. There were so many different, and the best part is, paleo people take it as, I get to eat meat 3 meals a day. That's basically what it means. Do you know now that they think that hunting for big game was a mating ritual because it was so fruitless? That was such a difficult thing to do. Big game was very difficult to come by. Most people just foraged for everything. That's why just once I want to hear somebody go, we went paleo, whole family. And they actually went Paleolithic. Like they're like, yeah, whole family went paleo. Great, so you're having bison with every meal now? No. Most of my protein is coming from spiders that I dig out of the corner of the shed. And I'm getting a fair amount of my greens that grow up as dandelions around the walkway. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've had a urinary tract infection for the last 3 straight months. And 7 of our first 10 kids died in childbirth. It's not easy, I'll tell you that. It's not easy, it's a sacrifice. That's why I'm 3 feet 7 inches tall. Fucking dumbasses. We're this tall because of corn. Corn did this, and not the band. That would be sweet. God, if the band Korn was responsible for our development, you know, or whatever. My buddy is always trying to get me to take primitive survival classes. He's like, dude, you want to come and take some outdoor survival classes? No. What, you don't want to? No. Oh, all right, bro, I thought you said you wanted simpler living. Yeah, I meant I want to read more and I don't want to wash my face at night, okay? But I don't want to fight raccoons for my food. Are you fucking crazy? Look at me, I'm an indoor girl. This is what it looks like. I'm American. Without my Pontiac G6 and my condominium, I am just an unpeeled banana, just loudly stomping through the woods at a profoundly trackable rate. Like, you'd be amazed at how quickly an animal could eat me. They're gonna eat me first. I'm already in the posture of a corn dog. Look at me. I'm an upright walking stick of meat. I'm definitely gonna get fucking eaten. That's why I love shows. Don't put Americans on survival shows. We're the Fabergé eggs of this fucking planet. We are the most delicate, needy group of people on this planet. That's why I love this show, because I love seeing the hubris of Americans when they get on this show. They're always like, I'm gonna make this landscape my bitch. I ain't afraid of no bears or no wolves. See, we've all seen too many movies about the outdoors. We've seen The Revenant or The Grey or whatever. We've seen movies. We think you're gonna get eaten by mountain lions. It's not. In the wild, it's the little shit that kills you. And that's what I realized from the show. Like, I watched an episode of Alone one night where a field mouse took a man for everything it was fucking worth. And it was the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so good. This big gruff guy from Montana's in his shed, and he wakes up in the morning and he opens up his food store and he's like, oh shit, oh my God, all my blueberries I harvested are gone. What the fuck? And he looks out the door and there's this fat little field mouse sitting there, covered in blueberries and shit, just scowling at him. And he's like, what the fuck? And he runs and it takes off. And so the next day, this guy gets up and he goes back to his food and he's like, fuck! It ate half of my chanterelles! Oh my God, what the? And he looks out and there's that mouse again. Cheeks stuffed full of mushrooms, just scowling at him. And so he's like, I gotta do something about this. This thing is I'm gonna starve. So the guy makes a trap and he hangs a little bit of his meat in the trap and he goes to bed. And in the morning, he checks the trap. And the trap is still set, and the meat is still hanging there. But in the hardest rodent flex of all time, he noticed that the mouse just chewed all of the fat off of the meat and did not trip the trap. And this man went full PTA mom. It was amazing. His voice got shrill, and he was like, no! This isn't the order of things. You're a mouse, you stay outside, and if you come inside, I humanely trap you and I put you outside, thus allowing karma to shine down on me. That's the way it works. And this mouse was sitting out there like, I ain't your typical bitch city mouse, am I? I came out here to do two things. That's fuck and chew the fat off stuff. And my wife didn't want to fuck this morning. So it looks like you're up to bat, you pink disappointment. And that guy just leaned on a log and was like, oh my God. He started crying. He started crying. It was so good. The mouse actually looked like it felt bad for him. Like the mouse was like, oh, come on, man. I didn't do you that bad. Last guy they dropped off out here, I ate his entire King James Bible in front of him. It took me 2 fucking weeks to get through. I didn't even like the taste. I just loved to listen to him scream at the moon every night. I love this show because you can tell when they're gonna tap out every fucking time. Because there's one word. If you watch Alone, there's one word that tells you they're gonna tap out. You'll hear it. They'll be down, they'll be sitting there on a log, 40 pounds lighter, just like shaking, and they're like, I can't do it anymore. And then you'll hear, I just want a donut. And that's it. That's the out. The minute the human brain goes to donut, you're fucked. That's it. Give up. Because a donut, the thought of a donut is universal acid. It'll chew through your will and drive. You just want a donut so bad. That's why we can't go back. Because there's no going back from donuts. There's only forward from donuts. And even if you don't like a donut, which I don't want to know you if you don't, you love what a donut stands for. Hot, ready-made trash at our beck and call. None of us can go back to primitive life because we've all had pizza. You've all had broccoli at any time of year that snaps fresh from the stalk. You've all had a kombucha. You can't go back from that. So the best thing you can do is be kind to each other, grab some neck feathers on this albatross, and ride this shitbird down until it dies from all the plastic it accidentally ingested. Yeah. Because if you haven't got hip to it yet, we're all gonna fucking die out here. Let's have fun while we're at it. Fuck it. That show doesn't scare me because it's not a reality I'll ever face. People are like, doesn't Alone terrify? It terrifies me. No, it doesn't scare me. If you ever want to make a show that terrifies me, don't make a show called Alone. Make a show called Lonely. Now that's terrifying. Make a show called Lonely. Listen to how terrifying that word is. You're lonely. Holy shit, you're all so fucking lonely right now. Could you imagine if I invited you over to watch Alone and I explained the premise? Yeah, it's about survivalists. They go out, try to live. You guys want to come over, have a beer, and watch it? You'd be like, fuck yeah. But if I was like, hey, you want to come over and watch this show called Lonely? Fuck is that about? It's just about 10 to 12 random Americans trying to go throughout their workday having an actual human connection with someone else. Fuck would I ever want to watch that for? God, no. I'll just look in a mirror for 45 minutes straight. They're also, like, that's the craziest shit. I love the idea of lonely versus alone. I've always imagined that alone versus lonely is the universe battling the human body, you know what I mean? Like biology. Like the universe in physics was like, we've created Alone, the most terrifying idea there is. Basically, you take one organism or object, isolate it from any other like organism or object by a large, large swath of area, and you leave it isolated. And that object starts to question what it is and starts to self-destruct. And it starts to lose sight of where it belongs in the greater thing. It's very terrifying, very powerful. Alone is very powerful. And then the human body sauntered in drunk and was like, cool story, hold my beer. I can make a human being feel like that in a crowded fucking room. I can make you all feel like that wherever. Look at how lonely this guy is. Look at, that's what life is. Look at how lonely that guy is. And his face is inches from the comic's dick. And he still feels so alone. How is that possible? Oh, God. But you're not alone. You're not alone. Look at me. Look at me. Dress different and this wouldn't happen, okay? I love the way alone and lonely change. People think they're synonymous. They're not. I love the way they change a sentence. Like if I were to say, I am alone up here on stage, that's factual. I am the only comic on this stage right now. But if I say I'm lonely up here, all of a sudden that's a lot more fucking sad, isn't it? A little bit of a cry for help. You all laugh a little harder because I may walk straight into traffic after this show. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only... Come on! That's the classic 80s Tiffany remake of that classic song about two lovers who finally found some privacy to explore each other's bodies. That's a hit song. I think we're both lonely now. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Well, that's the story of a couple who goes home, draws the blinds, opens the oven, and blows out the pilot light together. That's the soundtrack to a murder-suicide pact. Home Alone! Home Alone! The story of Macaulay Culkin as a precocious 9-year-old child left alone by his well-meaning parents to fight off would-be thieves. That's a fucking Christmas movie! But Home Lonely... Well, that's just Macaulay Culkin now. Poor Macaulay Culkin.
But to keep my sanity, I ended up doing stand-up at night. And I developed this character who, instead of taking all the things that people said I was doing wrong in local news and fixing them, which I did, and I still got fired, I took all the things people said I was doing wrong and I doubled down on them. And that is where the Man to Walk Minute character came from. Thank you. But it wasn't called the Man to Walk Minute yet. That happened when I was doing a bringer show at the Comedy Store in LA. And a bringer show is where you bring all these comedians together who can't sell tickets, and they're like, invite your friends, invite your friends. And I not only invited my friends, I bought tickets and I gave them away to my friends. And they still didn't show up. But all the other comedians had friends that loved them, and they showed up. And I said to this packed house at the Comedy Store in LA, I said, is anyone from the Midwest? And a bunch of people raised their hands. And then I said, is anyone from Wisconsin? And one guy had his hand up. I says, where are you from, sir? He goes, I'm from Manitowoc. Okay, how do you like LA? He goes, honestly, the old-fashioned suck eggs. You are from Manitowoc, sir. And that was the guy I named the Man to Walk Minute after. Speaking of the Man to Walk Minute, welcome to the Man to Walk Minute, the most trusted news show in all of the Midwest. This week's episode is sponsored by the Valparaiso Vasectomy Clinic over there in Indiana. They got a special going right now. Get one side done, the other side's a freebie. In office, no scalpel. No. They're just using the hacksaw they borrowed from Carl's truck and trailer repair. This week's episode is also brought to you by the Keg and Kettle Bar and Grill. If anyone found a tooth at the Keg and Kettle tonight between midnight and closing, please message or call the bar. Now, I don't want to get political here, but this is why you always wear your mask to a bar. That way your chiclets will never fall far from your beer hole. Okie dokes, let's get these headlines done real quick once. Hudson Mayor suggests ice fishing could lead to prostitution. Some of you are skeptical, but no, I got video evidence of this.
Additionally, if you open this up to ice fishing, while on the surface it sounds good,
sure do.
Then what happens next year? Does someone come back and say, I want an ice shanty?
Oh, yeah.
On Hudson Springs Park for X amount of time?
Yeah.
And if you then allow ice fishing with shanties,
catch more fish.
Then that leads to another problem.
Walleye depletion.
Prostitution.
Huh?
Now you got the police chief and the police department involved.
Guy, what kind of bait are you using?
Just data points to consider.
Yeah, no.
But there's been a development in the story, ladies and gentlemen. Ohio mayor quits after going viral for saying ice fishing leads to prostitution. He's done so. In other mayor news, Hartford mayor faces opposition after fumbling gun at meeting.
Mayor Tim Mahalik handgun slips from his pants with a thud. The gun is seen dropping here in slow motion and highlighted before Mahalik quickly picks it up.
Always dropping things. Whoa. Always dropping things? I'm sorry, but that is what you say after you drop your iPhone 11, not your Smith & Wesson, okay? Now, somehow, he won re-election. This guy don't know how to conceal or carry, but he won re-election. And this wasn't the first time he fumbled his gun either. That video came to light after he fumbled it again inside a sheriff's department or something like that. I'm like, geez Louise, where did you get your concealed carry? The Chicago Bears? What's going on? Oh, yeah. Do I got any Bears fans in the audience right there? You know, I know. Oh, don't boo them. Don't boo them. Your losses are our joy, and I thank you for being here tonight. I do. Let's keep her moving. South Milwaukee homes sold with 4 toilets right next to each other. That's called the number 2x4. Where's the beef? Cow spotted at McDonald's drive-thru. This guy then took his aquarium to a fish fry. Kohl's says it's no longer a department store. Now, folks, this is actually very problematic for me. I didn't read the article. I don't know the details, but this is not good because for the past 10 years, when a bunch of yous have been investing in Bitcoin, I myself have been doubling down on a different currency, Kohl's Cash, and I am very concerned about my investment portfolio. Let's keep her moving. Police respond to Marshfield woman acting like a deer. What was she doing? She was running out into traffic just looking at Corollas. Speaking of deer, Walmart employee tackles deer. Now, if you want to get a job at a Walmart anywhere other than the Midwest, it's a pretty simple and standard application process. They want to know, are you a people person? Are you good at counting money? You get your ass over to Baraboo, all they want to know is, hey, when was the last time you mounted a doe? Let's see the 4-point stance. Frank, we got to keep her, I tell you that right now. Jeez Louise, Tiff, you're hired. Let's keep her moving. Other deer news. Herd up. Oshkosh bar damaged after herd of deer scatters on patio, crashes through window, but at least the happy hour's a buck off, you know? Let's keep her moving. Wisconsin dairy breaks own record for longest string cheese. And if you think that's impressive, the next week they broke the record for longest time without a bowel movement. Let's keep her moving. Arcadia raccoon is in the middle of the road. It appears he has been hit. Caller gave the raccoon a cheese curd and is on the shoulder of the road with the animal. Sometimes we get so Midwest nice, we also get rabies. And that's just the way it goes, folks. Let's keep her moving. Oh, this is a doozy. Barron County Sheriff's Department. Everyone notice the date. October 23rd. The ice is not ready yet. And before you ask, yes, alcohol was a factor. Speaking of alcohol, Budweiser declares itself the official beer of up north. 2 words to that. Yeah, no. Let's keep her moving. Big Jake, the world's tallest horse, dies in Wisconsin. Oh, and I can tell by that response, you're not gonna like this next joke, but if you want to visit Big Jake's memorial, all you gotta do is go to the glue aisle at your nearest Fleet Farm. Told you wouldn't like it. Let's keep her moving. Wild turkey flies through UW Eau Claire window. Now, this is the first time in recorded history a wild turkey has flown into a UW Eau Claire window. Usually them suckers is flying out and that bottle is empty. And it is time now for the Craigslist kicker. This is where I find the most amazing things in all the Midwest listed on Craigslist, ready to be scooped up, and today is no exception. We got a Packers Davenport, $50, Green Bay, best seats in the house. Smells like beers, hence the price, no low balls. Well, folks, I hope this was the best minute of your life. As always, go Packers, and God bless you all. Now, I did my first Man to Walk minute back in 2017, and I did it not expecting to do a second one. But all of you liked it, and you shared it, and there were so many good views on it. I was like, well, geez Louise, I gotta do another. And I wanna thank all of you for being the reason I'm up here today. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much. And I also want to give a special thanks to the great city of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, because without their support, I would not have this at all. I'm not from Manitowoc, but they've embraced it, and they've embraced me, and I love them so much. And I don't know why they embraced it, you know, the way they did. I think it might have something to do with, like, in 2016, when you Googled Manitowoc, the only thing that popped up was making a murderer, and that's not fair to that great city. And I think the city collectively was like, God, please send us a hero. And then there was me. Hey there, folks. Welcome to the Manitowoc Minute. And Manitowoc was like, God, you've got a cruel sense of humor, but we'll take it. Okay. And since then, I've been trying to spread the wisdom of the Midwest throughout the land. And that, yes, there's so much wisdom here. And that wisdom ends with the Midwest goodbye. How many of you have experienced the Midwest goodbye? Show of hands. Keep those hands up if you've experienced the Midwest goodbye lasting more than 4 hours and you had to call a medical professional. Now, there are several steps to a proper Midwest goodbye. Everybody knows the first step. You slap your knee and say, well, I suppose.
Because I got in a relationship during COVID, and I met my boyfriend through a friend, but it wasn't like in a gay bar or on Grindr. Gay bars in Glasgow, though, like they tend to be more intimidating than in other cities. Like if you go to a gay bar in Glasgow and you drop your phone, you're just gonna have to kick it home. The thing is, it's also like during lockdown, it's a difficult time to get in a relationship because you're trapped in the same house. It's like The Shining every single day. And we had arguments, because every couple argues, unless you're creepy. You know those couples that you meet, they never argue, and they glide up to you at parties being like, we never ever argue. Looking at them and you're thinking, one of you is going to be on the news someday. But I'm trying to do that as well. Also, because, like, you know what? By the way, in case any straight people are wondering, because a lot of my straight mates are like, oh, you're in a relationship with another guy. Oh, man, that must be better. You must just watch football and bum all day. It's like, no, I wish. Every relationship has the exact same dynamic. Whether you're gay or straight, it's always the same dynamic. Every relationship is always made up of an organised person and a disorganised person. And I can see who's in a relationship because you're now looking at each other going, you'd be living in a bin if it wasn't for me. The reason why you get together is because organised people are attracted to disorganised. Because the first time they see them, they fall for a trick. Because they go, wow, they're so laid back. They must have everything organised. And then a few months passes, the smoke screen leaves you, and you're just left going, how are you not dead yet? And by this point, it's too late, because you're thinking, I wonder if I should break up with them, because I thought they'd be organised, but in fact they're disorganised, and I'm having to organise my life and their life. I'm exhausted, I haven't slept ever since I met them. Oh my, maybe I should break up with them. I can't break up with them, I've made plans for us both. It's going to totally ruin that spreadsheet I made for us. But I'm the disorganised one in the relationship. You probably can tell. Big surprise. But you can usually tell, if you can't tell which one you are, organised people usually give themselves away in an argument, right? Because if you're like, organised people, by the way, I love you. But you're organised. No, I need you. I need you in my life. But when organised people are in arguments, and I'm sorry for this next bit, but in arguments, you're so sweet. I don't want to say anything bad about organised people, and please do. Okay, cool. Fucking bitch. You're American as well, yeah? Oh, cool. I could hear from your accent. Yeah, I know. I love as well. I called you a bitch and you laughed and you're almost in a kind of American kind of thing of, oh my God, Scottish culture. Come on, get on with it and call me a cunt. Come on. In arguments, organised people have this ability that freaks disorganised ones out. In an argument, organised people do the thing of they don't have to argue about things at the time. They can store them up. It's almost like they've got a box in their brain. Oh, I didn't like that comment there. It's not big enough for an argument now, though. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the comment that you just said, I'm going to put it into this box, and then when we have a big argument, that'll be the ammo. There's no room for context in the box, I'm afraid. Intent doesn't fit in there either. I'm getting used to the thing of being in a relationship because I've been single for like a year and a half, and that's what I want. I was like, I want to be in a relationship. I want to get called special by somebody and them not do the air quotes. Oh man, there's one thing you have to learn in a relationship, I've noticed, is when your partner comes home from work and tells you about their day. That's fine. Don't mind that at all. But you know when they start telling you about the person that they work with that they don't like? And the number one rule is you have to take your partner's side. Even though the other person is probably right. But in order for you to take your partner's side, your partner, when they're quoting that other person, will give them the bitchiest voice ever. They'll be like, oh God, you never guess what Sandra said to me today. I was like, hi Sandra, can you please take your stuff out of the fridge? Because it is actually my fridge. And you wouldn't believe what Sandra said to me then. She was all like, that's my injections and I've got diabetes. And I was like, oh, but Sandra, please, it's getting in the way of my sticky toffee pudding. It's inconvenient. And you wouldn't believe what Sandra said then. She was all like, excuse me, I don't want to die today. And you're listening to this, and you're thinking, if you were to read the transcript of that conversation, you'd be like, I think Sandra had a point here. But you can't say that, because who knows what voice they would give to you. That's one of the main rules of the relationship. I never expected as well to go out with a posh person with a job. Well, my mum's very posh. She's a posh Scot. My mum talks like this. Have you ever heard a posh Scot talk before? It is like this. So my mum sounds like a whale. She's one of those posh people that don't seem to have any bones. Like, you know the ones you see them like gliding through Waitrose, like. I have to do that again because you won't know what Waitrose is in America. Gliding through the mall. My mum's so I love her laugh though, right? Her laugh's amazing. And I know you're not going to think it's that amazing compared to other ones we've heard tonight. Amazing if it was actually just somebody with a YouTube video on repeat of just somebody falling down a well. Just turn the lights on, it's just a truck reversing. But my mum's laugh is so funny, right? Because she only ever gives you one ha, and then her voice is extraordinary. It's just hee. So easy to find her at a party. Hee. Say, that's your mum or a carbon monoxide detector. Sometimes you get a few ha's off of her. She'll be going, hee, 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 hee. I can never find her at the supermarket. I've only ever seen my mum like laugh her head off a few times. All the ha's come together very quickly. Like, my dad was sat next to me and goes, Jesus, Mary, you sound like a metal detector. My dad's working class. I actually don't know what I am because my dad raised me working class in a middle class household. Basically, we had a cleaner, but we stole from her. But they are very funny. They've got good banter, my parents. Like, you know that mate, right? My parents are this, right? You know that mate that if they think you're wrong about anything, they'll bet you £10 on it. Be like, oh no, mate, you're completely wrong. Bet you a tenner. They bet on elections, which makes it more interesting when it's not going your way. At least, like, they always vote Conservative though. And obviously I'm not a fan, right? And I did try and change my mum's mind. I was like, Mum, why are you voting Conservative? And Mum was like, well, Larry, when you get older, you become more right-wing. That's why I think the Conservatives never win in Scotland. We do not live long enough. But they are very Catholic, though. That's probably why they vote that way. Because my mum and dad are Catholic, and I'm Catholic as well. Obviously not a good Catholic now. Now I'm just an overqualified altar boy. So I hope I didn't offend any pedos in the audience with that joke there. It's something you have to worry about is offending people now, isn't it? You have to worry about offending them. And the thing is, I actually wanted to be a squeaky clean comedian for a long time. Genuinely, I really wanted to. Or I can do it now. Right, hold on. I wanted to be this guy. Right, here we go. Yeah, right, here we go. I wanted to be this comedian. I wanted to be a London observational comedian. I tell you what's busy, guys. The underground. Where is everybody going? You could take a car, couldn't you? But a congestion charge, get lost. I was in King's Cross the other day and I was like, King's Cross? Why doesn't the Queen cheer him up then? London observational comic. Hope you enjoyed him. He'll be back later. By the way, Scottish people, do you know that English people tend to think we're backwards? It's so weird, because when I moved down to England, loads of Londoners were like, oh my God, have you just moved down from Glasgow to London to escape homophobia? Are you a gay refugee in London? As the Scottish people are not homophobic, we've got a rule in this country. It's either you're a good cunt or a bad cunt. Your race, your gender, your sexual orientation doesn't play a part in it, but if you try and make that play a part in somebody else, you're a bad cunt. That's how we work it. It's a really simple system. I think, though, Scottish people just love proving other people wrong. We love it so much. I think we probably used to be homophobic, and then somebody told us that we were. We're like, all right, you think we're homophobic? I'm going to have sex with this man just to prove England's wrong. Oh, flower of Scotland, and will we see? We don't even need to use the word gay in Scotland. We've got... Scottish people have this strange ability. They can describe somebody as a homosexual by using any noun. All right, is that guy a bit of a blueberry? There's a set of maracas over there. English people can do it, but they can only use activities to describe somebody as gay. Be like, oh God, he's the kind of guy who likes to leave the windows open. Oh, Barry loves a fundraiser. Bet you wear your slippers round the house. I moved down to England a long time ago. I moved back and I had to live with my parents again. And oh man, the banter was too much. I had to move out again. See, living with my mum, that's the thing, right? My mum would take the piss out of me, which I'm fine with because I'd make fun of her voice. Because me and my mum don't always see eye to eye because hers at the side of her head. We all joke. But my mum loves making fun of my stammer. I've got a stammer. Sometimes I have it. It just comes out randomly. It's trying to see why I'm good at doing voices, because I had to cover up my stammer for ages. And my mum loves the fact I've got a stammer. I was on the phone to her yesterday, right, and she was at the shops. I was like, Mum, are you at the shops? I was like, yeah, I'm at the shops. What do you want? It's like, can you get me a sandwich and a muffin? Okay, I'll get you a sandwich and 23 muffins.
It's not LA's fault that they don't like drinking, though, because it's a weed town. They smoke a ton of weed. That's their thing. Yeah, I'm jealous, you know? I wish I could smoke weed, but I can't. I'm awesome at oopsie juices, you know? Like, I'm a pro. But then I moved to a weed city, and I'm not good at weed. Like, I've tried, but I can't do it. You know, have you ever smoked weed with someone, and afterwards they're like, all right, what do you want to do now? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We shouldn't have done that. You want to go to the mall? No way, dude. I'm pretty sure my 5th grade teacher's going to be at the mall. And she said this would happen. She said I'd be a drug addict. I just can't smoke weed. I can't do it. But I wish I did it, because it's a way better drug than alcohol. It really is. It's way better. It is. Let's do a quick study, all right? Everyone in here, think of the worst thing you've ever done stoned. Ha ha ha! Giggles. It's funny. Did you pet a dog a little too hard? Somebody at a party have to be like, ease up. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, it's just soft. I didn't think of it. That's fun. Now, think of the worst thing you've ever done drunk. Less laughs. You just thought of a crime, didn't you? Yeah. Weed's better. I thought about it. I was like, what's the worst thing I've ever done high? And I was like, oh yeah, I wrote too much material on the movie Pocahontas one time. Yeah, it happened. I got stoned as hell. I put on Pocahontas, and halfway through, I flipped open my notebook, and I'm like, there are some discrepancies in this film. You're not getting away with this, Walter. Then I went to bed. And I woke up in the morning, I was like, wow, I got so high last night. Jeez Louise. I was like, I think I wrote a lot on Pocahontas, and I went and I looked at my notebook, and I read it all. I was like, shit! It's really good. But only if you've recently seen Pocahontas. If you don't know who Miko is, this is shit! But I loved it. I was like, this is the best stuff I've ever written. And I tried it anyway. I went on tour. And I would go to city, and I'd be like, anybody seen Pocahontas? Yeah, no, they hadn't. And I tried anyway, it would just bomb. I was bombing with this Pocahontas material. But I believed in it so much that I tried to implement this new idea. I was like, if you buy a ticket to a show I'm on, how about the comedy venue is like, congratulations on your ticket. You also won a link to the film Pocahontas. Might want to watch it before the show. It's pretty important. And no one would do it. Like, we're not paying Disney fees. So I finally gave up on it. I spent a month of my life trying to force Pocahontas material down America's throat. That's the worst thing I've ever done high. It's not that bad, you know what I mean? That's petting a dog a little too hard. It's okay, it's fun. And I was like, what's the worst thing I've ever done drunk? Oh yeah, fought a cop. There's a big difference between musings on a cartoon and saying to a police officer in Iowa City, what the fuck did you just say to me? He won, if anyone's interested, and how that fight turned out. He used a stick. I wasn't ready for a stick. I'll tell you what you don't get to say when a cop pulls a stick out. Let me also go get a stick real quick. They use it right away. He won so much. He won so much I had to live at his work for 2 days. He took my clothes. If you're ever unsure if you want to fight or not, think, do they have my clothes? And if they do, you lost that fucking fight. I'll still smoke weed sometimes because I ain't a nerd, right, ma'am? But I don't eat weed. No. Eating weed is for children. I don't fuck with that. Eating weed is like finding a World War I grenade in the woods and throwing it. You have no idea what's gonna happen. Like, is that gonna work? And they're like, we'll find out when Grandma gets here. Also, I hate how they make weed edibles things I already desire. You know what I mean? I don't need an incentive to eat a brownie. I've always wanted a brownie. No one's ever offered me a gummy bear, and I'm like, oh, I'm not into gummy bears. I always want gummy bears. Let's make weed celery if we're gonna do this. You know, like, let's get high and healthy. Moms can get behind it, that's exciting. We're gonna limit mistakes at parties as well. I've never once walked into a party and seen an unmarked bowl of celery and was like, I knew this party was rock and roll. And then had somebody be like, oh, fuck, bro, how much celery did you just eat? Why? Just how much celery did you have? And be honest. I guess I did 2 stalks and an ants on a log. He had ants on a log! I know it's not even noon. Okay, yeah, the new parties, we watch that guy. Whenever I get too high, my immediate reaction is that I want to take a shower. Yeah, it's a thing. Because you think it's gonna make you not high. Even if I'm at a stranger's house, I'm like, do you have a shower that I could jump in real quick? Kind of panicking. But it doesn't make you unhigh. It just turns into a fascinating shower. Where you get way too excited about how when you hold your arm out, you guide water a little bit. Everyone's done it. Everyone here has been in the shower and then been like, whoa. I doubt that corner gets a lot of water. That's fun. I get way too excited when I'm high. You know what I mean? I'm way too excited. I talk to the shower, I'm like, normally you clean me, guess what? I'm cleaning you tonight. All the dry parts of the shower get water. No dry part is safe from Brooks. I bet you felt pretty safe, hair up there. Guess what? You're not. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Why don't you say hey to the drain for me? Tell him Covalent Bonds sent you. My main vice right now is wine. I love it. It's the best. I don't drink it on stage because I don't look like a dick, though. It's a way different vibe if I like walked on stage with like a glass of wine. I was like, who's from a meth town? Michelberino? No way. Like, what was your town? Michelada? What was it? Nikiski? That's not on me for not remembering that the whole time. Nikiski, more like, no thank you, me. You just look like kind of a jerk when you're drinking wine and talking into a microphone. You know, like if you're drinking it right now, that's fine. That's cool. You're not making an announcement. But if you're drinking wine and you make an announcement, that announcement's gonna suck. It is. Anytime anyone's holding a glass of wine and they're like, gather around, they're about to tell you something you don't give a shit about, you know? Like, Tiffany got into Vanderbilt, everybody! Shut up! You invited me to a barbecue. If you're ever at someone's house and they have a glass of wine and they say, gather around, don't. Just be like, time to leave, gotta go. And they're like, but wait. Don't let them brag. They're gonna brag. Leave. And this is the opposite if someone's holding a wine cooler, okay? If someone's rocking a wine cooler and they say, gather around, get over there. They're about to show you a jet ski they just won. That's right, yeah, you get to ride it, yeah, for sure. Anybody thrown up wine in here? You done that? You played this game? It sucks. Because you got to explain it's not blood? Do you know what I mean? You're just like, blah, blah, blah. That's not blood. So I get to stay. Ugh, don't step in it. One more, please. Every time I buy a bottle of wine from the wine shop I go to, I hate it because I have to lie to the guy who runs the wine shop I go to. Because I'm always interested. You know, I want to learn about wine. So I'm like, hey, how's this Pinot Grigio? And he always makes me lie by asking the same fucked up question. He always asks, depends, what are you having it with? I'm like, shit. Don't make me come up with a pretend dinner right now. I didn't come in here to do improv. What am I having it with? Probably the other bottle of wine I'm buying. How's red go with white? Are they fun together? If I got a big old cup and poured them in there, is that gonna go good? What am I having it with? Honestly, probably a Netflix documentary on the opioid epidemic. That's probably what I'm gonna have this with. I'm gonna drink this entire bottle of wine while I lay in my bed and I watch TV on a computer. And I'm gonna judge people. These guys got a problem. Sackler family should go to jail for sure.
This is a good mixed crowd, man. Thank you guys so much for coming out. This
This couple right here look nervous as shit. They never seen this many black people at the comedy show. They sitting there like,
this is not what it looks like on Louis.
where you from, man? Detroit.
Oh, you're used to black people. What's your problem?
And he's rich too. You could tell he's rich.
How?
He got no socks on.
Oh wow,
Only people that don't wear socks is rich white guys and Dominicans.
Yeah, you do got a little bit of a yacht face. When's the last time you were on a boat, sir? Been a while? Like a couple weeks ago?
Last week? Who's this girl? Your wife, your girl, your side chick? Who's this lovely lady? Oh yeah, my wife, motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't look
my
directly.
My side chick could not make it out tonight.
How long y'all been married? 7 years.
Kids? One kid? Well, that's a lot of pulling out.
Good job.
Well, you pull up, right? You're like, fuck those kids. I stay pulling out. Even when I jerk off, I stay in practice like, fuck them kids. So that moved, I'm like, and then, If you want to pull out.
Don't point at me. Don't point that thing at me.
If you want to pull out, you know what you do? What? You put some pictures of some badass kids on her back. You're like, oh, fuck those kids. It reminds you like,
You put your niece and nephew on the back.
No, they good kids. Other bad kids. Fuck those kids.
What about y'all? Where y'all ladies from? Thanks for coming. Oh, shit.
Oh, they took the ferry to get here. Yeah. What time does that last for? You gotta get out of here soon, right?
Nah, it runs all night. Doesn't it run all night? 24 hours? Every half hour. Every half hour.
Oh, nice.
You from Staten Island too? Because you seem upset about it.
Yeah.
She seems happy about
This
it.
bitch told on me. I told him I was from Brooklyn and shit.
Nah, I was born in Brooklyn. No, I was born in Brooklyn.
Wu-Tang. Who's not from America, by the way? Who's not from America?
Oh, wow.
Damn, they way in the back.
They put all the immigrants in the back.
This white guy right here. So where you from? Motherfucking Germany here.
Yeah.
All the Jews pay attention. Germany is saying, what's up?
Easy.
I'm joking. I know you apologized about that thing not too long ago.
Matter of fact, go sit in the back, buddy. What part of Germany you from? Oh, he's taking a bite of his food. I'm sorry. Say it right now. Right now, say it. Where? Mine?
Did you say nigga? What?
Yeah, what the fuck? This table seems upset.
Everybody got their mask
Yeah,
on.
what's going
Nobody
on
trusts
here?
nobody except for that guy right there. But the black people got their mask on, and Amber, Becky, whatever her white name is,
Julie, Stacy,
Samantha,
Tara Ann,
Marisol. Wait, Marisol.
Marisol, no, that's a black.
My
That's a
bad.
Puerto
I
Rican
apologize. I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
name. What's your white name, Rebecca?
Huh?
Claire. Wow.
Damn. She went super white on us.
She's like, oh, they're doing little white names. I'm gonna.
She old school
Step
white.
this up.
Claire, motherfucker, next to Mary.
Where are you from, Claire?
Somewhere white, Connecticut, Utah.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Pittsburgh. Oh, and you poor too, Pittsburgh. Oh my God.
Wow, easy.
Pittsburgh, ooh. Pittsburgh is, ooh.
Damn, she got sad.
I know. Because you reminded her that she's from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the steel industry didn't make it.
There's a lot of bridges. You know one thing about Pittsburgh, there's a lot of bridges. That's all. I never think else to say. I just want to give you all something. Sometimes they're not jokes, they're FYIs, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is a well-rounded show.
Yeah.
Well, how about y'all at the same table? The opposite of very white, very black.
Oh, I know. This is
San Diego. You from San Diego? Oh shit. You in the Navy? No. You sell crack to guys in the Navy?
I don't even know what that means.
The big naval base in San Diego. He knows what I'm talking about.
And your wife, your girl, your side chick?
My wife. Your wife. Wow. Wow.
Look at all the women clapping. Yeah.
That's right. Represent.
She told him to say that shit.
Yeah. Now, in which order?
Or she got a split personality.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Nice talking to you.
No, listen. If you don't fucking laugh and it goes dead, we're gonna edit that shit out. So, I don't give a fuck what you do. They think they stopping us. Snip, snip. Hate on me.
Snip, snip. Are you giving someone a vasectomy?
Oh man, this is gonna be a good
let's
show.
get this shit started, man.
Y'all ready to have some fun? Just real quick, just ask this guy something. This guy here.
With the Bert and Ernie shirt?
Yeah.
Sir, where you from, sir?
Oh shit.
You got a Spanish accent. Costa Rica.
Is Costa Rica puro vida? Pura vida.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
You Puerto Rican.
I don't speak Spanish.
Oh, you Puerto Rican from the Bronx.
Yeah, I'm Bronx
sense.
Puerto Rican. I just heard somebody say that once. Pure life. Oh, that's for
So
the
I don't know
cocaine.
what that means either. So
That's for the cocaine. This
he said pure
pura
life.
vida.
Does that mean he doesn't wear condoms? Pure life.
Who you here with,
Pura
sir?
vida, coño, maricón, nosotros. And when he comes, he says, Feliz Navidad. I'm sorry, these jokes are very racist. I apologize. I was not prepared for a Costa Rican talking to us tonight.
This German guy is at the wrong show. You upset, sir?
His arms are crossed. It's like, this is not what I paid for. So, look, to make you feel good, relax, I'm really white. This is a birthmark. Does that help you out?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Sir, you can't sit like that on the subway in New York City. That's called man-spreading. He got his Bavarian pretzel all out on Broadway, yo.
I want to show my goddamn German balls.
Will, who's these three ladies right here? Hi, ladies.
Where?
Hi.
This is Charlie's Angels. Right
Hi,
here.
what's up? Are you here for us, or did you just wander into the Comedy Cellar? Oh, fuck Will.
I don't know him like that. I just three lonely ass white girls who's out there begging and shit.
Welcome. Well, you just got sex trafficked, so welcome to the show. This is our friend Franny. She's Mexican.
She's the tallest Mexican I know.
Yeah.
Can you stand up real quick? They're not gonna see this on the album.
Yeah,
She's standing up. Look at her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know you was the Mexican Daisy Dukes. That's crazy.
That's her father's pants. Her father's this big.
And look, America was never great, but it was hopeful. There were periods where there was progress being made. There was more, we were trying to be kinder, more inclusive, equal rights for everybody. And I think if America wants to get back to that place, then we need to build a time machine and go back and kill the person responsible for the mess we're in now. And I'll do it. I will do it. And I understand the canon of how this works. Once you use the time machine, then you've altered the space-time continuum and the fabric is ripped and torn. The time machine can't exist anymore, so it stops existing. But I'll do it. I will go back and I will kill Jesus Christ. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for all the kids out there. And I'm not gonna go to like when he was 30, because he was kind of ripped, as I understand, Dude was cut and had like a 12-man security detail with him at all times. So I wouldn't go there. And I certainly wouldn't go to when he was first born, the Immaculate Conception, the Virgin Mary, and I think that's a little unseemly to kill a one-day-old, but we really don't know anything about Jesus, though, literally from the day after he was born up until he was like 30 and a half, right? We don't know anything about like teenage Jesus. We know, we don't know anything about 14-year-old, sullen, mopey, covered in acne, hormones raging out of control, just emo Jesus, just, school's a prison, right? Just constantly jerking off, right? Constantly. 14-year-old boys jerk off 7 times a day minimum, all right? And Jesus is no different. And they didn't have Nivea back then. There was no lotion. So 14-year-old Jesus' dick looked like an overcooked hot dog that had been left in the rain for a week and then discovered by a pack of rabid raccoons. But so and we all know the story about the, Immaculate Conception, right? That's heartwarming story where God implanted his seed into the Virgin Mary, right? So he could give us his son, right? God took his seed, seed is cum. That's what it is, seed is cum. So God took his cum and he put it in the Virgin Mary. And here's the thing, he's everyone's God, everyone on the planet. He's everyone's God, so he had to figure out which cum he was going to put into the Virgin Mary, because he's got literally thousands and thousands of different cums. So he had to go, which cum am I going to put inside the Virgin? Should it be Indo-Asian or Nordic or Mayan or Aboriginal or Namibian or Incan or Arapaho or... You know what? I'll go with Jew. Jew's my Yeah, that's good cum. That's good cum. And then God took his cum, and God's way in the heavens. He's all the way in outer space, and he had to take his cum and send it right through all the different galaxies and solar systems, and he sent it all the way, but it always had to maintain an eternal temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Otherwise the cum would have degraded. And so he had to like speed it up and then slow it down, and had to go through different galaxies and solar systems till it got to the Milky Way, and then it found our solar system, avoiding planets and moons and asteroids and space dust, and always, again, maintaining an eternal temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Then getting to Earth, and they go through all the different atmospheres, because God loves atmospheres. So he gave us a whole bunch, and it's got to go through the exosphere and the thermosphere and the mesosphere and the stratosphere and into the troposphere, and then wait for the opportune time for Mary to go like this, and then up it went. And because Mary is a human woman, she went through the 9-month gestation period, and where she grew Jesus, and then God sent the angel Gabriel to Joseph and Mary to explain what was happening, and to say, you have to go to Bethlehem, okay? Either to be counted for the census or to not be counted for the census. It's a little vague, and historians aren't really sure of exactly what, but we need to get you, for the sake of the story, we need to get you to Bethlehem, okay? It's called a writer's device, all right? So we need either for the census or to not be, it doesn't matter. You need to go to Bethlehem, and then, Gabriel went back up the chimney, and then Joseph put Mary on their donkey, Dinkles, that was the name of the donkey. It's in the Bible. Joseph, Mary, and Dinkles the donkey. They went to Bethlehem, and we all know this part of the story. They got to the inn in Bethlehem. The inn, singular. There's only one. They got to the inn, but there's no room at the inn. So they had to sleep in the manger. Now here's a question. 2,023 years ago, what was the difference between a room at the inn and the manger? There's no difference. There's no difference. You're still sleeping on hay next to a goat, They act like it's an Airbnb where the Wi-Fi went out. No, I'm sure that when the innkeeper told Joseph, you'll have to sleep in the manger, it's like, good, some fucking fresh air for once, And so they got to the manger, and they laid down on the hay, and then Mary started going into labor. They started timing her contractions, coming quicker, and she's about to give birth to the Son of God. And there's a little commotion in there. She's gonna give birth. Joseph, it's time. And Jesus is coming, but he's not coming out. He's not, what's happening? Because I can feel it, and he's trying to get out, but he's not coming out. And here's what they leave out of the story. But when God implanted Mary with his cum, he forgot to do something that's really integral to the whole process. He forgot to fuck Mary. So her hymen remained intact. So Jesus is ready to come out, but there's this wall of flesh, and he's like punching and kicking and screaming and clawing and scratching, and he can't do it, and it's traumatic. I mean, ask any Scientologist what happens in there. It'll scar you for billions of lives, and I mean, it messed him up good. It gave him a messiah complex, and so Mary sussed out what was happening, said, Joseph, hang on, I'm gonna get back on Dinkles, maybe go around triple speed, see if I can knock this little fella out of there, and she did. She tore her hymen, came back, and then she laid down, and she laid down and she started to give birth to the Son of God. And then here comes Jesus out of this massive hairy bush. Got a Jewish woman in biblical times, come on, it's a massive hairy berry bush. And here comes Jesus, and he's covered in placenta. There's a little bit of blood, and there's shit too, because that's also part of the birthing process. When you give birth through the vaginal canal, you lose control of your bowels and your sphincter, and shit comes out. It happens. There's shit. So here comes the Lord and Savior of all mankind, just covered in shit, and they cleaned him off with some hay and some goat urine, and then. So I would go to Jesus when he was like 4, right? And I would dress appropriately so as not to arouse suspicion. I would bring something to distract the villagers. You know, I'd be like, hey, check this out. It's a Furby. I would take Jesus. Hey, kiddo, come out. I want to take you down to the river and show you something that's pretty cool. All right. So listen, kiddo. Listen. So this is very important for me to say and very, very important for you to hear. I want you to know this, okay? You are a beautiful person with beautiful ideas. You live your life in a clean, honest way that is all about other people. You're about kindness and generosity, selflessness, love, unconditional love. You're about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? And this is not about you, okay? This is about your fans who are gonna take every word you say and willfully, maliciously twist it for their own perverted sense of power. And everything they do is completely antithetical to everything you ever preached and the way you wanted us to live. And they will literally murder millions of people in your name and drive millions of others to suicide in your name. All right, Chicago.
I was always made to feel very insecure about my stutter. People made me feel insecure about my stutter. And then I started doing stand-up. I started going to speech therapy. I had some success with both. And now people will point out when I don't stutter. So I get insecure about that. So I don't really know when to do it. You guys just pick a fucking time and I will... And you see, I love this job. I love that this is my job, but it is frustrating. Because if you meet somebody out on the street who has a speech impediment and they make a joke about it, you're like, oh, that's very self-aware. But the difference with mine is sometimes people will think it's a gimmick or it's an act. And I think that's because I make jokes about it on a stage. It's just because location is everything, baby. Right? Like if you see someone in a wheelchair at the bank, you're like, oh, that person's disabled. But you see someone in a wheelchair at Disneyland, you're like, that bitch is cutting. I was bullied when I was a kid because I was a fat kid and I studied theater and that's all you need. My bully, his name was Andrew, and every day Andrew saw me out in the neighborhood, he would call me he would go, "You're such a fat." Okay, I added that. I studied theater, so I tried. Shut up. But the fact he said that to me every day, it was almost a visceral reaction. He'd be like, "Get out of here, you." And one day, Andrew's older brother took his own mattress into the woods so he could film himself water rafting on it. as an audition to get on the show Man vs. Wild. And this is true. His brother actually died doing that. Yes, is very sad for you guys hearing it. Because I remember that day. I remember it very, very, very vividly. Because the next day, I saw my bully, Andrew, out in the neighborhood. And there was a power shift. He looked in my eyes and he knew that I knew. I had heard the news. So I said to him, I said to myself, do I now use this as an opportunity to take advantage of my bully when he was at his most vulnerable, the same way that he had done to me every single day? But instead, I just opted to take the high road. And I said to Andrew just what it was that I said to him every day. And I was like, hey man, hey, I'll suck your dick for a Snickers. We're in the 2020s now, and last year really had me thinking about where we are now versus where we were, say 100 years ago. 100 years ago, it was the 1920s. It was the Prohibition, and it was illegal to have alcohol in your bar. And to think, in 100 years, shit's gotten worse. 100 years ago, if you had alcohol in your bar, the cops, they would kick down the front door. Someone would yell, ha, it's the fuzz! Scatter! Which is the best last call of all time. Imagine you're holding your martini and so someone comes in and yells, scatter? It's like, oh shit, the fuzz. That's probably how the shot was invented. That's why I get irritated anytime I hear some college chick at a bar who's like, you guys want to do shots? It's like, Cassidy, you don't know the history. They used to do it to warm up their core because they had to run from the fuzz. Now, 100 years later, 2020s, you can't even have people in your bar. Can you imagine if the cops time traveled from 1920s? They kick open some door, some bar downtown. They'd have to say it themselves. We're the fuzz. And maybe 3 of you would look up from your phone. That's a sad day to have to report back to the chief of police. Chief! We busted the place on 6th. Yeah? Did they scatter? Well, they was already pretty scattered. It was like 6 feet. It was weirdly specific. Well, what were they doing? Well, they was all wearing masks, but they wasn't stealing nothing. Were they drinking alcohol? It's tough to say, Chief. It was seltzer in a can. Must have been a clinic for upset tummies. Well, then what happened? Well, then they got in separate getaway cars that they ordered from their hand radios. Separate getaway cars? Yeah, the cars were all different, but the drivers were all Persian. That is suspicious, Detective. You want to talk about suspicious, Chief? And then we saw a black fella standing outside the bar who was doing absolutely nothing illegal whatsoever. Ah, thank God. You arrested someone. Guys, it's a joke. Obviously they shot him. It's the cops. What do you think happened? It's the cops. No, just that guy. Thank you. Just one guy for the injustices of police brutality. That'll help.
I also like dogs because I think they're better roommates for protection. Because a dog to me is like having like a paranoid roommate. Right? Like they're always hearing shit. Like they always come up to you like, hey man, I think I heard something in the back, man. You should call the cops, man. They're so paranoid, right? They never want you to leave. Like, don't leave, man. You're gonna die out there, man. It's dangerous. That's why they're so surprised to see you. They think you die every time you leave. And then when you come back, they're like, what the fuck? You're alive. I thought you were dead. We gotta call the cops, man. But I like that paranoia, right? Because cats, they don't care. If you get robbed, a cat doesn't even know it happened. A cat's like having like a stoner roommate. Right? You get robbed, they just wake up like, dude, what happened to the TV? Fuck. I didn't hear anything. I was sleeping in the closet the whole day. But yeah, like I mentioned, my fiancée, she's like from North Carolina. She's from Asheville. And she loves to do stuff that she did back in North Carolina that she wants to do with me now all the time. So like during last Halloween, she wanted to go to a pumpkin patch with me. But I didn't grow up with a pumpkin patch. Like, I don't know what the pumpkin patch is. But I was like, all right, let's go to the pumpkin patch. So we went to the pumpkin patch. You know what I realized about the pumpkin patch? It's just people taking pictures with a vegetable. That's pretty much it, right? It's a zoo for vegetables. And I didn't grow up with that concept because back in Venezuela, my dad never took me to the supermarket with a camera. Be like, hey, Francisco, stand next to the bananas. Like, they're not ready. Which, by the way, that shows you like what a first world country is, right? To go to a field of food just to take pictures? What the fuck? That's amazing, right? I would love to take one of my cousins that are living in Venezuela right now. I'd be like, look, we're gonna go to the US and I'm gonna take you to a pumpkin patch. And my cousin's like, fuck yeah, let's go to the pumpkin patch. And we get there and it's like Willy Wonka and the chocolate factory, right? I'm like Willy Wonka, I'm like, come with me. And you'll be in a first world of pure gentrification. And my cousin's like, wow, so many pumpkins. I'm gonna eat that one, and I'm gonna eat that one. I'm like, oh, no. We take pictures here, Charlie. But you can pick one pumpkin, and we can take that one home. Ah, okay, because we eat it at home. No, we make a scary face out of it. Wait, so when do we eat the pumpkin? We never eat the pumpkin. We let it rot outside. Welcome to the first world. Oh man, by the way, anybody here dating? Never just started? Are you guys just going out? No, marry. Oh, okay, cool. Anybody just dating here? Just started going out over there? Okay, how long have you guys been together? About a year. Okay, cool. I don't know if you know this, the dude. Do you know that everything that we men do wrong in a relationship, ladies, they notice, but they never tell us we're doing it wrong? You know that? Oh, good for you. Because if you don't know this, every woman has a vault. And every time we fucked up, it goes in the vault. And the only way to know that it's going in the vault is when a girl goes like this. That's it. That means you messed up, but we have no idea. Because we're dumb, we're like, I'm the best boyfriend ever. No, you're not. You know when I realized that? Because I had an ex-girlfriend and she broke up with me. And she wrote me a 5-page letter. Yeah, front and back. Of all the stuff that I did wrong that she never told me. And then she signed, first of all, one of the things that she said, she remembered why. She's like, remember we were watching The Princess Diary? And you fell asleep? That's when I realized you weren't ready to be a father. I'm like, what the fuck? Sorry for being tired. And then she signed it with like, you should have known. Ladies, we don't know. You have to tell us every time we mess up. You have to treat us like we're a puppy. You know how you train a puppy? Like, don't do that. That's the best relationship. But don't wait till the end after you break up with us and then tell us everything we did wrong. That's messed up. That's like if I was going to my doctor that I've been seeing for like 3 years. Right? And I come in and my doctor's like, Francisco, thanks for coming. So for the past 3 years, your health has been on a decline. And you have 3 months to live. And I don't want to see you anymore. And I'm like, what? The doctor, why didn't you tell me anything before for in the 3 years? He's like, oh, you should have known. What the fuck?
I definitely found it strange being raised by English people in America. Like, immigrant parents raise you with sort of weird traditions. But the more I travel the country and talk to people, the more I realize it wasn't that my parents were immigrants. It's just parents. Parents just give you fill your head with weird shit. And then you become a grown-up, and then you're out there like, yeah, we used to do this. And people are like, what? And you're like, yeah, my house has like a tradition. And they're like, that's like borderline abuse. You're like, it's not abuse, it's tradition. It's a tradition. This one guy, I was talking to him, and he was like, his family didn't celebrate any holidays, except for one that they celebrated twice a year. And you, like me, are probably like, what holidays twice a year? Well, you're not gonna figure it out. Because it in no way is a holiday. His family went big for daylight savings. Big day for them. They spent food out, they had drinks, people over, revelry. It was an event. He was at school day of, like, y'all excited? It's Daylight's Eve. Spring ahead, my favorite of the two, bitches. I don't even know how that works. You gotta stay up till 2 a.m., you're having a good time, and then at 2 you have it again, I guess? I'm not sure. Or then it's 4 a.m. and you feel like you just did blow with your family. You're like, what are we doing? This is weird, everybody. I had a woman at my show. She told me about how her and her sisters would always get their hair cut from their grandma all through their youth, which I thought was pretty sweet. It was like a family tradition. Then the grandmother passed away, and they were cleaning out her place, and they discovered that she'd kept all that hair, all of their childhood hair, in a set of drawers she hid in a closet, or as I call it, the hairdresser. I love that one, though. That's the best. That's the best. Dying with that leave behind. You just have you're like, Grandma, why? She's like, bye-bye, bye. You're like, why were you doing it? She's like, you might not figure it out, ta-ta. So what was the hair? Maybe I was putting it in pillows. You'll never know. I'm gone, I'm vapor. But my favorite one was I was at a show and I was like, anyone got any weird traditions? And this guy goes, I got one, birthday chicken. I was like, sir, you talk until you're done. Get him a microphone. What did you just say in a room of people? Birthday chicken? I was like, what is birthday chicken? And birthday chicken, it turns out, was in his family, they invented like a birthday Santa. The birthday chicken. Sort of this mythical, generous fowl whom he believed to be real. So every year on his birthday, he'd get gifts from his friends and family, but then he'd get one extra gift from the birthday chicken. He thought it was totally normal, right? Then he gets a little bit older, goes through the reveal that we all went through. Granted, his was a little different than ours. There was an addition. It was like, there's no tooth fairy, there's no Santa, there's no birthday chicken. He's like, I'm gonna need a minute. Santa I saw coming, but birthday chicken? Who is eating all the feed we put in the living room? Dad? Oh my God. Then he gets a little bit older, he goes to high school, gets his license, goes to prom, goes to college. First semester, freshman year at college, in his dorm, it's his roommate's birthday. And he's like, his parents live far away. They might not have time to get him a birthday chicken gift. I'll do it. Because what I failed to tell you is what they failed to tell him. That they were the only people that did it. See, he knew it was bullshit. He just didn't know that it was only his family's bullshit and that they'd invented the bullshit. That part never got revealed. So he's just handing this seeming stranger a gift with a card, and this dude just opens it and he's like, love birthday chicken. And that's you. Thank you, birthday chicken. I love my sweater. Anyone have anything like that you can think of, like little granted, birthday chicken sets a high bar, obviously. Yeah, what do you got?
My parents sent me a letter from Santa saying he wasn't going to come visit anymore.
What? Fucking amazing. Oh my Lord. Dear Bradley, I hope this letter finds you well. It won't soon. You're still a nice boy, but I'm done with you. What? What did the letter say?
It was just like, it's time for us to part.
So your parents were like, first of all, I'm 90% one of your parents is a lawyer. They're like, legally, if we get this notarized, we're in the clear. He cannot sue us in the future. So then you have the illusion that Santa's real, but he's just done with you specifically, which is almost worse. Because kids are like, what did Santa get you? And you're like, Santa and I aren't doing that anymore. I've got a lead on a birthday chicken, which is actually... That's great. It's just a lot of kids, and you're not one of my favorites. Santa sent me a restraining order. Yeah, look, you were being an asshole to him. He said no more. Oh, man, now I want to have kids just to do that. That's like... I'm gonna burn my rubbers to be like, I'm gonna fuck with this kid. Be like... Here's mine. This is my family tradition. My family, when I was growing up, I'd go to England, they would make us share bathwater. Yeah. That was like, I was raised to believe that was totally normal to share bathwater with relatives. I can't explain it, you know? A lot of people won't take baths because they're like, ooh, gross, that's your own filth, right? My own filth to me as a child would have been a dream. A dream. I'd look at a bath of my own filth the way a gruel-filled orphan would look through a rich person's foggy window at a Christmas goose. Just like, me own filth? Gosh, someday, maybe. Imagine. Me own filth, you know. It's crazy. It would be like my aunts, my female cousins, they'd all share one bath, then they'd drain it, they'd do the great refilling, and then it was man time. And let me point out, this is PMS, pre-manscaping, a much bushier era, okay? And it would be like 9, 10 dudes I'd be following, grown-ass men. I was a child. But I didn't think it was weird. It was the prison I was born into. But by the time it got to me, it didn't even look like bathwater anymore. It just looked like ramen at that point. It was just like, ugh. It was the consistency of like cold sake by the time it got to me, you know what I mean? And then I just had to get in. I just had to put myself into this human soup, this dude stew, this minestrone, this guy spaccio. I'd go in there, a 7-year-old nubile boy, take a skunk dunk and come out of there covered in so many hairs of various lengths and curls I'd look like a Grecian man at a nude beach, just like, let's do this, you know? Bonkers. My uncle come over, he'd take the hair off me, give it to grandma, obviously. It was for her. It was, caring is caring. Caring is caring. They did everything earlier in England. Like, they corrupted as youths much earlier in England. You'd see like an 8-year-old smoking, you'd be like, that's crazy. I'd be like, got a problem, copper? You'd be like, I'm 9, so you need to pump the brakes over there, first of all. Sex was earlier. I remember I was 12 years old and my friend was like, mate, you still a virgin? I was like, yeah, I'm still a virgin. What are you I'm 12 years old. He was like, don't worry, it'll happen. I was like, I don't want it to happen, okay? I am a little boy, all right? This is not chest hair. These are my uncle's pubes. I took a bath earlier. I'm a kid, bro. Weed was earlier too. Weed, yeah, 12, 13 was when we started smoking weed there. The way we smoked weed there was different than how we smoked weed here, though. The way I learned to get high in England was through what they call rising blowbacks. Now, I know it sounds weird, but it's just when your buddy sucks your dick in a hot air balloon. That's all it is. It says, guys, it's European. It's like pastries for breakfast. It's just, it's their way. It is their way. No, what it is someone takes a joint, right? Someone takes a couple hits off the joint, puts the lid end in their mouth, then blows through the back. Then you suck that in. Then someone picks you up by your sternum till your feet are off the ground, lowering your oxygen levels. And by the time your feet hit the ground again, you are real high, real high. So imagine the first time in the States when someone wanted to smoke with me. You know, like, you want to get baked? I was like, well, yeah, but we're going to need to get a few more fellas over here, Chad. I mean, we'll hurt our backs. So one of the first times I got high, it's probably like first 3 times I got high, it was late at night, everything's closed, and we're hanging out in front of the store. And I'm just laughing my ass off. We're having a good little time, you know, and I'm just laughing. I tap the store window. Nothing aggressive, just give it a little tap. And my friend Richard goes, don't, Gareth, you lima guaf. And I go, don't call me a lima guaf. And everybody laughed. But they didn't laugh when he said it. They laughed when I said it. And I wanted to know what was going on, but I couldn't ask because I was high. So I was just like, yeah, you don't call me a lima guap. What is it? Never mind. But I wish I'd asked because it became like a nickname. People started calling me lima guap. Yeah, for years. People, you know, I'd get into town, people would be like, hey, lima guap's here. I'd be like, you're damn right I am. That's me. I'm him. They'd be like, you all right, lima guap? I'd be like, doing good. Little confused still, but good. Lima guap's good. Years went on, till one night I was at a party, and my cousin introduces me to a guy who was there that night. And he goes, no, I remember you, you're Lama Guaf. I was like, yeah. So then I waited until I had a moment, and I cornered him. I had to know. And I go, hey, why was that so funny? He goes, what was what funny, Lama Guaf? I said, why was it so funny when I said, don't call me a Lima Guaf? He said, well, because you hit the shop window, and Richard said, don't, Gareth, the alarm will go off. And... And you said, don't call me a lima guaf. I was like, well, that is funny. Now that I hear it back, that's pretty good, honestly. That's pretty good weed, too. Well, good to catch up. Hope you're well. Lima guaf out. I'll see ya. Thank you. Together? How'd you meet? Tinder, nice. How long you been together?
4 years.
4, fucking A, that's pretty good. Yeah. About half the room cares. She's excited. Anyone got a weird way of met? Who's a couple who's got a weird way? What do you got back there? Go ahead.
We met at a festival in Eastern Oregon, like a small, less than 2,000 people festival, serving bar at Clown Night with clown noses on.
You met at Clown Night? Yeah, okay, relax. Quit acting like I'm the crazy one. Like, yeah, we said that. Clown Night, dumbass. We met at Clown Night. And then you have noses on at Clown Night? Yeah, duh. What do you think makes it Clown Night, stupid man? Can you imagine walking into a clown bar? I don't know if there's like, I would make a U-turn so fast. I'd be like, we need to get the fuck out of here. They'd be like, trivia night? Worse, run. Start that car. People loved you? Yeah, well, lots of people think that and they're wrong. That happens all the time. People loved us. We were loud. How long ago was that?
3 years.
No, sir, I'm far, but I'm not like in another city. A trained actor. 3 years! 3 years next March! You are a clown? You're still a clown? Huh? You got it on now?
It took a second. I had to get the bar through it. I'm sorry.
You had to get the bar through it? Is it like a barbell for your nose? Is this like a Saw movie?
Is this a show? Who has what?
Oh, my lord. I mean, this is like feeding an animal that won't leave you alone. This is like, we're like, all right, go. Get the fuck out of here. I put out milk one night. I'm not your daddy. I have a cat. I can't have more. We can't have more than one clown in this room, and I'm the clown. I mean, sir, I almost want you to keep going so I can actually shout at one of my shows, get that clown the fuck out of here.
By round of applause, how many people here have ever dated somebody of another race before? Who's done it? Yeah? Okay. That's mostly crowd. All right. By the way, you're not a villain if you haven't. This isn't going to be one of those things. I'm just trying to gauge this before I ask, all right? For those of you that have dated somebody of another race, have you ever gone out with that person and then you ran into somebody who just assumed that's all you're into? Like, you get what I'm saying? Where they're like, oh, you got a thing? You're like, oh, I didn't know I had a thing. You know? I run into it all the time. It's one of the biggest things in my dating life. People are always just like, JB? Yeah, JB only likes white girls. I'm like, that's not even true. I do like white girls, but I like women of every race. And then they'll get defensive. They're like, well, then why have your last 6 girlfriends been white? And I'm like, because that's who said yes. That's all I can do. That's It's like, what more do you want from me? What am I supposed to date 6 black women that said no? We've got R. Kelly. What am I supposed to do? You feel me? Sorry, I'm not the king of R&B. I just don't understand. Like, why are you getting mad at me, man? All I can do is shine the bat signal. I don't control who shows up. This is how it played out. But I'm from the South. Like, I still don't understand, for the love of me, I don't understand how in this day and age, people still have an issue with interracial dating. Like, sure, plenty of people don't. But you know who I'm talking about. Plenty of people still do. And it blows my mind that that's still a thing. What's wrong? I can't even imagine. What's wrong with 2 cultures coming together? You know what I mean? It's like, teach me about health insurance. I'll teach you how to Dougie. Like, who's losing? Like, I don't even understand the logic of it. What's wrong with mixed kids? Mixed kids are just white kids that don't sunburn. It's gonna be all right. They're just black kids that go to supercuts. You're gonna outgrow it, my guy. You're gonna overcome. I just don't understand why we can't have a more honest and open conversation about interracial dating and why it's not a threat to anybody. It's so bizarre to me, you know? Like, I still think about that. Listen, man, if I had a baby with a woman of any race, I would love that baby to death. To death. But if I'm being honest with you, if I had a baby with a woman of another race, I would still be really fucking excited in the way I could be excited about that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm living it up. I'm taking advantage. Bro, I'm naming that motherfucker Blade. I'm calling him Daywalker. I'm doing all the things. Bro, I'm picking him up off the operating table. All of their strengths, none of their weaknesses. Like, I'm living it up. It's all love. But I'm basking in what it is. When else could I do it? It's just so weird when people try to confront you for dating someone who doesn't look like you. It's like, how is this even an issue? It's even more weird when it's your own people. It's like, how are you who I'm arguing with? I'll give you a story. A long time ago. This is years ago when I lived in Tampa. I remember I went to a mall with my girlfriend at the time, right? My girlfriend was white. And she was my girlfriend, is still white, to be clear. It sounded weird in my head. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure she's still doing the white thing. So we're at the mall, right? I remember she saw something in a display case that she wanted to check out. She goes to check it out. I don't go with her, right? I kind of just hang back. I just do like a general scan of the room. I'm just checking out where I'm at. You ever just look at, I don't know, what's the best way to describe it? You ever just like look around in the room you're hanging out with? You're just checking it out. You ever accidentally make eye contact with a stranger? Like, you ever hold each other hostage? You know what I mean? When you're just like, why won't we look away? What are our motives? You know, you're just caught in that moment. I lock eyes with this black dude, and the only way I can think to describe him is too excited to see me. That's the only way I can think. It's because what he did. This is what he did, right? We lock eyes, and as soon as we lock eyes, he goes, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that gesture? Who do you do that? Not a stranger. You don't do that to a stranger. Who was that for? Like, you know what you do? You do that when you catch Michelle Obama at the strip club. You're like, Michelle! You feel me? But not to me, random black man across the way. But that's what he did. And I just go like, okay, all right, you won that contest. I'm not gonna really be staring at you any longer. And I wait a couple seconds. I peek out the side of my eye and I'm like, oh shit, he's coming. All right, this dude is coming to me. He walks up to me. This dude said one of the most confusing things I've ever heard in my life. To this day, I'm so curious to see what you think of this. This guy walks up to me, I swear to God, so confident. He goes, hey brother, I ain't trying to start nothing, but you know when we see you out here having social intercourse with all these other races, you look racist. And I went, social intercourse? Have y'all ever heard that term? I had never heard social intercourse? That's an aggressive way to say hanging with friends, isn't it? I didn't know hanging with buddies could sound so sexual. I didn't know I was such a heartthrob in the social community. Yeah. Like apparently, like I lost my sexual virginity when I was 17, but I busted my first social nut when I was like 4. I had no idea there was such a difference. So I go, social intercourse? That's a weird word, man. He goes, call it what you want. What you're doing is racist. And I go, racist? And he goes, yeah. And I go, let me get this straight. It's racist for me to be out in public with somebody of another race. And he goes, mm-hmm. And I went, you're gonna have to give me a sec, man. I've never heard somebody be this wrong before. It was like 2012. I'm like, who hasn't seen Remember the Titans by now, my guy? Like, how are we struggling with this? But he doubles down. This is why I never forgot it. He goes, no, what you need to understand is when we see you walking in public with somebody of another race, it looks like you're embarrassed to be black. And I was like, what kind of mindfuck is this, my guy? Did that make sense to any of y'all? Okay, because it damn sure didn't make sense to me. I'm gonna talk about it. I just wanna make sure we're on the same page before I get fought. Let me say a couple things. Nobody of another race has the power to make you feel embarrassed of your own race. Let me make that very clear. You feel about you the way that you feel about you. You know what's wild though? You know who does have the power to make you feel embarrassed of your own race? People in your own race. Isn't it wild how accurate that is? We've all got representatives that made us go, no, the fuck you don't speak for me. Get the fuck out of here with that. What? We've all got those. You ever heard Kanye? Are you always relating? Or you're like, what the fuck he just say? Remember when he said slavery was a choice? Do you remember how many black people came to his rescue? Me neither. That's my point, dude. We cut that nigga off like Subway did Jared. But you do remember how he handled it? We were like, he did what? And there's proof? Oh, no. The actions of this individual do not reflect. Dude, we cut him right out. Can I give you an example for white people? I can't speak for you. I'm just throwing it out there. I think this is a great one. Let's see how you do. Remember when George W. Bush was president? Remember that? Remember when he did that interview? He said this verbatim. He goes, fool me once. Shame on. Shame on you. Fool me. Can't get fooled again. That's a direct quote. That's a direct quote. I had to Google that to make sure I got it right how wrong he said it. And all I'm saying is if you're a George W. supporter or not, can we just agree that you didn't feel well represented? That's the point I'm getting at. I think we all heard that and went, he could have said that a little better, I think. Might want to run that one back. So what have we learned? Somebody of another race doesn't have the power to make you feel embarrassed of your own race. Somebody of your own race does have the power to make you feel embarrassed of your own race. Did you know there's a third thing? Did you know somebody of another race does have the power to make you feel more proud to be your own race? You ever seen somebody do something and gone, whew, glad I'm me? We've all done it. Doesn't make you bad, but it's something we've all done, right? And that's what I told this guy. I said, how could I be embarrassed of being black when this white woman actually made me feel more proud to be black than I've ever got to feel? Ooh, that fucked him up. Oh, if you could have saw his face. What? And he goes, how? And I go, how what? He goes, how could a white woman ever make you feel more proud to be black than you've ever felt in your life? And I went, I tell you, she gave me a blowjob during the movie Django Unchained. Like, I need you to really process how special that is. You get what I'm saying? Like, look, that ain't an oppressor. That's a freedom fighter if I've ever seen one. You ever seen somebody fight racism like it's a snake bite? She's like, calm down, I'll suck it out. I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Huh? Bro, y'all don't know pleasure. I don't care what kind of sex you've had. You don't know pleasure until you've got to watch a slave master get shot while getting your dick sucked by somebody that looks like his daughter. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. I wish my ancestors saw that moment. I wish they were looking down from heaven. Well, look at that. Well, how about, go on and get it, young man. God, what an ally. I still don't think she's getting enough credit. If I'm being totally honest, I don't think everyone's really processing what she did. What a moment. Historically. For race relations? Are you processing what just happened? We should be teaching students about her in textbooks. Do you understand what that moment was? It should say Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Brittany with an I. It should be all of them. Yo, these were freedom fighters. They all had very different tactics for fighting racism. One guy was like, turn the other cheek. Another guy was like, fight fire with fire. And Brittany was like, blup, blup. Woo! Love Brittany. I just don't think she's getting enough credit. That's all I'm trying to say. She deserves a little more credit than she's getting, you know? Just imagine, there's enough white women in here. Put yourself in her shoes for a second. Imagine you see a black man who's upset over slavery, and you think, I'm gonna change that. And then you do. But do you understand what I'm saying? I used to hate slavery movies. Oh, what a fucking bummer. And now anytime one comes out, I'm like, oh, date night. Baby, put your nice dress on. 13 Years a Slave just came out. Yeah, 13, it's a sequel. Yeah, they franchised it. They're doing the whole thing. Get that throat ready. I heard it goes up to 400. It's a great history joke. As a person who is a proud black man that's unwavering, I'm not ashamed of where I came from, I'm not ashamed of who I am, but I grew up in mixed neighborhoods, I went to mixed schools, I played for mixed sports teams. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the product of what this country is actually supposed to be. I'm trying to love everybody. That's where I'm coming from. As a person who is actively trying to show love for everybody, I hate it when I see us get in arguments that are meant to divide us by race. Does that make sense? Where it feels like whatever powers that be are more focused on splitting us apart than showing us a way to come together. And I just find it frustrating, especially when it seems like the answers are so right there in front of us. If we just took the time to listen to each other and realize we actually agree on way more than we disagree on. I'll give you an example, all right? I mean that. Like, I think anytime I see somebody get offended at the concept of white privilege, I don't understand why they're upset, because it's not an attack. And I think it keeps getting mistaken for an attack. And I don't think people understand what it is, right? By definition, privilege is just when the world allows you to do something specific, easier than someone else. Doesn't mean it was easy. It's just easier for you than someone else. That's it. By that definition, we literally all have privilege. You understand what I'm saying? We just have different privileges. So that's why I don't see why it's something worth arguing if someone brings yours up, because we all get our turns for it to be our thing. So you can't be like, it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. You don't think there's black privilege? Dog, I love black privilege. Did you know I could go to any white wedding I want? I can go to any white wedding I want. Hop right on the dance floor, start doing whatever dance moves I want to do. Everybody at the party's got to be like, he's good. That's black privilege, man. Doesn't matter what I do, they think I'm good. Let's take black people out of it, right? Take them out of the equation. Let's give another example. Let's say hypothetically, we're watching the National Spelling Bee. There's only 2 kids left. There's a white kid, and there's an Indian kid. Be honest with yourself. Your life's on the line. Who you putting your money on? That's Indian privilege. You feel me? Let's say hypothetically after this, we go out to drink. We're having a great time. We're partying, we're being married, we're getting to know each other. 2 random women just start making out of nowhere. Oh, they are fun. Then 2 random guys start making out of nowhere. Oh, they are gay. That's female privilege. Do you understand the point I'm trying to make? I'm saying privilege exists in every direction. And the only thing I'm trying to add to this conversation is if you just stop getting defensive when yours gets brought up and you start being willing to have a sense of humor about yourself, you would start to notice how funny all of this can be. And isn't the world better with people who are willing to have a sense of humor about themselves? So just be those people. That's all I'm trying to say. You feel me? Thanks, man.
I'm just always thrilled to be somewhere that isn't a wedding. It's just so nice for me. And particularly as the last wedding that I went to, it was back in Kent where I'm from, so my husband wasn't invited. And I got there and I realised I had slept with 3 of the men there. That's quite a high percentage, isn't it? Yeah. And it was a small wedding, mainly family. Oh my God. But then I was like, let's reframe this actually. What a legend. I should tell someone about this, share the good news. I was quite drunk, so I was like, oh, who should I tell? Then I was like, I know who'll appreciate this, my husband. So I messaged him, but because I was quite drunk, my use of past and present tense was off. So I just messaged him saying, I've slept with 3 men at this wedding! Exclamation mark, phone died. The problem in my relationship is that I am a very bad drunk and my husband is sober. And the problem is you drink to forget, don't you? But he remembers everything that I did the night before and then he tells me the next day, which I think is rude. We're very proud of him though. He's been off the drink and drugs for 8 years. It's quite an achievement. Yeah, and I just thank you. I just can't wait till he relapses. Can't wait, counting down the days. Okay. We've been together for a long time now, over 10 years, so it's hard to keep the spark alive. One of the things we did recently that I recommend is we did our love language tests. I don't know if you know about love languages. So you find out what you need in a relationship to feel loved and appreciated. So it turned out my husband's love language was physical touch and quality time. So time spent with me made him feel loved and appreciated. And my love language was acts of servitude and gifts. I don't think my husband is my soulmate. I think that my soulmate is Amazon Prime. I'm in love with them. It's a problem. We went away for our anniversary recently to keep the spark alive. We went to this really nice hotel and we were sat outside in the courtyard and the sun was setting. I'd got really dressed up and I saw him looking at me and I was like, oh my God, I think he's about to tell me how beautiful I look. And then he's in tonight. I thought he was going to tell me how beautiful I looked. And so I was like, yes. And then he just looked at me and he went, Harriet, it's so weird. Like in some lights, it really looks like you have a beard. I was like, oh, I did not think you were going to say that. Okay, happy anniversary. Enjoy this one because it might be your last. So yeah, we've been together for over 10 years and I've never cheated on him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel so proud about that. And it's because I have cheated in past relationships. And I know that is bad. I know it is a terrible thing to do. You can really hurt somebody. But my God, you feel alive. What a thrill, you know? You're like, oh, they did the phone. Yeah, no, it's a very bad thing to do. And I got a taste of my own medicine because early in my relationship with my husband, before he got sober, he cheated on me. And for a lot of people, yeah, that would be a deal breaker. They'd break up with him and they'd say, that is it, you don't deserve to be with me. But I think actually the bigger punishment is to stay with them and make them suffer every day for the rest of their lives. I'm like, did you do the dishes? And he's like, no. And I'm like, remember. He does them. One of my friends said that the best revenge if someone cheats on you is to sleep with their best friend. But my husband's best friend lives with his mum and doesn't believe in showers. Like, I only would have been hurting myself, you know. For me. I'm the kind of woman that thinks every erection is about me. Do you know what I mean? So like, my husband will wake up with a boner and I'll be like, oh my God. I can't believe I did that. And he's like, Harriet, it's nothing to do with you, I was asleep. And I'm like, I was asleep too, this is mad. Oh my God. Imagine what I can do when I'm awake. This is crazy. I am so powerful. So yeah, we've been together for over 10 years. So we met before the apps. So we met the old-fashioned way. I don't know if people are dating on apps, but a lot of my friends, they're worried they won't have a story to tell their kids when they grow up about how they met. So me and my husband are so lucky that we met the old-fashioned way. So we can say, when they say, oh, Mummy and Daddy, how'd you meet? We can say, oh, Mummy and Daddy met the old-fashioned way. Mummy and Daddy were at a party, and Mummy and Daddy's eyes met over the dance floor, and then Mummy went home and fucked someone else. The old-fashioned way! Lovely little bedtime story, so romantic. I was single for a long time before I met my husband, and I always thought, like, to be in a relationship, you have to be perfect. That's what I thought. Like, for someone to love you, you have to be perfect. So what happens is you meet someone, they just pretend that you're perfect. You know, it's like, hide that crazy deep down. Yeah. And you go out for a bit and you're like, they're falling for this. Yeah, just gotta keep pretending you're normal, and you go a bit longer and you're like, yeah, no, I'm cool, whatever. Yeah. Then I thought what happens is one day you get married and you're like, surprise! It's too late! It's fucked. What I realised is I got into my 30s, I was married, and all my friends in the same situation, they were like, don't you find hope in your 30s to get married? All your family is saying, when are you going to have a baby? When are you going to have a baby? But what I realised is that no one in my family was saying that to me. Like, if anything, my mum was like, no rush, you know. My grandma was like, some women are never ready. You just do you. And I think the reason is I'm a bit of a mess. I have a scientific reason. I got diagnosed with something called dyspraxia. I don't know if you know what that is. It basically affects your spatial awareness, your coordination, your thinking can be a bit confused. And I found out I had it because I was at dinner with my family, and my sister said, Harriet, I was watching Embarrassing Bodies last night, and I think you might have the same thing as the woman on it. And I was like, that is not a sentence you ever want to hear. Okay. And so I had to get tested for it, and I was so nervous and worked up at this test and what it meant, and Professor was coming to my house, a test minute, it was going to take all afternoon, and I got so worked up that I opened the door to him, and I just burst into tears, and I started crying in this poor professor's face, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I just got so worked up this test and what it means. I was like, come in, and I led him into the living room, and I got my foot stuck in a bowl, so I was crying with my foot stuck in a bowl, and I was like, I'm so sorry, just give me one moment, I just get this bowl off of my foot. And then he was like, no, thank you so much, Harriet, you just saved us 5 hours. I think you got it, love. I think you got it. So I was like, cool, what does that mean? He's like, don't worry, there's a dyspraxia forum for your sort. I really recommend it, bunch of morons. Some people are very serious, it really affects their life, but some people, they're just looking for an excuse. There was this one woman on it called Sheila, and she was like, hi guys, I don't know if this is a dyspraxia thing, but it really burns when I pee. I don't think that's a dyspraxia thing, Sheila, you know. It's a heavy weekend, Sheila. Like, you need to lie down, it's a grammar juice, Sheila. It's a different thing, Sheila. It's different. So the diagnosis helped me to make sense of a lot of my life, you know. I lived in chaos, particularly when I was single. I once went home with this guy, right, and I was trying to act really together and really normal because I liked him. It was the first time I went home with him. We went back and he went to take off my skirt and I was like, yeah, cool, mate, whatever. And then he went to take off my pants, and that's when I realised I'd accidentally put on 2 pairs of pants. So he took off the first pair and then it was just like, oh God! It's like, whatever she's hiding, it's clearly for a good reason. We just went to sleep. This different guy once came back and my room was such a mess that we got into bed and he found in my bed a high visibility jacket. I don't know what he thought, like, you know how some people are turned on by danger? No, I'm aroused by safety. Buckle up, okay? I was standing outside my show last week and there was a queue of people waiting to see me, and one of them was this girl was wearing a jumper saying Harvard, and I was like, oh no, I don't know, people that went to Harvard are going to be for me. And so I said to her, did you go to Harvard? And she said no, and I thought, phew, because people that go to Harvard, I don't think they're my crowd, but people that buy a jumper for $7.99 from H&M that says Harvard, they're my people. I went to this dinner party recently, and it was full of all these really smart people. And everyone was asking the smart people questions. Someone was asking about climate change and dark matter, and I was pretending to listen. And then it got to me, and they were like, Harriet, do you have any questions you've always wanted to know the answer to? And I was like, yeah, this is my moment. And I was like, okay, if sperm can swim, Why doesn't cum move? Yeah, gotta use your brains for this one, everybody. Yeah. So you see it on TV and it's like, woo! And then it comes out and it's like, splat. What is it doing behind our backs? Right, we've all seen the film Flubber. If you haven't, what are you doing here? It's a classic. 2 years ago, I had to grow up because I found out I was having a baby. And so I was like, right, what do you do when you're growing up? Right, I had to get life insurance. That's a grown-up thing you do, you get life insurance. Think about the future. But I looked into it, right, and you get so much money. It's fucking nuts. You can get literally like £250,000. So I was like, if I was to die, like that would be the worst day of my husband's life. Like undoubtedly, like the love of his life, the mother of his child had just died. Then he wouldn't be able to help it, right? He'd have one moment where he'd just be like, woo! I won the fucking lottery! And so for that reason, I didn't get it. Because I would rather my newborn baby went without than my husband had that joy. That is how I feel about that. Yeah, having a baby was a big decision, right? Very big decision. Not the biggest decision I'll ever make. That's whether I'll get a fringe or not. That's more a long-term kind of thing. I think people make it quite stressful, the thought of having children. People really play it down. Like Michelle Obama said this year that she hated Barack for the first 10 years of her marriage. And Barack Obama, it's her husband. I don't know. Like, she said it because she wanted to give regular people hope. But I don't think she realised that actually took away all hope. Because we're not married to Barack Obama. Right, because if my husband's busy, it's because he's having a nap. If Barack was busy, he was like in the octagon or whatever, you know? It's a different thing, it's different. So people have asked me when I knew that I wanted to have a baby, and the truth is, it was the night that my cat died. Traditional. Because I love that cat so much, right? I love that cat more than certain family members. Like, maybe not my husband, but like my uncle. You know, when I cried, that cat licked tears from my face. My uncle has never done that. If he did, it'd be weird. I'd be like, get off, Unks, what are you doing? Anyway, so I got back from the vets and I was so sad about my dead cat and I couldn't stop crying. It was this magical evening, it had just started snowing. And I looked down at my phone, I'd been tracking my periods, and I knew that I could get pregnant that night, and then the soul of my cat could get reincarnated into my baby. What? And I told my husband that, and he refused to have sex with me. But I had a baby, didn't I? Okay. And so I knew that I wanted to have a baby, but I knew that I didn't want a boy. You're not meant to say that, right? You're meant to say, I don't care about the gender as long as it's healthy. But the truth is, I would have rather a girl with a limp. And I know that gender is a construct, right? I just didn't want that toxic male energy. I happily would have taken a little femboy with hay fever. And I love that little sneezy boy. Has anyone here been pregnant recently? Give me a cheer. Had a baby recently? Woo. Did you like being pregnant?
Yeah.
Fuck you. No, good for you. So happy for you. Fucking hell. I just found it was a load of things you can't do, right? Like, you can't drink, you can't go on roller coasters, you can't do drugs. In moderation. NHS advice. Trust yourself, you know your body. No, I shouldn't do them anyway. I get a rash. I experimented a little bit in my 20s and I'd always like react really strangely. I once got home from this party and I was like really wired and I couldn't sleep, and I was like, I know, I'd go and chat with the guy at the local shop because I was friends with him. Lucky him. I got there and I was like, we get on really well. We've had this mad idea, right? If we're not both married by the time that we're 40, we should marry each other. And he was like, I'm 62 and this is my wife. Okay. Interesting. I found all the advice when I was pregnant so patronising. Right? I read this book and they were like, look, you have to eat really healthily and think of a baby all the time. If you do accidentally eat half a pizza, go to bed, wake up the next day, and it's a new day. And I was like, half a pizza? I've never eaten half a pizza in my life. The only time I've ever eaten half a pizza is when I've eaten my own pizza and then said to my husband, are you going to finish that? Have your pizza as well, thank you. And I was so worried about my body changing, and I think all the celebs make it so difficult because they're like, I had to work so hard to get my pre-pregnancy body back. I had to work so hard, I didn't even recognise myself after I had a baby. But what I realised, right, is that my body didn't really change. The key is to have a bit of a garbage body beforehand. I've had a double chin and a wobbly tummy since I was 13. I'm back, baby. yeah. It's the same old me. Okay. Then I was so worried because they say when you have a baby, like you can just go around, live your life, just piss yourself out of nowhere. And I was so nervous, I was worried, and I opened up to a friend of mine, and she was like, Harriet, I've been on nights out with you, you've pissed yourself loads. You don't need to worry about that at all. And then I was worried because they say when you have a baby, your vagina and your arsehole can become one. But like that's a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm a busy lady, you know. I don't have time for vagina and an arsehole. I've got things to do. I've got a baby to raise. Yeah, your vagina and your arsehole become one. It's like some kind of fucked up Spice Girls song, isn't it? Horrible. It took me a while though to feel like myself again. I had this moment in the summer where I just stopped breastfeeding and I went to this spa and I was sat in this steam room alone and I was like, you know what, I'm back, I feel good. And in that moment, the door of the steam room opened and this woman peered in and the steam cleared and she looked at me and she went, Tony? I was like, I'm not Tony. And to be fair, I saw her with a guy afterwards who I guess was Tony. Absolute spit. Me and Tony separated at birth. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult to be sexy because there's a specific sexy look, isn't there? It's like the Kardashians and the Love Island girls. It's like swollen face, swollen lips, and swollen areas. And that's actually quite a good look for me, right? Because I have a very allergic reaction to nuts. And so that look to me is just mid-anaphylactic shock. So I'm like, quick, eat some peanuts, upload me to Instagram. I've never been so beautiful. But it works in good ways though, these allergies, because I didn't have to do those pelvic floor exercises, you know, Kegels. I didn't have to do them because I just put peanut butter on my vagina and it swells up in no time. It's great. It does, so it attracts a lot of dogs. It's been a difficult couple of years. A lot of people got puppies. I have been trailed by many Labradoodles, let me tell you. And I was like, maybe I should get lip fillers, you know? I've got some friends that have it looks great. Then I read this article and they were like, the idea behind lip fillers is you want your lips to be big, but they're not just big, you want them to be tender. And then you put lip gloss on them and then they look like a wet vagina. And then potential mates are like, oh my God, there's a vagina on that woman's face. Let's marry her immediately. But I found a more fun way to do it, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna smoke loads of cigarettes. Yes, my lips look like a really wrinkled arsehole. Yeah, I know what the boys want. Because the look they're trying to achieve, the Kardashians, is this body shape they weren't born with, where they get bits of fat sucked out of places and added to other places to create this cartoon body shape, like Jessica Rabbit, right? But I don't want to be Jessica Rabbit. I want to be a different cartoon. Yeah, I want to be Minnie Mouse. Yes, I want to get all the fats into my hands. Yeah, the massive hands, you know. Just make all the dicks are really small. Yeah. Massive hands, tiny dicks. Let's go. Okay. Kim Kardashian said this year that she would eat poop if it made her look younger. And Gwyneth Paltrow was like, ka-ching! Somebody get a bucket, let's do this, okay? And I don't know, like now you can change how you look if you don't like it. If you have enough money or you have a friend with a steady hand. And I don't think my generation knew that was an option, right? I have a friend, she's 10 years younger and she got a nose job. And I said, why did you get a nose job? And she said, oh, I saw a picture of myself and I didn't like how I looked, so I decided to change it. I don't think my generation knew that was an option. Instead, you get ready for a night out, look in the mirror, not like what you saw, do a Jaeger shot, get on with it, you know? Different approach, different.
I spent so much time on Gwyneth Paltrow's Instagram and on her website, Goop, that now my Instagram algorithms have gone up the spout. They're completely batshit now. The adverts I'm getting are completely crazy. I got an advert not that long ago for a deodorant for your vulva. Yeah, they didn't have the decency to call it a vulvodorant. Absolutely livid. That wasn't the worst thing about it. The craziest thing about it was that it was an aerosol. Who in their right mind is aerosoling their vag? I mean, a roll-on, sure, we could all lean into that. Every cis woman knows there's not a woman in the world that needs to deodorize her vulva. Yeah? And if, as one of those cis women, you find yourself in your bedroom alone, yeah? Maybe you're getting undressed, yeah? And you find yourself thinking, you got to get to a GP quick smart. You're going to need some hardcore... There's not enough flat Febreze in the world that's going to sort that shit out, yeah? You need some drugs, okay? You tossers. I'm going to admit, I've got a very compulsive personality, and I became, obsessed with Gwyneth Paltrow and her bloody website, Goop. I spent 17 hours on it. I felt completely gaslit by it. I was like, come on, Gwyneth, there's got to be something here for me. Because if you don't know what Goop is, it's her flagship website. It's a lifestyle, it's a health, it's a well-being website for women. It's everything a woman doesn't need on one website. I know, I've checked it out for you, okay? The kind of shit that's on there, you're like, what is this? I thought, what the fuck is this, Gwyneth? What are you peddling, my lovely? I found a no makeup routine. Is this on? Can you hear me? I just said there was a no makeup routine. The idea being that you buy all of this makeup, you put the makeup on your face, and it looks like you're not wearing makeup. I'm a 48-year-old leser. I've been doing that my entire life, and so far it has cost me fuck all. Trying to find something in there that I could make use of. I'm going to cut the tension in the room here because I know I've created it, so now it's time to cut it. I found something. You'll be relieved to hear that I could make use of. I found myself a yoga mat, and I thought, fine. Maybe a lot of you have got yoga mats. I've got one. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You can spend £10, £15, something like that. You can pick one up, I don't know, somewhere like Sports Direct or Decathlon or somewhere like that. Well, you can buy one on Goop, yeah? £55. Yeah, I thought, okay. Okay, fine. Okay, well, but I've already got one. So if I'm going to buy this one's obviously going to be doing something more than the one I've got, because what did you do on a mat? You sort of lie on it, roll around in it, do your stretches on it, but this is obviously going to be doing more than the one that I'm currently doing, because otherwise why would it be spending 550% more than the yoga mat that I've currently got? Because if I'm going to spend 550% more on a yoga mat than the one that I've currently got, I want something more from that yoga mat. Do you know what I mean? I want to have something extra. I want extra from the yoga mat, Gwyneth. I want fucking extra. I tell you what I want. When I'm doing downward dog, I want a little tickle on my clit. That's what I want.
These dating apps, if you don't know how they work, they're very hard on the old ego. God, I was on a dating app 7 years ago for 3 months. I still haven't shut the fuck up about it. Like, that's how hard it was on me. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's very rattling. If you don't know how they work, clap if you've never used a dating app. Clap if you've never used one. Fuck, shut up. Ooh, shut up. Oh, I don't need what you need. Unreal. That was mean. I'm sorry. I love it. No, here's how dating apps work. If you don't know, here's how dating apps work. You make a profile, everyone else makes a profile, and if you're both interested, the app will match you. And then the women will just never talk to you at all. That's how that works. The way we collected baseball cards as young men is the way grown women are collecting matches on dating apps. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to date you. They just want to go, look at all these guys I could have. It's trash. If the women do talk to you, they're very mean to you about your opening line. I don't know why it's so important to them. It's just an opening line. But like literally, like I'll get like a match, and then I'll write like, hey, I saw you had a dog on your profile. I'm obsessed with dogs. What's your dog's name? And they're like, real original, blocked. I'm like, what the fuck? Thought that was pretty good, you know? I was like, all right, well, maybe I tried too hard. Maybe I should play it cool, you know? So I'll get like another match. I'll just write like, sup. And she's like, ooh, that must have took a lot of effort. Block. I'm like, God damn it. I don't know what to say. Like, what's a cool guy line? I don't know what works and what doesn't work. As men, we don't care at all. I'll speak for every man on the subject. I've never met a guy who cares about the woman's opening line. Ever. If we've matched, we're in. That's the hard part, getting the match. Ladies, your opening line could be like, what's up, retard? You'd be like, I think we're together. I don't think we're using that word anymore, but she's edgy. She's edgy. I like her, she likes naughty words, you know what I mean? I'm gonna propose to her. She's edgy. We don't like that's so like hard to figure out what the modern woman is like. I have no idea how you operate. You're all different, right? Men are different, but we're all the same, right? If you've dated one man, you know how to do it, right? There's patterns and things like we're very similar while also being a little of our own thing, but we're the same. Women, all different and proud of it. You're like, I'm unpredictable. You're like, just be predictable once. You can't put me in a box. I'm like, be in a box, bitch, please, sometimes. Just this, never, nothing, I can't predict, no patterns, right? I used to have no car. I lived in New York. I had no car. All the women in my life were like, he doesn't even have a car. Grow up. He doesn't even have a car. He's a grown man, no car, right? So then I get a car. They're like, that's a shit car. That's a shitty car. That's a poor guy car. So then I got bread, right? I got an expensive car. Same women were like, douchebag. What a douchebag. Look at this car. I know when he had no car. Now he's got this. He's changed. Probably got a tiny dick driving this car around. I'm like, all right, I don't know. What fucking car can I get? I don't know. I was on a date with a woman. I'm like, hold the door. I'm like, my lady. And she's like, I can get my own fucking door. Fair enough. And then I'm on a date with a different chick. She's like, I'm like, what? I'm like, what? She's like, get the fucking door. I'm like, all right, I don't know. There's no pet. You don't follow any rules. No systems, no way to figure out how you work. You just got to figure it out. Every woman's like, I'm complicated. I'm like a Rubik's Cube, you know? And then you solve the Rubik's Cube. She's like, I don't want to be solved. I'm a Sudoku now. You're like, God damn it. What the fuck? Yeah. It's very frustrating. I don't know how to figure it out. Even on dating apps, right? Even on the dating apps. You think, how could they not follow those rules? Dating apps has very primitive, basic rules. I saw a woman on the dating app, very beautiful. She looked interesting. She seemed nice. And then in her bio, it said, just here for friends. What? It's a dating app. It's for people that want to date. It's not a friendship app. And you try to talk to her. She's like, whoa. I'm just here for friendship. And you're like, what? What, are you lost? What, does she go to Home Depot and they're like, can we help you find something? She's like, whoa, I'm just here for sushi. You're like, what? It's not the Sushi Depot. I'm not on LinkedIn like, no resumes, just here to fuck, right? They're like, this is LinkedIn. I'm like, yeah. Who wants to see a picture of this dick? You know, there's like... About to LinkedIn to that puss. Who's with me? Oh, it's ridiculous. They'd be like, this guy is unprofessional. That guy's very unprofessional.
People say, all right, Jen, 6 kids. So you're either Mormon, Catholic, or just a lot of fun. And we are Catholic. That's not normally the response I get when I say that. Did the Pope send you guys? Like, what do you... No, so I was a lifelong atheist who converted to Catholicism. So I got the Uno reverse card, you know? When I was exploring religion, my friends said, Jen, you should be spiritual but not religious. I've landed on religious but not spiritual. And that is as good as it's gonna get. It's my best. And look, honestly, I know for people of faith, it is very important to have a vibrant, thriving friendship with Jesus. I truly believe this. It's just not going very well at all. And part of that is on his end. He has to take some responsibility here. This will help it make sense to you. My mother was a Phi Beta Kappa Honor Society math major. She's a retired mathematician who calculated kill ratios for the Naval Weapons Research Laboratory. My father was a Green Beret and an engineer. My grandfather was an engineer. My first job out of college was as a computer programmer. What I'm trying to tell you is that I am genetically designed to really struggle being friends with people who are invisible. I know Jesus has done a lot for me, okay? He has. But would it be too much to ask for the occasional comment on my Instagram? Like, slay, girl, you know? I'm just asking. Okay. Now, the way I came to believe in God is I read a whole bunch of theology books. So I know all the theology stuff. So I guess what I'm hoping is that heaven has an AP exam. So I can test out of being a good person. I get to the pearly gates, and St. Peter's like, Jen, you never forgave anyone. But your essay on transubstantiation was incredible. Come on in. Come on in. Heaven's like, we love an educated queen. That better be how it works. People ask what our parents thought of our conversions to Catholicism because my husband was also not raised Catholic. And what they said was, we are open-minded to all faiths, and we simply want you to be blah, 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 blah. I think what it was is because my husband is an only child and I'm an only child, we were their only shot at grandchildren. I think my mom and my mother-in-law were fist bumping each other like, thank God they found the one where they just breed recklessly. My dad got to the point where he was like, I got 6 grandkids out of this. I'll worship the Catholic God too. This is fine, you know. They actually got in on some of our stuff. My mother-in-law especially, her favorite thing, she was a good Southern Baptist woman, but her favorite thing was she loved this Catholic tradition we have where if we lose something, we say a prayer to St. Anthony. You guys know about it? Okay. I'm glad you guys know I was recently in a city where they had no idea what I was talking about, and that city was San Antonio. So my mother-in-law loved this. She was a tough East Texas woman, came from generational poverty. She was a single mother. And if you've ever known a woman like that, they are practical. They're all about whatever works. So she would start calling me up. You know, she'd lose her car keys. She'd be, cursing up a storm like, Jennifer, you got to say that prayer. Because she knows it works better if a Catholic says it. And I would say, I fancied myself as a bit of an evangelist for my religion. So I'd say, I want to let you know we're not praying to these saints like they're gods. It's like asking your neighbor if she'd be, say the prayer, God, if I So I'd say, St. Anthony, please come around. Something is lost and can't be found. She'd say, tell him it's the car keys. So I'd say the whole thing again. And she'd tell all her Southern Baptist friends about it. She'd say, I love this St. Anthony SOB. He is just, oh. And then one time, she lost some tax documents. It was a really big deal. She couldn't find them anywhere. She calls me hooting and hollering. She said, Jennifer, I can't find these tax documents anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. I said, calm down. Did you pray to St. Anthony? She said, Jennifer, I prayed to St. Anthony. I prayed to Jesus. Hell, I asked Jesus to say a prayer to St. Anthony. So I am the token Catholic in my family, in my group of friends, and I'm still getting used to it. It still feels kind of weird. And sometimes my old life and my new life collide. Like, one time we were visiting my grandfather, and my 3-year-old daughter got into his prescription anti-anxiety medication. It was scary. She was okay. We took her to the ER, and the nurse said, okay, she will be okay, but the clinical diagnosis is she is high as a kite. She said she can't name her colors, but she can smell them. The nurse looked at us, this respectable Catholic mom and dad. She said, do you think you could think of any way to entertain her while she's in this state so that we can keep her under observation for a few hours? The memories were instantaneous. We put on Pink Floyd's The Wall. We found the YouTube video. There's just 10 hours of a spinning eye. My husband's like, do the thing where you do your hands like this. Like, I think the nurse was like, okay, if they break out glow sticks and start dancing, like, I'm gonna have to kick them out. Another time, I made the mistake of inviting the president of my homeowners association and her 2 young children over to my house for a play date. It was going well, and then her 5-year-old ran inside and said, Mommy, they have the best sandbox toy. And I was like, did we? Okay. He's like, you gotta come see it. So we go outside, and his brother is holding up, it has a big funnel at the top, and then a long tube. It had my husband's fraternity logo on it. And all down the tube were the all capital words, chug, 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 chug. And her kids are happily pouring sand down it. She said, what kind of sandbox toy is this? I said, I don't know, but Mattel has really fallen off. So it's hard raising this Catholic big family when I don't know anything about being Catholic and I don't know anything about having a big family. And then on top of that, I struggle. I mean, I have pretty severe ADHD, and I am also slightly on the Asperger's spectrum. Anyone else been diagnosed on TikTok? I might also have generalized anxiety disorder, but Kaylee hasn't posted part 4 to the video because she's been grounded, so... Yeah, we're just kind of waiting to figure that one out. So that doesn't go well. Me, trying to run this house. When it was my turn to bring snacks to Vacation Bible School, the kids learned about fasting that day. I do try. Like, for my daughter's birthday, I made her this really fun Monsters in the Slime Pit birthday cake, and it was supposed to be a Mermaids at the Beach cake, but that is my best effort. One of the hardest things for me was that, so 4 of my kids are girls, and doll clothes, I didn't see that part of parenting coming. One of my friends said, Jen, your girls' dolly clothes are a mess. You need to find an organizational system that allows the dollies to mix and match their outfits. I was like, look around. You may notice that fully half of my human children are not dressed. The dolls ain't making the cut, honey. Gonna be a nudist colony up in here. One time my mom sent one of her classy friends over to the house right when this lady walks into the door. My daughters have put their Barbies in the 2 Barbies in a hot pink Barbie Corvette. They're all strapped in. And like, vroom, here we go. Except the Barbies are completely naked. My mom's friend said, what is going on with these Barbies? I said, look, I bought them Teacher Barbie. Now they're a whole different kind of Barbie. But these Barbies make a lot more money than Teacher Barbie, so they're fine. But officially, the hardest thing about parenting for me was shoes. I am expected to find 12 shoes every time I leave the house. And look, whether you're a parent or not, if you've ever dealt with kids in any capacity, I don't know if you've gotten to this point where you're trying to get out the door, you look down at what this kid is wearing, and you're like, okay, you have a purple bunny slipper on one foot. On the other foot, you have a high-heeled plastic princess shoe. But we are 43 minutes late. Let's go. Let's just get in the car. I don't care anymore. And you're like, as long as we don't run into any of his friends, it should be fine, you know? One time, we were headed out to a picnic that my church was having. It was way far away from home. No turning back now. Right as we are rolling up, my daughter says from the back, Mommy, I forgot my shoes. And I was like, oh, God. It's so frustrating because you know how it is. You know how you want to show up when you hang out with people from church. You know, you want to show up like a total fraud. Not who you actually are at all. I'd even given the kids the rundown. I'd said, like, hey, remember, listen, tell everybody that your clothes look like that because we went on a nature walk. I was at my limit. I call my husband. I am ranting. I am raving. And he tried to solve the problem. Gentlemen, if your wife calls you screaming the details about how yet another day in her life has degenerated into a complete dumpster fire, the only answer she is looking for is, oh my gosh, honey, your life is so hard. How do you even do it? Feel free to take notes. My husband actually said to me, my rollerblades are in the trunk. I said, she is a 9-year-old girl. What are you imagining? She's just gonna stand there stiffly in the rollerblades and I push her through the picnic? And then he's getting annoyed because his wife doesn't like solutions. Then he says, these words actually left his mouth. Then he says, somewhere in the minivan are a roll of paper towels and rubber bands. Some of you know where he was going with that. I did not. I said, what? He said, moccasins. I said, okay, well, there it is. There it is. That is officially the stupidest idea I have ever heard. And also, it would never work. He said, it worked last time I took him to church. At some point, you lose respect for the people in your community for not calling Child Protective Services on you.
Try to find a reason to laugh every time. And these opportunities present themselves in the weirdest ways. You just have to make the most of each opportunity. Like, let's say you get a text message from someone who thought you were somebody else. and you decide to engage. This happened to me not too long ago when somebody texted me who thought I was somebody else, and I thought I would reply. And I'd love to take you guys through a quick text conversation I had with this stranger. Okay? A text message comes in from a number I don't know, and it simply says, "Is it okay if I wear khakis tomorrow?" Khakis, America's pant. Seems like a yes or no question. Wrong. When you're messing with people, the devil's in the details. You need to speak with confidence about misinformation. So I reply, "Jeans will be fine as long as they're not low-rise." And they say, "You sure? Nobody wears them in the office, but hey, you are the boss." That's me in the scenario. I'm the boss. I said, "You got it. Where are you parking?" They said, "Where I normally do, up by the university." Now, I need to know where I work. So I say, "Out of curiosity, what do you call the university?" They say, "BU. What else would I call it?" I write back, "Some people call it Boston University, and that really annoys me. Ha ha." To which they reply, "Me too. LOL. Boom. We're in Boston. Welcome to Boston, everyone. Grab a jacket. It might be chilly. I don't know. I'm not there. But I'm the boss. So I should start doing some boss shit." So I say, "Any way you could get in about a half hour early tomorrow?" "Oh, don't oh. This is a grown adult. Texting the wrong number. Chickadee, check your digits before you wreck yourself." They say, "Sure, no problem." So I open Google Maps and I search for bakeries near Boston University. And I say, "Great, do me a solid. Go to Bruegger's Bagels and grab 2 dozen for the team. Keep the receipt. I'll reimburse you." "Will do. I love that place." But I'm having fun. So much fun, but conversation's over. Period. The end. But I want back in. I want to restart this train. So I got to say something, right? I got to say anything. Take a shot in the dark, throw a Hail Mary, if you will. So I just say, "How's your dog?" To which they respond, "Much better. Thanks for asking." Bingo was his name, oh, y'all. He's super attached to me now, though, after the surgery, to which I reply, "Oh, that's super sweet. Why don't you bring him to the office tomorrow?" "I'd love to see him." "Are you sure? That would be so great." "Absolutely. See you in the AM." And now we wait. Think about what has happened here, friends. Think about the multiverse of madness I just created in Boston, Massachusetts. There was someone who is now waking up 1/2 hour early, picking out their finest denim. Going to pick up 2 dozen uninvited bagels that they're gonna be out of pocket on. They ain't getting that scuttle back. Then they're gonna walk into their place of employment with 2 dozen baked goods under one arm and a chihuahua in a full body cast named Chico de Gallo. "I'm here." I did that. I can't sleep. You kidding me? I'm so excited. I got Christmas morning syndrome. You know it. You're trying to fall asleep. You're laying there looking at the lights. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock rock. What happens? All dumb thoughts fly into your mind. All stupid thoughts flood your mind. You can't sleep. They wake you up, right? I'm laying there trying to sleep. How is it that vampires' hair always looks so good if they can't see their own reflection? Why don't we call them mouth jobs? And if we did, we should rename the nose job because that doesn't track. I've never seen a baby pigeon. And neither have any of you fuckers. Let's talk about that for a minute. Why? How? Has anyone seen a pigeon this big? Never. Why? Are they being born full size, popping out of large sized eggs like giraffe? Like, I don't know. How surprised was the first guy who ever threw a boomerang? Crikey! Speaking of surprises, how surprised was the first woman who ever gave birth to a child? Unga Bajunga is sitting in her cave. Miss Bajunga is wondering why she gained so much pounds over the past 9 months. Maybe too much brontosaurus beef? The sun rises, she hits the fields to get her gather on and gets a weird rumble in her tum-tum. Ooh. Girl. She squats down to push out what she thinks is a stubborn turd. A human baby has fallen out of her. It's screaming, she's bleeding. She goes to run away. It's attached to her, by the way. So what the fuck is she gonna do? "9:02 a.m. New text message comes in. Simply says, "Who the fuck is this?"
When I was younger, I thought the key to confidence was having a catchphrase. I thought that was very important. Yeah. Couple of catchphrase fans in. Yeah, I think having a catchphrase is important. And I used to watch American movies, and I loved all of those sort of like big catchphrases and cool stuff they said, like, "Hey, I'm talking here," or you walk into me, like stuff like that. I loved that sort of catchphrase. I loved that, and I wanted to have my own one. The one I really wanted to use the most was "Keep the change." Ooh, that is fancy. Keep the change. Normally, someone go in, take too much money, put it down, keep the change. Buy yourself something nice. Now, at the age of 12, I didn't have either the charisma or the money to pull that off. So I went into a sweet shop with £1, bought 99p's worth of sweet, and then said, "Keep the change." And the cashier laughed at me because she thought I was telling a joke. And I panicked, and I didn't want to seem like I hadn't fully intended to tell a joke, so I laughed to be like, yeah, I meant that. And I think that explains why I'm here today. Not even the best thing that happened in that shop, by the way. The best thing, a gentleman, and I use that word correctly, a gentleman walked in and asked to buy a Freddo the Frog. They full named the chocolate bar. Like maybe it's the first time they've ever bought chocolate and they've gone, gonna have to full name this. Show some respect to this chocolate. It's like, what are they gonna get next? A Sir Toffee Crispian. Do you have a favourite chocolate bar? Whisper. Whisper, yeah. Or its full name? Whisper the Frog. Now, the thing is, you can't do Keep the Change anymore. You can't do Keep the Change anymore because everything's on contactless. And you remember the days of minimum spend, by the way? Remember, glorious days. They're gone now. Minimum spend, if you don't know, was when you would go into a shop, you'd get everything that you want to buy, you put it down on the counter, and you'd say, "Just these things, please." And the cashier would say, "No. You buy more of my stuff. They can't be legal." Now, I used to hate it until I realised minimum spend's free money. Not technically. Yeah, you look shocked there. What? Yeah, my bank were the same. It's not free money. It's free from judgment. You can buy whatever you want and just be like, "Oh, I'm just getting over minimum spend." That's how I got into fermented herring. I love vaping now because of minimum spend. Absolutely, it's good for you. Do you know that? Yeah, if you smoked before, I didn't, but I love vaping. I love vaping. Also, minimum spend's how I found out about Kinder eggs. Sorry, Kinder Eggleton's the frog. Now, Kinder eggs, I didn't have them when I was younger. My grandparents wouldn't let me have them. I thought it was pronounced kinder eggs. And so I was like, yeah, damn straight, we'll get some kinder eggs on the go. They've always been so mean to me. And so when the shopkeeper was like, "Well, do you want a Kinder egg? Gets it over minimum spend." I was like, "What is it?" And they said, "Oh, it's a chocolate egg." Great. Paid my money, walked out the shop, took off the foil, popped it in one. That's not how you eat a Kinder Egg. A nurse told me. Now, when a nurse has told you you're eating chocolate wrong, you have taken the road way less travelled by. I'll use their words. They said, what's happened is, inside the Kinder Egg is a surprise toy. That has got itself lodged inside you, making you a kind of Kinder Egg. But the real Kinder Surprise is that it's lodged itself exactly halfway between your mouth and your butt. And it's your choice which way the surgeon goes in. And I said, what? And they said, yeah, in a slightly surprising turn of events, we're giving you, the patient, the decision which way to go in. And I said, well, hang on, you said halfway. Well, why can't you just go in through here? And they said, because your abdominal muscles are far too strong. Their words. They're the medical professional. I'm not going to argue with them. They said, oh, do you want to meet the surgeons, maybe? That will help you make up your mind. There's 2 surgeons, both alike in dignity. Well, one's got a bit more dignity. There's the mouth entry specialist and the butt entry specialist. And I was like, yeah, send them in. So they sent the first one in, Dr. Botti, Italian lad, nice guy, actually, was the mouth entry specialist. Actually, it was their twin, Dr. Botti, as well, was the butt entry specialist. So parents proud of them both, even though they went in very different directions. And we chatted about it, we were trying to work out what we're doing, and someone suggested, why don't we do an X-ray, find out what the toy is, and Dr. Botti was like, no, I want it to be a surprise. Kinder Egg purist, gotta respect it. In the end, we did an X-ray, found out what the toy was. It was one of those little racing car toys. So what we did was a little bit of both. They went in through my mouth, pulled it back, let it go, and it just shot out through my butt. Confidence to do that routine in this room. I started that routine knowing the end. Extremely confident of me. I think my nan dad is responsible for that confidence. I'll tell you about my nan parents. My nan and my nan dad, very important to me. But my nan dad especially. My nan dad was a storyteller. My nan dad was from a different era. I mean, that's how nan parents work. My nan dad would tell me amazing stories about a different world, stuff we could barely understand. Like, my nan dad told me once, look, the people who are laughing at nan dad are in the right. You're in the running big time. The person in front of you is like, stop laughing at nan dad. You're out the running. My nan dad told me amazing stories, stuff we barely comprehend. So he told me this story once about someone who claimed to have finished a lip balm. Like, mind-blowing. The world used to be such a different place back then. He said to me, fire is more scared of you than you are of it. That's surprising, isn't it? What's more surprising? That's a weird name for a dog. That is a weird name for a dog. Timid little dog. He gave me poker. That was what he thought was the key to confidence. Because he said poker is a game of skill and it's a game of bluffing, but it's about confidence, being confident in the moves that you're making. And so he said to me, biggest tip I can give you, always have a canary with you. Yeah, because everybody else at the table thinks there might be a gas leak. Yeah, you get in their heads early on, it unsettles them. I've never looked at the world with the amount of wonder that he's looked at a van being driven by a woman. Not like, it wasn't in a bad way, he just said he couldn't fathom it. He was like, wow, what's happening to the world? He couldn't believe it. My favourite story of my nan dad's is that he put a Robert Dias out of business. That's big, that's a big claim, isn't it? A Robert Dias. Some of you don't know what a Robert Dias is, so I'll quick you up to speed. A Robert Dias is a shop that sells everything you half remember from a dream. Absolutely wild shop. It's chaos in there. Like, every product's got like a promotional video screaming at you. Every single product has 2 completely unrelated uses within the same product. It's like it's a calculator and a coat rack. What? What, so I do some math on the way out the door? I don't understand. It's a coat and a coat rack. That one's good. That one is good. Coat and a coat rack. Now, what my nan dad did to put them out of business is he severely adjusted their expectation of future sales of one of these joke products. I'll explain the product using how they sold it. When was the last time you cleaned your ceiling? I don't know, if you're like me, a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's tougher to clean your ceiling more than every couple of weeks because you've got to get out the step ladder coat rack and the chamois. And that's difficult to do more than every couple of weeks. And so this product solved that. It's called the Freddie Brewster Mop Top. And it's a hat that went round there. That's where hats go. And then there's a splint that went down your back, keeps you level. And then 2 electrical pads just come out and stimulate your abs, get them tight. Unrelated task within the same product. And then on the top was a mop, which you extended up to the height of the ceiling. You get it up there, and then you just... until either your ceiling was clean or you passed out. I did that for longer than I intended to. Now, my nandad knew how rumours worked, okay? So he started spreading rumours about town that we had the dirtiest ceilings in Christendom. Now, Robert Dias is no mug, is he? He's a mug that's also a USB charger. And he heard that, he heard those rumours and thought, oh, blimey, this Freddie Brewster mop top's going to sell out. So they ordered in a load more stock, rebranded as the Freddie Brewster Mop Top Emporium, and then no one in that town bought any of that frankly wild product. And my nandad also firebombed the place. Anyway, I don't know if that story's true, but I like what it says about him, and that's the main thing, because, as I say, he's a storyteller. I think he gave me that. I think that's why I do that now. But he also gave me confidence, and I don't want this to be a sad story. I don't want it to be a sad thing, but, like, I have to tell you that he did pass away around the turn of the millennium. We were actually out in Miami at the time, celebrate the launch of that second album. It was on South Beach, just feeling the heat just a little bit too much. Horrible way to go. I remember being there at his funeral. You know, we were all there, black suits with the black Ray-Bans on. And I was just thinking about all the times where it was just the two of us. Look, it's like I told you. It was a wonderful time for all of us to get together and just honour my nandad. One little thigh clap at the front. Yeah, you're putting in a shift, It's a lot of work to get to that punchline. Got to call him Nandad for the entire time, lose half the audience who are like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep saying Nandad? And furthermore, what's wrong with the person laughing about it?
One thing I would like to happen soon is for people to talk about vaginas and vulvas and all things happening down here in a kinder manner. I feel like there's been a lot of disrespect from men and women when it comes to how we discuss things below. For example, I was talking to a friend who's a woman, and she was thinking about getting an IUD. If you don't know what an IUD is, it's birth control. It can be copper or plastic. They put it in your cervix. It's shaped like a capital letter T. And whenever sperm comes around, it's like, seats taken. And then you don't get pregnant. So my friend was thinking about getting one, and she goes, yeah, my doctor said that every so often I would have to put my fingers up there to make sure my IUD didn't move or fall out. And I'm like, I'm not putting my fingers up there. And I was like, what have you been doing your entire life? Not putting your fingers up there? And she's not unique in this way of thinking. I've talked to many women, I mean women, like above 30, who have said things like, I've never seen my vagina. I've never put my hands inside myself. This cannot continue. This has to stop. Even when it comes to period stuff, I use a menstrual cup and have for the last 10 years. Not the same one. You do have to change them. If you don't know what a menstrual cup is, it's a silicone cup. You fold it, put it in, pops open, it catches all the blood, you dump the blood in the toilet, you wash the cup in the sink, and you put it back in. And I've described this process to other women, and sometimes I'll get the response of, ew, you touch your own blood? Yeah, it's mine, so it's fine. It might be weird if I was like taking someone else's cup out. Or like shampooing with it. Or mixing it in a drink. It's the real Bloody Mary. But it's going in the toilet, it's fine. Also, if you've ever owned a dog or a baby or an old person, you've touched way worse. Also, I want to let you know that I'm currently wearing a cup right now. Just to give you a little peek behind the beef curtain. Isn't that fun? You just never know. You never know. You could be talking to somebody, looking them in the eye, and they could be holding. I'm like a molten lava cake right now. She's got a little surprise. But I like talking about this stuff because it doesn't have to be secretive or taboo or icky. It's so natural and normal. I just really want us to stop treating our parts as if it's a separate entity from our body. Just get in there. Get your hands in your pussies. Get those hands in those pussies. Grab yourself by your pussy. You're allowed to, it's yours. Men touch their dicks all the time. All the time. If you shake a man's hand, there's a chance he was just rearranging some thin skin shortly before that point. We should be like that. I'm not saying we should like root around in there and start shaking people's hands. We should just check up on what's happening down there with as much frequency. I have friends who will let someone pound that pussy, destroy that pussy, beat that pussy up. And they won't put a hand mirror down there to make sure it's still intact. It just got destroyed. You're not curious? Also, if you're in the crowd and you're like, oh my God, she's talking about me, I hate this, I'm not judging you. I don't judge anyone for this mentality because we're raised this way. We're raised in a culture that demonizes women for even having bodies and makes us feel like our parts are only important in relation to how they make other people feel. And we get taught these things at a very young age. I remember when I was younger, when I was PT, pre-tits, my mom told me, if your dad is in the house, you shouldn't run around without a shirt on because it would be disrespectful to him. And my mom's not weird for telling me that. She told me that because her mom told her that. And I've talked to many other women who've gotten the same kind of teaching, that we need to cover up and shrink for the men in our household. But it's like, if you think there's someone there who could potentially sexualize a child, let alone their own child, you need to get that predator out of the house. And to make you feel better, my dad didn't show any signs of sexualizing me or finding me sexy, no matter how hard I tried. I was flirting my little ass off. Got no bites. I also feel like we need to tell little girls it's okay to touch yourself and explore your body. So we're not doing weird stuff later. When I was younger, I was raised very Christian, and I thought I was gonna go to hell if I touched myself down here. But I wanted to try because I heard stories. And I was like, well, maybe if I don't do it, maybe if like an inanimate third party does it, It'll be fine. So the first time I masturbated was with the handle of a lint roller. It didn't feel great. It was lint-free after. And I had a friend, she washed it first. She used the filter of a fish tank because it vibrated and she at least knew it was supposed to do that. We need to tell little girls it's okay to put your hands down there so we're not doing scavenger hunts in our house, trying to find things that fit. Anyone else want to share a household product they put inside of themselves? I'm genuinely asking. Shout it out. A hairbrush? Yes, I love a multi-purpose tool. It's not only for your locks, you can pretend it's a cock. Electric toothbrush, classic. Classic. You gotta fill those cavities. I love it. Was it? A spirograph pen? Now, what is a spirograph? It vibrates? Oh, good. Not one of those normal ass pins. She's like, I'm not fucking around with Bic. No. This thing has to work. I love it. Anyone else? Cucumber. A cucumber! Yes! Toss that salad, bitch! Yes! Did it come out a pickle? Guess there was a little acidity in there. Anyone else? The end of a couch. Oh, the end of a couch. I like that. I like that it's specifically the end of a couch. She's like, it's the end of the couch, but my beginning. The beginning of my journey. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much to everyone who shared. And for those who didn't, I know. I know. I love asking people about this stuff because it's so natural and normal and we don't talk about it that much. I feel like there's all this stuff in the media that encourages straight boys' sexual exploration. There's a whole movie franchise based on a boy fucking a pie. I counted. There are 8 American Pie movies. 8! I want like a spirograph pin short film or something. Give us something. Also, if you have experimented and put a household product inside of yourself, you're in good company. You have our friends. And there's a whole group of people who are known to have done the same thing. And those people are witches. Allegedly, the imagery that we see of a woman riding a broomstick comes from women being caught putting the hallucinogenic drug DMT on the end of a broom and masturbating with it. So they were flying high on a broom. They were geniuses. They were putting brooms in their hoo-ha, or their bru-hoo-ha. They were getting high while they were getting off, and men were like, kill them. Why would you persecute a person like that? That's not a woman you burn, that's a woman you marry. Clearly she has good ideas. That's someone you follow to the ends of the earth like, what other cool stuff are you doing in the woods? I want to see. I really think a lot of that witch hunt hysteria was just men being upset that women were having fun without them. All the men are like, oh, you don't need me to help you come? And all the women are like, I have a broom. I can sweep myself off my own feet.
The world's changed, especially recently. Last few years, exponential rate. It's different than it used to be. I think kids. Who's got kids in here? Nice. Good for you. And just how old are they? Young? Old? Young, too? Yeah, okay, so you guys get it. You guys are dealing with TikTok and the internet and all this shit that, you don't let them have TikTok? Oh, shit. Good for you. How old are they? Oh, shit. You got to get them something. They're about to be weird as fuck. You do? Bro, remember those kids who would come to school at 13 and they're like, our parents do not let us watch television? Would you like to come to my house and play dice after school? We only have milk. We get 40 minutes of Rubik's Cube. And then my mother inspects our penises. Nah, dude, we're gonna watch Pokemon. I'll see you later. Say what you will about TikTok, but kids have more perspective now because of stuff like that, right? They open up the internet and they're inundated with information about politics, about the global economy, about gender and sexuality, right? When I was a kid, it wasn't like that. I'm from a very small town in New Jersey. Okay, when I was a kid, we'd be changing in the locker room during gym class. If you pulled your pants down and you had a little dick, somebody would go, fuck you, pussy, you have a little dick. You a fucking tiny ass bitch dick. It's a different world. Now you can have a big dick and be a woman. It's a totally different world. It's just a different world. They're not naive anymore. I was babysitting my 8-year-old niece, and she's having a play date. This little tomboy girl named Ryan comes over the house, and they're playing, and they get hungry, so they run up and they're like, Uncle Nick, can we have a cookie? And I was like, absolutely, give them a cookie. They ate it, and they go, can we have another cookie? And then I hit them with a classic that I was raised on. I was like, you get what you get, and you don't get upset. That used to work on me. My mom said, you get what you get and you don't get upset. I was like, oh, that rhymed. That must be like a law. I thought it was like a legally binding contract. If something rhymed that my mom said to me, oh, I'm going to rhyme back. I'm not going to rap battle my mom now over a cookie. Okay? You know what I mean? Which, by the way, I think that's how Eminem came to be. I think his mom was like, you get what you get and you don't get upset, Marshall. And he was like, fuck that, Mom. I'm gonna get what I get and get so upset that I step on your neck and I press on your head if you don't give me another chocolate chip, you awful bitch. I'm gonna come across your ribs with a saw and split your fat ass in half, and that'll be the last snack you try to snatch from me, so just call it quits. Ha-ha! Kids nowadays are not going to listen to something just because it rhymes. They have too much perspective. We talked about it before. Kids nowadays, they do active shooter drills in school. They do. They're not going to listen to something just because it rhymes. You come in and you're like, sharing is caring. They're like, actually, it's every man for themselves. Yeah, if you're not holding an AR-15, you're not getting a fucking bite of my Lunchables. Sorry. So I said to my niece and her friend, it's like, you get what you get and you don't get upset. And then my niece goes, well, if you get what you get and you don't get upset, are you saying that Ryan, who is born with female genitalia but identifies as a boy, has no right to identify that way? I was at a Moose. I was like, You guys can have as many cookies as you want. You have as many cookies as you fucking want. You can.
I'll make you a fucking tiramisu. You like tiramisu?
You guys got guns down here? Yep. My only thought about the whole thing is that I think that background checks could be a lot easier. I think they could be a lot more simple. I think background checks only need to be one question. I think a weird-looking guy comes in, he wants to buy a gun.
Guy walks into a gun store and has that laugh? Sir, we're actually closed. We're actually closed. Sorry, no, it's our policies. You're not allowed to be the Joker. You're not allowed to be an arch villain and have a firearm. Obviously, sir.
No, you can laugh. It's okay. Okay. That's your fucking real life laugh.
You're the fucking Pillsbury Doughboy.
Holy shit. God damn.
Well, don't show. You want to know why we have the best staff here? They just know who to put in the front row. They just fucking, like, that guy's gonna be weird as shit. Put him in the front.
Here's our thing. Background checks, they only need to be one question. I think a weird-looking dude comes in, and the clerk goes, so you'd like to buy this gun, sir? Cool, we're just gonna get a little background information. How many girls have you fucked? How many girls? One? Are you married to her? No?
Jail. Put him in jail forever.
A gun for you, you know, pussy getting ass bitch? Yeah, fucking right, dude.
We're gonna give a fucking firearm to a psycho like you. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, you can have a sword, you pussy. If you want a fucking sword, I'll give you a sword.
That's what a Renaissance fair is. Just a bunch of guys going, we look fucking sweet. I'm not saying every mass shooter is a virgin. It's not. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to bully anybody, especially not these guys. But there's no mass shooter that got like a lot of pussy. Right? There's no mass shooter that was just fucking raking. Everybody's like, oh, dude, that guy, he fucking smashed all the time.
But there's never really a correlation between like gun violence and getting laid. Can we admit that as a people, right? There's something there. There's something there a little bit.
The school shooter is not the kid who fucks every cheerleader and then walks back into school on Monday like, nope, still sad. It's not that kid. And you're right for laughing hard at that, because that's our option. It's to try to find a little levity in these dark things. And here's the thing. These are incredibly dark, tragic things, and I don't think that you can blame these events on any one person in particular. You can't. But I will say, if you are a high school guidance counselor, and a kid comes into your office, and he goes, I'm very angry, and I'm having a lot of dark, violent thoughts. Suck his dick.
Suck him off! Suck him off! Suck one, save 1,000. Blow his brains out before he blows our brains out, okay? I care, okay? I care about your children.
You could save the entire student body if you put your mouth on one student's body. That's all it could take, all right? That's it. This is a sensitive topic. I understand. I know it is. I'll do it. I'll put my money where my mouth is. I will. I'll do it. I'll go on a fucking college tour right now. I'll do an hour of stand-up, and then after the show, I'll get on the PA and I'll be like, will any student who watched anime last night please come to the principal's office? You are about to get your dick sucked. Who wants to get their dick sucked? And then watch all these potential threats sprinting through the hallways like. And then I'll walk out and I'll be like, okay, gentlemen, you guys ready to get your dick sucked? And they'll be like, hi. And then I'll be like, it's gonna be $620. Yeah, I'm kind of a bad guy. I apologize, by the way, whether it be you guys or you. Give me my fucking water bottle, you cook. I'm teasing. Sorry for being aggressive and assertive and rude. You know what it is. I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? Nice. What part? Oh, cool. My parents did better than yours. Fuck with you. But that's it. That's the thing. Is when you're from Jersey, you got all this fucking just pent up fucking. It's cold aggression. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. I grew up in a part of New Jersey with a lot of like Italian bros. You know, a lot of fucking Jersey Shore fucking. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you cannot argue with these dudes. Okay, they're too dramatic. You will lose every argument to an Italian bro from New Jersey. Okay, because they're too dramatic. They put their dramatic. They put their whole body into it. Are you fucking kidding me? You think Scarpaccio's is better than fucking Dell'Aduzzio's in East Orange? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? They look like they're trying to dodge your argument and poke holes in yours. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? They have the freshest mozzarella. They're the fucking freshest mozzarella. They're so Italian, they're Japanese. They're like, the fucking freshest mozzarella. You will never tell me that my grandmother's mozzarella is not as fresh as Oh, hey! Get my dick sucked by the student council president. But they're that dramatic. You can't win an argument against them because they're so dramatic. I'll give you, this is an actual argument between myself and my roommate. It was 2 weeks ago, okay? Can we dim the lights? Perfect. Yo, who put the knives upside down in the dishwasher? The forks and the spoons are all right side up. That's why they're clean, because the water comes from the top. Yo, who put the fucking knives upside down in the dishwasher? My guy, who put the knife? You put the knives upside down in the dishwasher? Why? What do you mean, just in case? Just in case somebody slips. Who's gonna fucking slip? If that happens to you and you die, you deserve it. We're just doing random shit upside down now? We're just gonna do everything upside down? Let's have this argument upside down since you love upside down shit. Yeah. We're just gonna do everything upside down because you like it upside down. Yeah, why don't we do keg stands upside down so that we get drunk really slowly because it's basically normal drinking. Why don't we have sex with girls upside down so that they're on top so that they get to come and we don't? Why don't we turn the globe upside down so that when you dig a hole to China, you end up in the North Pole and Santa's a communist? You're so immature, bro. How am I doing this?
All right, so you basically want to be raised by a single mother.
2020 wasn't all bad for me, by the way. I got married. I got married in 2020 to my beshert, my soulmate, my husband, Leo. Now, I was told I don't give off a gay vibe. Azoy ze zukt. That's what they told me. I didn't know this until a few months ago. Leo and I live in Manhattan, a big building with 1 million people in it, and a lot of gossip. A lot of gossip. Lashon hara, evil tongue. And the woman that's in charge of all of this gossip lives on our floor. I'm not gonna mention her name, Sharon Berkowitz. 9F, right when you make the turn. 2 months ago, she corners me in the elevator and says, I don't know if you've heard, but the lawyer that bought the apartment above yours is a homosexual. I said, Sharon, you're kidding me. I've been banging him for 3 months. I had no idea he's a lawyer. Sharon's been avoiding me lately. My husband's younger. He's 10, 12 years younger, 22 years younger. A millennial. Any millennials here? Yes, yeah. He's a millennial, but he says you're welcome. Most millennials don't. They all say thank you, but they never say you're welcome. They say, no worries. First time I got hit with a no worries, I was buying coffee. I hand my card to the kid behind the counter, and I said, thank you. He said, no worries. I said, do I look worried? No worries, and I can. I can. I can. I'm so happy, I can. I'm so sad, I can. Leo doesn't say I can't, and he always says you're welcome. Yes, yeah, yeah. Funny things happen when there's a big age gap. First time I brought him to my mother's house, he sees my graduation picture. My mom clocks it and says, that's when he was your age. My mom loves my husband, loves him. My mom doesn't feel like she lost a son, she gained a grandchild. And I love being married, I love it. Who here's married and happily married? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's fun. It's official, there's a license, there's insurance, there's paperwork, there's joint accounts, your name's on everything. People always ask me, do you think he married you for your money? I said, are you insane? I married him for technical support. I'm living with a Genius Bar. I don't know how to use my phone. The other day he said to me, share your location. I said, I'm right here. So how do I share my? He goes, go into I said, I can't. He said, just give it to me. That's my favorite thing to hear. Just give it to me. Here you go. I can't. Just give it to me. We definitely have generational differences, that's for sure. I love cash. I love cash. I always have cash on me, and I have cash hidden all over the house. And he doesn't get it. What's with the cash? I go, you gotta have cash. Why? In case the Nazis come. He says, what do you need cash for the Nazis? I said, you can't Venmo the guard. What are you gonna Apple Pay the guy? Was that SS Schultz at thirdreich.gov with an open close gate emoji? You gotta have cash. Millennials don't know. They don't know how to schmear. They don't know how to tip. They don't know any of that. No! Millennials don't know how to tip. They don't know how to tip, and they also don't know how to receive a tip. Leo took me to Trader Joe's. You been to this? It's a supermarket with a boat dock theme. We're in there, I got the cart, little red cart, and I bought everything. Everything was $1.69. I took everything. Try these, bring 2 of this, a pizza, cookies, that almond milk for nothing. I got to the cashier, I looked like a Ukrainian refugee fleeing. I get to the cashier and they... And believe me, if you would have seen them, you'd understand that they are a they, and gesundte hate, they should live long and be well. They had absolutely no counter space to undo my cart, none. A 6-inch piece of plywood in the shape of an oar, that's all they had. But somehow they did it magically. They made pyramids and they took things underneath and put them back under. It was so amazing and so friendly. Did you find everything you were looking for? I said, I found things I wasn't looking for. Oh, you should try these. They were amazing. I said, I can't wait to try. Let me know if you... I said, I'll come back Thursday. I'll give you a call. I had a new best friend. And they packed it all up in these amazing bags. Have you seen those bags? The cardboard with handles. It was amazing. I had to give a tip. $20 because it's them. I pulled the cash out and they had a panic attack. Ah! Cash! That's triggering! Ding, 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 ding. There's a bell there. Ding, 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 ding. The fire department showed up. The manager came over. They're on the floor having a seizure. Manager goes, what happened? I said, I wanted to give him a tip. He says, we're not allowed to accept tips, but thank you. I said, no worries. They looked worried.
Well, he has 5 daughters with 2 hands each, and he's like, no, it has to be a son. The same thing with sons. Like, if sons don't have dads, they're just like, just never had anyone to play catch with. Just threw the ball at the wall all day. My life sucks. I don't get that. It's not that hard to play catch. Like, my mom is so strong. She saved us from our dad. She saved us from a tornado. She always put food in our bellies and a roof over our heads. Like, you don't think my mom can toss the ball to me? So last time I was in Illinois, I bought her a glove, and we went to the backyard, and we played catch. Yeah. And guess what? She fucking sucks. She throws like a girl. Try to throw one more time.
Okay, she cannot throw in a straight line. Don't worry. We're just gonna go into conversation.
Oh gosh. I was in a smoking room and my roommate smoked and I smoked and her mother smoked and her grandmother smoked. So when you walked past our room, it was like walking past, the bathroom at the high school where all the smoke's coming out.
Did the doctor say that it was okay?
The doctor smoked.
So what do you think about me going trying to find him?
Well, I'm scared.
Yeah.
I think it's scary because I don't, it really scared me.
Yeah. Is it scary because we don't know him since he was...
Because of his temper. Because of temper, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think he's funny?
No.
What kept you going when you came up here and not getting any help from this person
At
and
all.
you have to do it all by yourself. Like, what kept you going day to day?
Well, I mean, it was pretty dark, you know, because I really thought I was a terrible parent, a terrible mom, and that I should just give you all back to your dad. And then, you know.
What? Say it.
I would just go kill myself, you know.
Yeah.
Because if I, you know, that you guys were better off without me, you know.
And you thought that you could find time in the day to go be by yourself and kill yourself.
I would have given you to your dad, you know.
Right, you had a plan.
Yeah. And, you know, you kids just wouldn't let me, you know, you're like, Mom, I'm hungry.
I love the idea of like, I'm trying to have a mental breakdown right now, and you have no time.
Yeah, and so I'd have to go make a grilled cheese, you know.
Yeah.
And so you kids really are what saved me.
Like an old Ford truck that's full of rust. Now I'm gonna find my dad in the middle of a place called Central Illinois. 5'9", he took a shine at the sports and cars and that mother of mine. And 5 years later he left and made a single mama, 4 girls, 1 boy. Hey, that's life. You hate where you are enough to leave your children and your wife. Oh, hey, that's life.
Hi. What's the most popular blizzard?
I don't know, but I'm gonna find you.
Hey Cribs, it's me, Mo Welch. We're here at my childhood home, which has been demolished because it was deemed unlivable for humans. So come on in, this is the front door. This is where the little porch area was. And living room right here. My parents slept on the pull-out couch, which is ironic because my dad never pulled out. Thank you. But yeah, there were like tons of rats. I remember so many snakes. The bathroom back there were like 3 sheds lined up, and then there was an outhouse where we had to go to the bathroom when our plumbing was clogged, which was a lot because 7 people to 1 toilet, and we were all lactose intolerant and lived on government cheese and ice cream. Okay, guys, I gotta go clean my Lamborghini, so you guys gotta go. Get out of here. I'll see you next time, though. All right, MTV, play more music videos. So fucking hot out here. All right, one little story time before you guys go to bed, all right? This, I mean, it's a crazy story. Like, I just want you to know that I don't find this to be sad, and I've gone to 1 hour of therapy, so don't worry about me when I tell you this story. But the day that we left my dad, we were like sitting in the living room over there, and he threw this like huge atlas book at me. It's like this big, and then I ducked, and it hit the TV, and then the TV went flying out the window, which was great because it's like he went to prison for getting those TVs, and you know the disrespect and the irony is all there. My mom had decided that day, like she had had enough. All right, we're moving out of here. She was changing my sister's diaper, and he kicked her like a football. And she's like, I'm getting out of here. And my grandpa comes down from Chicago to help us move. And he's like out here, you know, looking for me. Everything's pretty much packed up in the house, but I'm missing. So my grandpa walks into the kitchen, and I have the freezer door open, and I'm just eating each ice cream one by one into my mouth. And they're like, where is your dad? We don't know where your dad is. We don't know if he's if he's gonna like try to kill us, you know, classic 80s sitcom stuff. And, you know, I'm just there eating each ice cream one by one, because when you're a kid, or at least when I was a kid, all I cared about was sugar, you know? Like, everything else was norm. The chaos, that's, like, normal. But, like, you can kill me. Go ahead and kill me, but my corpse better be full of ice cream.
Did you guys ever notice that Casper's just like a dead child? Flying around, just it's very morbid. I just love how Disney was like, we're gonna kill all the mothers. And then whoever created Casper was just like, fuck it, let's kill the kid. Let's just kill the main character and see what happens. Let's just murder Devon Sawa.
When you have like no money and a lot of kids, and you can't afford a nanny, you just send your kid to the cemetery. And so I played in the cemetery like every day in the summer, and I actually made a friend. There was this teenager who died, and she was a 3-sport athlete. She's like the Michael Jordan of the cemetery, at least. And I visited her every day. Like, her family would come, and I'd be like, don't worry, refilled the flowers, told her all about my school, my life. But every single day I visit this girl. I think might be this one. Yeah, it's this one. It's really nice. I feel like someone's still visiting her. It's really pretty. Yeah, see, basketball, softball, volleyball. When you're a kid, you just kind of think you're immortal. So the fact that a teenager died and she like played all these sports, I think I was like really mourning her. Did not know her when she was living. Should reiterate that. This one's for you, Nikki Jo Hutchcraft. Whoosh. This small town shit. I feel, I don't even know if it's excitement. There's like a pit in my stomach. I feel like my stomach is just turning because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like I orchestrated this whole thing and it's so fucking weird. He's getting close. Smells like dung, cow dung. It's poo-poo from a cow's butt. Like, I feel like at least I should know him, and now my material moving forward should be present. Like, I know this person, and even if he's like gonna abandon me again and we get there and he's not there, I was like, at least it's a new joke. At least it's like a new abandonment joke. I mean, as a comic, it's like, that would be fucking hilarious. It's like, I couldn't write a better ending to this story, is that he doesn't show up.
There's no literature on how to meet up with your estranged dad. So I didn't have a lot of support. I was like, what do I do? Do I just like get into it? Just like pick up where we left off, you know? Just like, okay, well, all right, 4th grade, I lost the spelling bee. Ironically enough, my word was estranged. And I spelled it with a J. Just stranged. And that big brain of mine brought me to college in the community. Yeah. 2-year, what's up? Dropped out. And then I made myself a family. I have a wife and I have a baby. Yeah. They're not up here. They don't deserve that. They've done nothing. I am thinking about walking out on them. Do you recommend? That's what I would ask my dad. We'll see how the reunion goes.
Wish me luck. Hopefully he shows up this time. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not going with you. Yeah. Let you do this one on your own.
Every story that I have of my dad, he is the villain. And I feel like maybe he's changed. It's been 20 years. I'm really not afraid of him.
I have so much adrenaline. There's a part of me that's like, why the fuck did I do this? And then the other part of me is like, I'm kind of excited. Like, I feel like maybe we'll have a rapport, and like, once I ask him those questions and I get some answers, I think that like we'll be able to put all of that stuff behind us.
Well, I'm scared. Yeah. I think it's scary. It really scared me. And I'm afraid that he's going to think that you're making fun of him. He wouldn't be too happy with that. Do they know you were his biggest champion when we first moved up here? You were his biggest champion.
Hi, Dad. How are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you. Thanks for being part of our project.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I'll just get started right with the questions. All right. Well, first question. Who is your #1 celebrity crush?
I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Okay, so this is so weird. We don't really know what the ending of this is because a lot has happened. First of all, I do want to say this. About a mile down the road on the motorcycle with my dad while I was bare-legged straddling him, I realized the dress was the wrong decision. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I was holding on to him like this. If you love your dad, you don't know who he is. Yeah. But okay, so what happened, like after I saw my dad, we texted for like maybe like 10 texts back and forth, and that was about a year ago. And then it was kind of back to normal, which was radio silence. So that was kind of comfortable for me, and it was comfortable for him. And then a month ago in September, I get this call that he's in a coma. And he crashed that motorcycle that we were on, and he was looking like he wasn't going to make it. And so it was very confusing for me because when I got that call, I didn't know how to feel. You know, like I was so confused on my emotions because in a lot of ways, this guy was still my enemy. So I decided to go there and see how he was. And I, get to the hospital and he's in a horrible state, not just Tennessee, but also just, it wasn't looking, it just wasn't great. And he is, I meant to say this up front, truly I did. He's okay now. That's, honestly, I was not trying to build tension there. It was so incredibly awkward. Like the nurses were all there and they were just like, I felt like I was like, it was like a sitcom I was a star of and they were the audience and I had to like be like, I'm the daughter, like I'm playing this part. And they were like, oh, it's so great that you came all the way from California to see your dad. And I just wanted to be like, it's complicated, you idiots. But you know, they were just doing their job and they were so nice. But I didn't know how to like leave, and the nurses were watching me, and so I just leaned in and I was like, I love you, Dad, even though I've never said that in my life and he's never told me that he loves me. And then I left and I was like waiting for like studio applause from the nurses and it was nothing. So I just left and I wasn't expecting. Listen, this is very cringe for me to not make jokes for this long, but I wasn't expecting to learn a lesson from all of this, but I did. I learned a lesson, and my lesson, the lesson that I learned is like, as a parent, attendance is mandatory. It's not that hard to show up for somebody. I showed up for my dad a day later, went to the hospital. He showed up for me last year and he came and did that project. And if he didn't show up for me, I would have never showed up for him. And if he showed up for me when I was a kid, then our relationship would be a lot different, but it would not be great because then I wouldn't be a stand-up. So that's not cool. So at the beginning, remember I was talking about jokes and all these dad jokes and I need to get new jokes. I hate that this happened, but I'm deranged. And I couldn't stop thinking about jokes during this time. And I wrote some new dad jokes, but unfortunately, they're very specific to the situation that's going on right now. So they're completely deranged and fucked up. We might not put this in. Okay. All right, so basically my love language is jokes, and here they are. Okay. The doctor said the only reason he is alive is because he wore a helmet. Funny, the only reason I'm alive is because he refused to wear protection. Okay. I don't know if you've heard of yo mama jokes, but these are yo daddy. These are yo daddy jokes, except it's yo daddy so in a coma. Your daddy is so in a coma, he slept through this show and all of your shows and soccer games and softball games and dance recitals. Your daddy is so in a coma, he voted 3 times in Arizona. Your daddy is so in a coma, he has to eat my ass through a tube. Your daddy is so in a coma, he's in a sleep state of prolonged unconsciousness. Okay, that's just for the ones who don't know the definition of a coma. And finally, this one's just really solidifying my entrance into hell. Yo daddy is so in a coma, when I make jokes about him, he's technically a roasted vegetable.
A big red flag for me is if I don't have anything in common, like hobby-wise, with somebody. Like it's such a necessary relationship trait to have, I think. It's so easy to be physically attracted to somebody. Obviously, it's everyone's first instinct. But I think if you want longevity in a relationship, you have to have that extra layer of compatibility, right? You have to want to do things together, I think. So like a big red flag for me is like if a girl doesn't go to the gym. And that's just because it's a very big part of my life. I love going, I go every day. I'm a very big advocate of going to the gym and working out. And it's so good for your health, not just your physical, but your mental health as well. Get your endorphins going, get some of that stress relief out of you, you know. But I do acknowledge that it's not for everybody. It's intimidating for some people who don't go every day. And I try to be cognizant of that, and I try to help out the best I can. Like, there may be some people in here right now, or maybe watching at home, that want to get started and just don't know how to take that first step. And if there is anybody out there, I highly recommend the program I just started about 6 months ago that changed my life forever. And that program is where I only work out with black dudes. Exclusively. Because black dudes will push you to your limits whether you want to or not. I started about 6 months ago, man. I was in the gym one day and I was having a bad day. I was stressed about something. I was angry about something. And I was like, man, fuck this. I'm gonna use this negative as a positive. I'm gonna use this aggression. I'm gonna put up some weight. And I was hitting a chest day, so I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna hit a new max on the bench press. So I go in there, put the lighter weights on first, get loosened up, get warm, you know, and then you gotta put on the heavier stuff. And when you do that, you're supposed to have a spotter, so you don't die. And I didn't know anybody in there at the time. Closest person to me was the black dude at the bench next to me. So I walked over, I was like, hey man, would you mind spotting me for this set real quick? And he was like, yeah, I got you. I was like, I feel like you do. Everything about your voice is safe. I feel like I can lift the world now. Okay, come on. So we go over to the bench together. He gets behind the rack in the spot position. He's ready. I lay down and I'm trying to psych myself up, get in the zone, line up my hands, get a good grip, and finally I just get it off the rack. Oh, I get 1 rep in. Oh, I get 2 reps in. I get stuck on the third. My arms start shaking. And he can see this. So like any good spotter, he has some words of encouragement. I'm trying not to die, and this man just gets in my ear. And do that shit. Do that shit. It ain't nothing. I was like, I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of tired. He was like, my people been tired. I was like, God damn. I'm sorry. It was only like 255. You had white guilt on top of that. It's like 500 pounds, man. I was like, is this pre-workout or a history lesson? What are we doing, dog? I racked that shit up. I was like, I appreciate you, man. I was struggling at the end. He was like, you don't know struggle. Fuck, man. Can't have anything. So that's my new routine whenever somebody's like, you look good, Matt. You want a diet? I'm like, yeah, it's called White Watchers. You should try it. So when black people watch white people struggle, you will sweat. I promise you. This is one of the whitest crowds I've ever seen in my entire life. Bro, I'm uncomfortable. Y'all are so white. Is this a comedy show or a meeting? God damn. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Red flag number, we could try something different. This could be fun, or it could be a fucking nightmare. But I think we can have fun. So the thing is like, I could do red flags for hours. And they could be funny, we could all laugh, have a guaranteed good time, but who wants to do that? So, and a lot of times I don't like to do a lot of red flags because it is very male to female. You know, it's listing things that men don't like about women. And I don't want that to be unfair, one-sided, or sexist. So to even it out, sometimes I am genuinely curious, like for the women in the audience, what might be some red flags for a guy if you go on a date with him, he says or does this that makes you kind of be like, ooh, I don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna go balcony. What is it? Is it a good one? Splitting the check. Okay. Splitting the check. On a first date? He asked in the beginning of the date? Towards the middle? Oh, you were boring. In the middle? Can I get you anything? Yeah, 2 checks? 2 checks would be great. Yeah. So where did you say you were from? How recently was this? 5 months ago. Okay, and you still upset? Hold on. Where did you go to eat?
The gin in Temple.
What is it?
The gin in Temple.
The gin and Temple. What is that? Rude. What kind of restaurant is that?
They have catfish on their steak.
Yeah, catfish and steak. It's like a roadhouse, an expensive roadhouse. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, maybe. Did you like him? Until that moment, did you like him? I'm curious. Until he asked to split the check, were you like, this is going good? You were? Fuck. Oh my God. Let me ask, did you sleep with him?
Yes.
Wow. Oh my God. He split you and the check in one night. Oh my God. Did he leave a big tip? Hold on, that was an unnecessary detail. What'd you say?
I said he was sweaty when we did it.
He was sweaty after, yeah, my man was putting in work. That's good. I would think. Well. I'm sorry you got half of a meal. All right, we're 1 for 1. What's another fun one? Do you have a fun one? What is it?
Meanwhile, he's huge and does steroids.
Ooh. This is gonna get cancelable. Let's do it. So you said when he says he's on hormone therapy, but he's just fucking jacked. So hormone therapy, what's that supposed to do? Balance it out, basically? So what, he says he has too much like natural testosterone?
No, he doesn't have enough.
He doesn't have enough? Okay, how long have you been seeing this man? 25 years? What? Where'd you meet him? You met him when you guys were kids. So he tells you he's going on hormone therapy to get more testosterone, but you think he's on steroids? You know so? Did you find them?
Yes.
Could you get me some? I'm trying to get in gay shape, dog. Let's go. I'm taking all the shortcuts. You did find some? Was it a needle or a pill?
He is gay shape.
She said she thinks he is in gay shape. The plot thickens. Oh my God. This is the bigger red flag now. He has his workout buddies. Do you have a picture of him? I want to see what his gaydar says about. Oh fuck! God damn it! The phones are locked up. God damn. Your phone is in a hormone blocker. God damn it. Okay, after the show, I want to see this. Yeah, I mean, that's a valid red flag. You don't want somebody who's lying about an obvious appearance thing. Like, if you're clearly on steroids, just own up to this shit. It's fine. It's fine to do it. If that's the body you want and the life you want to live, you can fucking do that. It's fine. As long as you can still get your dick up, you fine. He can't, then it's not okay. Stop what you're doing immediately. Stop seeing him. Oof. Okay.
Let's unlock her phone.
Can we unlock your phone? Okay. Bro, what if it's just a picture of me? Eric's like, unlock the phone. And I'm like, nah, we don't gotta do all that. Let's just take her word for it. Oh my God, that's it? That's what you unlock them with? That fucking flying saucer? May I see your phone? There we go, pass it over. Oh, this is great. This better be worth it. There we go, pass that back to her. There we go, I just gotta see a picture of this guy, and then I wanna see what you think. I wanna test this gaydar, let's go. God damn. Bro, he has the traps that my grandpa's pocket pussy wishes it had. Oh my God. Why is his neck so big? Oh my God, this motherfucker looks so unsure. Okay. Resident gay? What are we thinking? What is it? The pose. He's gay? Ding, 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 ding. Any excuse to drink. Go ahead. No, this is good. Whenever we out a gay, an angel gets his wings. This is good. Everybody knows that. You know what's fucked up? I've posed like that before, so I was like,